Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Vembo, and tonight my goal is to help you fall asleep, or simply zone out. In the background, as you can probably see, I'm playing Minecraft, building a peaceful island home with tall, welcoming walls. I've also added soft rain sound effects to soothe your mind, along with gentle music to keep things light. I really do hope you enjoy this video, as it took me a while to make. I've gathered a collection of wholesome tales from people sharing those small beautiful moments that make life a little brighter. No drama, no chaos, just pure comfort food for your soul. So grab your favourite blanket, dim the lights, and let's settle in. Our first story comes from someone who discovered they had an unexpected daily visitor. The neighbour's cat has been sneaking into my apartment through my bedroom window for about 3 months now, and I just found out why. I live on the second floor of this old building downtown, and my fire escape faces the courtyard where all the neighbourhood cats like to hang out. I always keep my bedroom window cracked open because the radiator makes my room way too hot, even in winter. At first I thought I was imagining things. I'd come home from work and find these little orange hairs on my white bedspread, but I don't have any pets. Then I started noticing that my throw pillow was always moved to the exact same spot on my bed, right where the afternoon sun hits the strongest. It was weird, but I figured maybe I was just forgetting how I'd left things in the morning rush. The mystery solved itself on a Tuesday, when I came home early from work with a headache. As I climbed the stairs to my apartment, I could hear this soft purring coming from inside. I unlocked my door as quietly as possible and tiptoed to my bedroom doorway. There, sprawled across my bed in that sunny spot, was the most content orange tabby cat I'd ever seen. He was lying on his back with all 4 paws in the air, completely dead to the world. His belly was rising and falling in that peaceful rhythm that only deeply sleeping cats achieve. The afternoon light was streaming across his fur, making him look like he was glowing. I stood there for probably 10 minutes just watching him sleep, and honestly, it was the most relaxed I'd felt all week. When he finally woke up and saw me standing there, he didn't seem startled at all. He just stretched, gave me this slow blink that cat people know means "I love you," and then hopped down to rub against my legs before sauntering back out the window, like he owned the place. I asked my neighbour, Mrs. Chen, about him the next day. Turns out his name is Marmalade, and he belongs to the family 2 buildings over. She told me he's been doing this for years, finding different apartments with open windows and claiming the best napping spots. Apparently, I'm just his latest conquest. Now I leave the window open specifically for him. I even bought a small cat bed and put it right in that sunny spot, but he still prefers my actual bedspread. Every weekday, around 2 p.m. like clockwork, I hear the soft thud of paws landing on my fire escape, followed by the gentle scrape of claws on the windowsill as he climbs inside. I work from home sometimes, and on those days, I get to watch his whole routine. He'll circle the bed 3 times, knead the blanket with his paws until it's perfectly arranged, then curl up in the exact same position every single time. Left side, facing the window, tail wrapped around his nose. He sleeps for exactly 2 hours, then wakes up, stretches, and heads back out into the world. The funny thing is, having Marmalade visit has completely changed how I feel about coming home. There's something so peaceful about knowing that someone, even if it's a cat, has chosen your space as their safe haven. My bedroom always smells faintly of warm fur now, and there's usually a little dent in the bedspread where he's been sleeping. I've started looking forward to finding those orange hairs on my pillow. It means my apartment is a place where someone feels safe enough to be completely vulnerable, to sleep so deeply they're oblivious to the world around them. That's a pretty special thing when you think about it. Last week, I had the flu and was homesick for 3 days. Marmalade still came for his daily naps, but instead of leaving after 2 hours like usual, he stayed curled up at the foot of my bed while I slept. Maybe cats really do have some kind of 6th sense about when their humans need extra comfort. I know he's not technically my cat, but in some weird way, we've become roommates. He's got his schedule, I've got mine, and somehow they work perfectly together. I provide the sunny window and soft bed. He provides this quiet companionship, that I didn't even know I was missing. Wow, what a wonderful stories. There's something so pure about becoming chosen by a cat who could nap anywhere but picks your sunny window. The fact that Marmalade has been running his own apartment hopping nap business for years makes it even better. I lost my dog earlier this year, and it hurt a lot since he was my childhood dog. I've lost family before, but with pets it always stings more, because they're so blissfully unaware of what's happening. I miss when he would lay against my legs on top of the blanket, keeping me from pulling more of it. I feel like if I had an unexpected visitor, like that cat during the time I was still grieving, I would have cried without a doubt. I know I sound fine now for the most part, but I can hold my head high, knowing he lived one of the best lives he could have asked for. Anyways, apologies for the little side tangent. Our next story comes from someone whose gardening experiment got completely out of hand. I accidentally grew the biggest pumpkin in my town, and now I'm questioning everything I thought I knew about gardening. This whole thing started last spring when my girlfriend convinced me to try growing vegetables. I'd never grown anything more complex than a houseplant, but she bought me this little starter kit with seeds and soil and said it would be fun to try together. The kit came with instructions for tomatoes, carrots, lettuce, and one random pumpkin seed. Everything was supposed to be grown in containers on our apartment balcony, since we don't have a yard. I dutifully planted everything according to the directions, watered them daily, and waited to see what would happen. The tomatoes sprouted first, then the lettuce. The carrots were taking their time, and honestly, I'd completely forgotten about the pumpkin seed until this tiny green sprout appeared in the corner pot about 2 weeks later. It seemed so small and fragile compared to the other plants, so I gave it extra attention, maybe watered it a little more, talked to it sometimes when my girlfriend wasn't around to make fun of me. Within a month, that little pumpkin plant had outgrown its container. The vines were spilling over the sides and reaching toward the railing. My girlfriend suggested we transplant it to a bigger pot, so we got the largest planter we could fit on the balcony and moved it over. The plant seemed happy with the extra space and really took off. By July, the vines had grown so long they were hanging down the side of our building. Our downstairs neighbour mentioned that she was enjoying the natural curtain outside her window. I was starting to get a little concerned about how big this thing was getting, but the first tiny pumpkin had appeared, so I figured we were on the right track. That's when things got out of control. The pumpkin started growing at what seemed like an impossible rate. Every morning, it was noticeably bigger than the day before. Within 2 weeks, it had gone from tennis ball sized to basketball sized. By August, it was so heavy that the vine couldn't support it anymore, and we had to rig up a sling system to keep it from falling onto the sidewalk below. My girlfriend started documenting its growth with daily photos because neither of us could believe what we were seeing. The thing was enormous and still growing. It had completely taken over our balcony. The vines were now reaching across to our neighbour's balcony, and we'd had to move all our other plants inside to make room. September came, and the pumpkin was officially bigger than anything I'd ever seen outside of a county fair. Our building manager got involved because other tenants were complaining that the vines were blocking their views and dropping leaves everywhere. We measured it at over £200 and still growing. That's when I decided to call the local newspaper as a joke. I figured they might want to do a funny little story about the apartment dweller who accidentally grew a monster pumpkin. The reporter who came out took one look at it and immediately called the editor. Turns out my accidental pumpkin was bigger than anything that had ever been grown in our town's history. Within a week, we had people stopping by constantly to take pictures. The local news station did a segment about it. Someone from the county fair called to ask if we wanted to enter it in their competition. My girlfriend and I were completely overwhelmed by the attention. The weirdest part was that I still had no idea what I'd done differently. I'd literally just watered it and let it grow. I hadn't used any special fertilizers or techniques. I hadn't even known what I was doing. Yet somehow, this random seed from the beginner's kit had produced what appeared to be a record-breaking pumpkin. The harvest was a whole production. We had to get the fire department involved to help lower it down, from our second floor balcony because it was too heavy for the sling system we'd rigged up. Half the neighbourhood came out to watch. Someone brought a scale from the hardware store and we officially weighed it at £287. I won the county fair competition without even trying. The prize was a blue ribbon and a gift certificate to the local garden centre, which felt ironic since I clearly didn't need help growing things. The local paper ran a follow-up story about the accidental champion who'd broken a 15-year-old record with his first attempt at growing pumpkins. Now it's spring again, and I'm terrified to plant anything. What if it was just beginner's luck? What if I try again and grow something completely normal? Or worse, what if I accidentally create some kind of vegetable monster that takes over the entire building? My girlfriend bought me another pumpkin seed for this year, and it's been sitting on our counter for weeks while I work up the courage to plant it. That story ends there. Going from never gardening to accidentally breaking town records with a single seed is the kind of wholesome chaos we all need more of. The mental image of the fire department helping harvest a balcony pumpkin is absolutely perfect. Our next story comes from someone who experienced one of those small acts of kindness that stick with you forever. A complete stranger paid for my coffee this morning and disappeared before I could say thank you, and it's been on my mind all day. I was having one of those weeks where everything felt like it was going wrong. My car had broken down. I'd been dealing with a difficult project at work, and I'd barely slept because my upstairs neighbours had been renovating at all hours. I dragged myself to my usual coffee shop around 7 a.m, looking forward to that first sip of caffeine that might make the day feel manageable. The place was packed with the morning rush, and the line was longer than usual. I was standing there half awake, scrolling through my phone and trying not to think about everything I had to deal with that day. When I finally reached the counter, I ordered my usual medium coffee with oat milk and reached for my wallet. The barista, this young guy with kind eyes, smiled and said, "Actually, the person in front of you already paid for your order." I looked around confused, thinking maybe someone I knew had been ahead of me in line, but I didn't recognise anyone. "Who was it?" I asked, still processing what had happened. The barista pointed toward the door and said, "That lady in the red coat. She said to tell you to have a better day." I turned to look, but all I could see was a flash of red fabric disappearing around the corner outside. I stood there for a moment, completely stunned. This stranger had looked at me, somehow sensed that I was having a rough time, and decided to do something kind without expecting anything in return. She didn't stick around for thanks or recognition. She just did something nice and moved on with her day. The barista handed me my coffee with an extra smile and said, "Happens more often than you'd think. People paying it forward." But this felt different to me, more personal. It wasn't just someone randomly covering the next order. This woman had specifically chosen to help me, and I couldn't stop wondering what she'd seen that made her want to do that. I sat down at a corner table and just held my coffee for a while, feeling this unexpected warmth that had nothing to do with the temperature of the drink. Such a small gesture probably cost her less than $5, but it completely shifted my entire mood. Suddenly the broken car and work stress and sleepless nights didn't feel quite so overwhelming. I found myself looking around the coffee shop differently, noticing other people who might be having difficult mornings. The businessman at the next table looked exhausted, constantly checking his phone with a worried expression. The college student in the corner had textbooks spread everywhere and was clearly stressed about something. Had the woman in the red coat noticed them too? For the rest of the day, I kept thinking about her. Was this something she did regularly? Or had today been special somehow? Did she have kids my age and saw something that reminded her of them? Was she someone who'd been helped by a stranger once and was paying it forward? I'll probably never know, but I love that there are people in the world who just decide to make someone's day a little brighter for no reason at all. The weird thing is, it made me more aware of opportunities to do the same thing. At lunch, I held the elevator for someone who was rushing with their hands full. When I stopped for gas, I helped an elderly man reach something on a high shelf in the convenience store. Nothing major, just small moments where I could make someone's day slightly easier. I keep hoping I'll see the woman in the red coat again, maybe in the same coffee shop or somewhere around town. I have this whole speech planned about how much her kindness meant to me, and how it reminded me to look for ways to help others. But maybe that's not the point. Maybe the beauty of what she did was in its anonymity, in the way she just appeared, made a difference, and vanished. Tonight I'm going to bed thinking about red coats and random acts of kindness, and how sometimes the smallest gestures can completely change the trajectory of someone's day. Tomorrow morning, I think I'll pay for someone else's coffee and see if I can spot someone who looks like they could use a small reminder that the world isn't entirely awful. That story is over. The mystery woman in the red coat is the kind of everyday angel we all hope to encounter and aspire to become. There's something magical about kindness that comes with no strings attached, no expectation of recognition or gratitude. Our next story takes us outside on one of those magical summer evenings that feels like something out of a fairy tale. The night fireflies lit up my backyard, and I'm still not convinced it actually happened. I've lived in this house for about 4 years now, and my backyard is pretty ordinary. There's a small patio, some grass that I mow when I remember to, and a few trees along the back fence that provide decent shade during the day. Nothing special, just your standard suburban setup. Last month I was having trouble sleeping because of the heat wave we'd been dealing with. Even with the air conditioning running, my bedroom felt stuffy and uncomfortable. Around 11 p.m, I decided to go outside and sit on the patio for a while, hoping the night air might help me cool down enough to eventually fall asleep. I grabbed a glass of iced tea and settled into the old lawn chair I keep out there. The backyard was completely dark except for the porch light, and everything was quiet except for the usual cricket sounds. I was just sitting there, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness, and enjoying the slight breeze that had finally started up. That's when I saw the first one. A tiny flash of green light near the big oak tree in the corner, and another one by the fence. Within minutes there were dozens of them blinking all around the yard. Fireflies, more than I'd ever seen in one place before. At first they were just scattered randomly, flashing here and there like little green stars. But as more of them appeared, they seemed to be coordinating somehow. Groups of them would light up in sequence, creating these waves of light that moved across the grass. It was like watching a slow-motion fireworks display happening at ground level. I sat there completely mesmerised, afraid to move or make any noise that might disturb whatever was happening. The fireflies kept coming until there had to be hundreds of them floating around my backyard. They were everywhere, in the trees, hovering over the grass, dancing around the patio furniture. The most incredible part was how they seemed to be communicating with each other. I'd see a cluster of them flash in perfect unison near the back fence, and then a group by the house would respond with their own synchronised display. It was like they were having a conversation in light, and I was getting to eavesdrop on something magical. I must have sat there for over an hour, just watching this incredible light show happening in my own backyard. Every few minutes, they'd create these new patterns. Sometimes they'd all flash together at once, turning the entire yard into a galaxy for just a split second. Other times, they'd create these flowing chains of light that moved from one side of the yard to the other. The strangest thing was how peaceful it all felt. Usually, when there are a lot of insects around, it feels chaotic and buzzy, but this was different. The fireflies moved so gently, their light was so soft, and even though there were hundreds of them, everything felt calm and serene. Around midnight, they started to disperse. First the ones in the trees disappeared, then the ones over by the fence. Within about 10 minutes, they were all gone, leaving my backyard looking exactly like it had before they arrived. If I hadn't seen it myself, I would never have believed it happened. I went inside and tried to describe it to my roommate the next morning, but words don't really capture what it was like. She suggested maybe I'd dreamed it, or that the heat had made me hallucinate. But I know what I saw. I've been going outside at the same time every night since then, hoping it might happen again. But so far, the backyard has been completely normal. I looked it up online, and apparently fireflies do sometimes gather in large groups during mating season, but the descriptions I found don't match what I experienced. This wasn't just a lot of fireflies in one place. It was like they were performing some kind of choreographed dance, creating art with their light. I keep wondering if it was some kind of rare natural phenomenon, or if maybe there's something special about my yard that I don't know about. The trees aren't particularly old or unique, and the soil is pretty standard for this area. But maybe there's something about the way the space is laid out that made it the perfect gathering spot for whatever celebration I witnessed. That story is over. A backyard transformed into a living constellation sounds like something from a Studio Ghibli film. The fact that they seem to be communicating through synchronized light makes it even more enchanting. Some nights, nature decides to put on a private show just for you. Our next story comes from someone whose morning routine got a heartwarming addition they never expected. There's this elderly lady who waves at me every morning from her front porch, and it's become the best part of my day. My commute to work takes me down this quiet residential street, lined with older houses, most of them built probably 60 or 70 years ago. I started taking this route about 8 months ago because it's faster than the main road and way more peaceful than dealing with highway traffic. The house is about halfway down the street, a small yellow cottage with white trim and flower boxes in every window. It has one of those wraparound porches with a porch swing and several rocking chairs. For the first few weeks of taking this route, I didn't really pay attention to any of the houses. I was usually running late and focused on getting to work on time. But then one morning, as I was driving past the yellow house, I noticed movement on the porch. An elderly woman with silver hair was sitting in one of the rocking chairs, and when she saw my car, she raised her hand in a cheerful wave. I was so surprised that I almost forgot to wave back, but I managed to lift my hand off the steering wheel just before I passed by. The next morning, she was there again. Same rocking chair, same friendly wave. This time, I was ready for it and waved back immediately. She smiled so brightly that I could see it clearly, even from the street. It occurred to me that she might be sitting out there specifically to watch the morning traffic, maybe as part of her daily routine. By the end of the first week, I found myself looking forward to that moment in my drive. There was something so genuinely warm about her greeting, like she was personally welcoming me to the neighbourhood, even though I was just passing through. I started slowing down slightly as I approached her house, not enough to disrupt traffic, but just enough to make the interaction feel less rushed. She's there almost every morning now, rain or shine. In nice weather, she's in the rocking chair with a cup of coffee and sometimes a newspaper. When it's raining, she sits just inside the screen door, but still makes sure to wave when she sees me coming. During the few winter months we had, she'd be bundled up in a thick coat and blankets, but still out there on the porch like clockwork. I've started to notice little details about her routine. She usually has different coloured coffee mugs, and sometimes there's a cat curled up on her lap. On weekends, when I don't drive past, I actually miss seeing her. A few times I've taken that route on Saturday morning just to see if she might be out there, and she usually is, though she seems more relaxed, sometimes reading a book instead of watching the street. The amazing thing is how much this simple interaction has changed my morning mood. I used to start every day feeling stressed about work, mentally going through my to-do list and worrying about meetings or deadlines. But now, that wave from her porch has become this moment of pure positivity that sets a completely different tone for my day. I've never stopped to introduce myself or have an actual conversation with her, and I'm not sure if that would be weird or wonderful. There's something perfect about our wordless friendship. She doesn't know my name, or where I work, or what kind of person I am, but she's decided that I'm worth greeting every single morning. That kind of unconditional friendliness is pretty rare. Sometimes I wonder what her story is. Does she have family nearby? Is she retired and enjoying a peaceful morning routine? Or is she lonely and looking forward to these brief connections with the people who pass by her house? Has she lived in that yellow cottage for decades? Or is this a new place for her too? A few weeks ago, I was running really late and almost took the highway instead of my usual route. But at the last second, I decided I couldn't skip our morning wave. When I drove past her house, she was there as always, and her enthusiastic greeting made me smile despite my stress about being behind schedule. I realised that this daily interaction had become important enough to influence my decisions. I've started waving at other people I see regularly during my commute: the man who walks his dog every morning, the woman who tends her garden before work, the kids waiting for the school bus. Not everyone waves back, but some do, and it's slowly turning my drive to work into this series of small friendly connections. That story is over. A simple wave can create the most beautiful kind of friendship, one that exists purely in moments of mutual kindness. Sometimes the people who touch our lives most deeply are the ones we never actually speak to. Our next story takes us into the changing seasons and the quiet magic of watching nature wake up. There's this old tree I pass every spring that blooms before all the others, and I've become obsessed with watching for it. My daily walk to the train station takes me through this neighbourhood that's probably been there since the 1950s. Most of the houses have mature trees in their front yards, big old maples and oaks that create this beautiful canopy over the sidewalks during summer. The tree I'm talking about is in front of a brick house about 3 blocks from the station. I'm not sure what kind it is, but it's huge, probably planted when the house was built. Its branches spread out wide over the front lawn and part of the street, creating this perfect dome of shade during the warmer months. I first noticed it 2 springs ago when I was walking to work on one of those March days that still feels like winter. Most of the trees were still completely bare, their branches looking dark and lifeless against the grey sky. But as I passed this particular tree, I noticed tiny buds on some of the lower branches, little green points that definitely hadn't been there the week before. Over the next few days, I started paying closer attention to it. While every other tree on the street remained dormant, this one was quietly preparing for spring. The buds got bigger and started to show hints of colour, pale pink and white, that seemed almost impossible in the cold air. By the end of March, it was in full bloom. Hundreds of delicate flowers covered every branch, creating this incredible display of pink and white against the still bare trees around it. It looked like someone had taken a painting of spring and dropped it into the middle of winter. People walking by would stop and stare, clearly as surprised as I was to see such an early show. Now I watch for it every year. Usually around the second week of March, I'll start checking it daily on my walk to the station. The transformation happens gradually at first, then all at once. One day, the branches look completely dead, and the next day, there are tiny buds. A few days later, the first flowers appear. Within a week, the entire tree is this explosion of colour. What fascinates me is how consistent it is. Every year, regardless of whether we've had a harsh winter or a mild one, this tree blooms at almost exactly the same time. It seems to have its own internal calendar that doesn't care about the weather or what the other trees are doing. While everything else waits for warmer temperatures and longer days, this tree just decides it's time for spring. I've started planning my morning routine around it during bloom season. I leave a few minutes earlier so I can stop and really look at it without making myself late for work. There's something incredibly hopeful about seeing those flowers appear when everything else still looks dead and winter worn. Other people have noticed it too. During the weeks when it's blooming, I often see neighbours stopping to take pictures or just standing there admiring it like I do. It's become this neighbourhood landmark, the unofficial herald of spring that everyone looks forward to seeing. Last year, I brought my mum to see it when she was visiting. She's a lifelong gardener and immediately identified it as an ornamental cherry tree. She explained that some varieties are bred to bloom early, and that this particular tree was probably chosen specifically for that trait. But knowing the science behind it doesn't make it any less magical to witness. The blooms only last about 2 weeks before the petals start falling like snow across the sidewalk and street. Then the tree goes back to looking ordinary, just another large tree in a neighbourhood full of them. But for those brief weeks in early spring, it transforms into something extraordinary. I've been thinking about planting one in my own yard. The idea of having my own early blooming tree, of being able to look out my window and see that first sign of spring, is incredibly appealing. But part of me wonders if it would be as special if I could see it any time I wanted, instead of having to discover it fresh each year during my morning walk. That story is over. There's something profound about a tree that refuses to wait for permission to bloom, that trusts its own timing even when the world still looks frozen. Having a personal harbinger of spring makes the changing seasons feel like a conversation between you and nature. Our next story comes from someone who stumbled across an unexpected piece of street art that brightened their entire day. I found a collection of feathers arranged on the sidewalk this afternoon, and I can't stop thinking about who put them there. I was walking home from the grocery store, taking my usual route through the residential area near my apartment. It's a pretty quiet neighbourhood, mostly families with kids and older couples who've lived there for decades. About 2 blocks from my building, I noticed something colourful on the sidewalk ahead of me. As I got closer, I realised it was a row of feathers, maybe 8 or 10 of them, lined up perfectly parallel to the curb. They weren't just random feathers that had fallen naturally. Someone had clearly arranged them with intention. Each feather was different. There was a bright blue one that looked like it might have come from a jay, a speckled brown and white one that could have been from a hawk, several smaller grey ones, and this incredible iridescent green one that shimmered when the light hit it right. They were all clean and undamaged, like they'd been collected carefully over time. What struck me most was how deliberately they'd been placed. They were evenly spaced, all pointing in the same direction, arranged by size from smallest to largest. It wasn't random or accidental. This was art, created by someone who wanted to share something beautiful with whoever happened to walk by. I stood there for probably 5 minutes, just looking at them and trying to imagine the story behind this display. Had someone been collecting these feathers for weeks or months, waiting for the right moment to create this sidewalk gallery? Was it a child who'd found them in their backyard and decided to make something special? Or maybe an adult who'd been inspired by a walk through the park? The location was interesting too. It wasn't in front of any particular house or business, just on a regular stretch of sidewalk between a fire hydrant and a small tree. Whoever did this had chosen a spot where people would naturally walk, where the feathers would be discovered by neighbours and strangers alike. I took a picture with my phone, but it didn't capture what made the display so compelling in person. There was something about the way the afternoon light played across the different colours and textures, how each feather seemed to tell its own story while contributing to the larger composition. As I continued walking home, I found myself looking at the sidewalk differently, wondering if there were other small art installations I'd been walking past without noticing. When did I stop paying attention to the details of my daily route? How many small moments of beauty had I missed because I was always focused on getting somewhere else? Over the next few days, I made sure to walk past that same spot to see if the feathers were still there. They lasted for almost a week, gradually getting scattered by wind and foot traffic until only a few remained. But during that time, I watched other people discover them, saw kids stop and point them out to their parents, noticed an elderly man pause to examine them closely. The feathers created this little community of people who'd shared the experience of finding something unexpectedly beautiful in an ordinary place. I started wondering if the person who arranged them ever came back to see people's reactions, or if they were satisfied just knowing they'd added something special to the neighbourhood. I've been carrying a few interesting feathers in my jacket pocket ever since. Not sure what I'll do with them, but somehow inspired by that anonymous artist's example. There's something appealing about creating beauty without recognition, about giving a gift to strangers who might need a moment of wonder in their day. That story is over. Anonymous sidewalk art hits different because there's no ego involved, just someone deciding the world needs more beauty. The fact that it sparked this chain reaction of awareness makes it even more perfect. Let's move to our next story, which takes us to one of those sunset moments that remind you why people write poetry about the sky. I found myself standing on the beach yesterday evening when the sky decided to become art. I'd gone down to the water after dinner, not for any particular reason, just feeling restless and wanting to walk somewhere that wasn't my apartment. The beach was mostly empty except for a few joggers and someone walking their dog in the distance. At first, the sunset looked pretty normal, orange and yellow near the horizon, the usual end-of-day colours that you see in tourist postcards. But then something shifted. The light started spreading across the clouds. In this way, I'd never seen before, like someone was slowly turning up the saturation on the entire world. Within maybe 10 minutes, everything had turned pink. Not just the sky, but everything. The ocean reflected it so perfectly that I couldn't tell where the water ended and the sky began. The buildings behind me, the sand under my feet, even my own hands when I held them up, everything was bathed in this soft, warm pink light. It wasn't the harsh, artificial pink of neon signs or cotton candy. This was gentle and natural, like looking at the world through rose-coloured glass that somehow made everything more beautiful instead of distorting it. The waves were rolling in with pink foam, and when they receded, they left the sand gleaming with the same colour. I stood there completely mesmerised, watching the light shift and change as the sun got lower. Sometimes the pink would deepen to almost red, then fade back to this ethereal rose colour that made the whole scene feel dreamlike. Other people on the beach had stopped what they were doing too. Everyone was just standing there, looking up at the sky like we were all witnessing something sacred. The strangest part was how quiet everything became. Not actually quiet, you could still hear the waves and the seagulls, but it felt hushed, like nature was holding its breath, so we could fully appreciate what was happening. Even the breeze seemed gentler, just enough to move the air, without disturbing the perfect reflection on the water. I tried to take pictures with my phone, but they couldn't capture it. The camera kept trying to correct the colour, making it look either too orange or too purple, never the perfect pink that my eyes were seeing. I finally gave up and just watched, trying to memorise every detail so I could hold on to this moment. As the sun finally touched the horizon, the pink gradually faded to deeper purples and reds, then finally to the dark blue of evening. The whole display probably lasted about 30 minutes, but it felt both eternal and over too soon. When it was finished and the normal night sky returned, everyone on the beach seemed to exhale at once and slowly return to their evening walks. Walking home, I kept looking back at the sky, hoping for one more glimpse of that incredible colour. My apartment felt too ordinary after witnessing something so spectacular. I sat by my window for a while, still processing what I'd seen, wondering if sunsets like that happen regularly and I just never notice, or if tonight had been truly special. That story is over. Nature really knows how to stop everyone in their tracks when it decides to show off. There's something about witnessing beauty that makes you forget about everything else, even if it's just for half an hour. Our next story comes from someone whose dog had an encounter that was almost too gentle to believe. My dog made friends with a butterfly yesterday, and I'm still not sure who was more enchanted. I was sitting in my backyard with Max, my golden retriever mix, just enjoying the afternoon sunshine. He was doing his usual thing, sniffing around the flower beds and investigating all the interesting smells that had accumulated since his last patrol. The butterfly showed up, while Max was lying in his favourite spot under the apple tree. It was one of those orange and black monarchs, and it seemed completely unbothered by the presence of a 50-pound dog. Instead of flying away when Max noticed it, the butterfly actually fluttered closer, landing on a dandelion just a few feet from his nose. Max went into his playbow position, the way he does when he wants to engage with something new, but doesn't want to scare it away. His tail was wagging slowly, and he was making these soft little whimpering sounds that he usually reserves for when he's trying to convince me to share my sandwich. The butterfly took off from the dandelion and, incredibly, landed right on Max's nose. I expected him to sneeze or shake his head, but he went completely still. His eyes crossed slightly as he tried to look at his unexpected visitor, but he didn't move a muscle. It was like he understood that this was a delicate situation that required his best behaviour. For about 30 seconds, they just stayed like that. The butterfly gently opening and closing its wings while perched on Max's nose, and Max frozen in place with this expression of pure wonder. I managed to grab my phone and take a few pictures, but mostly I just watched, amazed by how patient and gentle my usually energetic dog was being. When the butterfly finally took off, Max followed it with his eyes as it circled around the yard. Every time it landed on a flower, he would creep closer, moving in slow motion, like he was trying not to disturb it. The butterfly seemed to be playing along, staying just within reach, but always taking off again before Max got too close. This went on for probably 20 minutes. Max would approach slowly, the butterfly would land somewhere new, and they'd repeat their careful dance around the garden. At one point, the butterfly landed on Max's back, and he twisted his head around trying to see it, his tail wagging so slowly it looked like he was moving underwater. Eventually, the butterfly flew up over the fence and disappeared, but Max spent the next hour sniffing all the spots where it had landed, like he was trying to understand what had just happened. He kept looking up at the sky hopefully, and every time another bug flew by, his ears would perk up with interest. That evening during our walk, Max was more attentive to the small things around us than usual. He noticed butterflies and bees that he would normally ignore, watching them with this new awareness that hadn't been there before. It was like his encounter had opened up a whole new category of interesting creatures for him to observe. I've been thinking about how rare it is to see that kind of gentle curiosity, especially between species that would normally have nothing to do with each other. There was something magical about watching my dog discover that not everything in the world needs to be chased or barked at, that sometimes the best interactions happen when you just stay very still and let wonder take over. That story is over. A dog learning patience from a butterfly is the kind of interspecies friendship that restores your faith in gentle moments. Max definitely leveled up his Zen game that afternoon. Let's move to our next story, about discovering a place where music becomes part of the atmosphere itself. There's this little cafe downtown where they always play piano music, and it makes every cup of tea feel like home. I discovered it completely by accident about 6 months ago when I was walking around trying to kill time before a dentist appointment. It's tucked between a bookstore and a vintage clothing shop, the kind of place you could walk past 100 times without noticing. The first thing that struck me when I walked in wasn't the decor or the menu, it was the music. Someone was playing piano, not recorded music, but actual live piano coming from somewhere in the back of the cafe. The melody was soft and contemplative, the kind of music that makes you want to sit down and think about life for a while. The cafe itself is tiny, maybe 8 tables total, with mismatched chairs and artwork from local artists covering the walls. There are plants everywhere, hanging from the ceiling and sitting on windowsills, creating this cosy, lived-in feeling. The lighting is warm and dim, perfect for reading or having quiet conversations. I ordered a chai tea and found a table near the window, expecting the piano music to stop after a song or two, but it kept going, one gentle piece flowing into another. After about an hour, I realised this wasn't a performance with a beginning and end. It was just continuous background music that somehow never felt intrusive or repetitive. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me, and I walked toward the back of the cafe to see who was playing. In a small alcove behind the counter, there was an upright piano and a woman in her 60s playing with her eyes closed, completely absorbed in the music. She wasn't reading sheet music, just letting her fingers find melodies that seemed to match the mood of the afternoon. When I asked the barista about it, she explained that different people come in throughout the day to play. Some are music students from the nearby college, others are retirees who just love to play for an audience. The cafe provides the piano and free coffee, and the musicians provide the soundtrack. It's been going on like this for over 10 years. I've become a regular now, stopping by whenever I need a peaceful place to think or read. The music changes depending on who's playing, but it's always gentle and unobtrusive. Sometimes it's classical pieces I recognise, other times it's improvised melodies that seem to appear out of nowhere and disappear just as mysteriously. There's something incredibly soothing about having live music as background to ordinary activities like drinking tea or checking email. It makes even the most mundane moments feel special, like you're living inside a movie where the soundtrack perfectly matches your mood. I've started timing my visits for different parts of the day just to hear different musicians. The morning players tend to choose more energetic pieces, while the evening crowd goes for something more mellow and introspective. But regardless of who's playing, the music always seems to create this bubble of calm in the middle of a busy city. Last week I brought a book and ended up staying for 3 hours without realising how much time had passed. The piano music had created this perfect cocoon where the outside world felt far away, and all that mattered was the story I was reading and the gentle melodies floating through the air. That story is over. A cafe where the soundtrack is always live and always perfect sounds like the kind of place that exists in dreams. Having music that responds to the moment instead of just playing on repeat makes all the difference. Our next story takes us into the world of unexpected memories triggered by the simplest things. I found a book at the thrift store yesterday that smelled exactly like my grandmother's house, and it transported me back to being 8 years old. I wasn't even looking for books specifically, just wandering through the shop killing time while my car was getting serviced next door. The book section was tucked in the back corner, shelves of donated novels and textbooks that people had decided they no longer needed. This particular book caught my eye because of its deep green cover with gold lettering that had faded with age. It was a collection of short stories from the 1960s, nothing I'd heard of before, but something about it looked familiar. When I picked it up to flip through it, the smell hit me immediately. It wasn't just the musty scent of old paper that you'd expect from a vintage book. This was something much more specific, a combination of lavender, old wood polish, and something else I couldn't quite identify but knew in my bones. It was the exact smell of my grandmother's living room, where she kept her collection of books on built-in shelves that my grandfather had made. I stood there in the thrift store holding this book, and suddenly I was 8 years old again, sitting on my grandmother's scratchy blue sofa while she made tea in the kitchen. I could practically hear the whistle of her kettle and the sound of her humming some old song while she moved around preparing our afternoon snack. My grandmother had this ritual where she'd let me pick any book from her shelves and we'd read together for an hour before dinner. She had everything from classic literature to mystery novels to books about gardening and cooking. Most of them were well worn, with cracked spines and pages that had been turned by countless fingers over the decades. The smell of this thrift store book was so exactly right that I had to buy it, even though I had no idea if the stories inside were any good. It cost $2, and I carried it carefully to my car like it was made of precious metal instead of paper and glue. That evening I sat in my own living room and opened the book, breathing in that familiar scent before I started reading. The stories were actually quite good, quiet tales about ordinary people dealing with small but meaningful moments in their lives. But more than the words on the page, it was the smell that kept bringing me back to my grandmother's house. I remembered how she always had a cup of tea cooling on the side table, how she'd pause in her reading to point out a particularly beautiful sentence or to explain something I didn't understand. She had this way of making every book feel important, like the author had written it specifically for us to discover together. The strange thing is, my grandmother's house was torn down years ago, and most of her books were donated or given away to family members. I'd thought those sensory memories were lost forever, but this random book at a thrift store brought them all back with startling clarity. I've been carrying the book with me for the past few days, occasionally opening it just to breathe in that scent and remember what it felt like to be a kid who thought books were magic because my grandmother treated them that way. It's amazing how smell can be such a direct line to memories that you thought had faded. That story is over. Finding a portal to childhood in the smell of an old book is like discovering time travel is real. Sometimes the universe puts exactly what you need right there on the thrift store shelf. Moving to our next story about discovering natural art in the most unexpected places. I found a shell on the beach last weekend with the most perfect spiral inside, and holding it to my ear actually made me feel connected to the ocean. I wasn't beachcombing with any particular goal in mind, just walking along the waterline, looking for interesting rocks or pieces of sea glass. The beach was pretty picked over, since it was a popular spot, so I wasn't expecting to find anything unusual. This shell was half buried in the wet sand where the waves had just receded. At first glance, it looked like a regular conch shell, maybe 6 inches long, with the typical rough exterior that most shells have after being tumbled by waves for who knows how long. But when I picked it up and brushed off the sand, I realised it was much more special than I'd initially thought. The opening was larger than usual, and when I peered inside I could see this incredible spiral pattern carved into the interior walls. It wasn't just the natural curve that most shells have, but an intricate geometric design that looked almost deliberately created. The spiral started small at the deepest point and gradually widened as it reached the opening, creating this perfect mathematical progression. I've always been skeptical about the whole hold a shell to your ear to hear the ocean thing, figuring it was just some romantic notion that adults tell kids. But this shell was different. When I held it up to my ear, the sound wasn't just the usual whooshing noise that could be explained by air circulation and ambient sound. There was something that actually did sound like distant waves, a rhythmic rushing that seemed to match the pattern of the spiral inside the shell. It was subtle but unmistakable, and the longer I listened, the more it felt like I was hearing something real rather than just my own blood circulation or the wind. I spent probably 20 minutes sitting on a piece of driftwood, alternately examining the spiral pattern and listening to the sound it produced. The detail inside the shell was incredible, with tiny ridges and curves that created this three-dimensional mandala. It looked like something that would take an artist months to carve, but had been created entirely by natural processes. Even though I was sitting right next to the actual ocean, hearing it through the shell felt different, more intimate somehow, like the shell was translating the vast, overwhelming sound of the sea into something personal and manageable. It reminded me of looking at the stars through a telescope, how it makes the infinite feel accessible. I brought the shell home and put it on my desk, and I've been listening to it regularly ever since. The sound is always slightly different depending on the ambient noise in the room and how I position it against my ear. Sometimes it sounds like gentle lapping waves, other times like a distant storm. Friends who've tried it have mixed reactions. Some hear the ocean immediately, others just get the standard whooshing sound that any shell produces. But for me, it consistently creates this connection to the beach where I found it, like having a direct line to that particular stretch of coastline. The visual of the spiral is just as mesmerizing as the sound. I find myself tracing the pattern with my finger, following the curve from the center outward, amazed by the mathematical precision that nature created without any conscious intention. That story is over. Finding a shell that actually delivers on the childhood promise of ocean sounds feels like discovering that some magic is real after all. Nature's geometry never fails to amaze when you take the time to really look at it. Our next story brings us to one of those perfect weather moments that make you want to go barefoot. The rain fell just long enough to cool the pavement yesterday evening, and walking outside afterward felt like stepping into a different season. It had been one of those oppressive summer days where the heat builds up from morning until evening, making everything feel sticky and uncomfortable. The kind of day where even sitting still feels like too much effort. I'd been inside all afternoon with the air conditioning running, but around 6 o'clock I heard the first drops hitting the window. Within minutes it had turned into a proper downpour, the kind of sudden summer storm that appears out of nowhere and transforms everything in a matter of minutes. The rain only lasted about 20 minutes, but it was intense enough to wash all the dust and heat out of the air. When it stopped, I could hear the difference immediately. The oppressive silence that had been hanging over the neighbourhood all day was replaced by the gentle sounds of water dripping from leaves and running into storm drains. I decided to go outside and see how much the temperature had dropped. As soon as I opened the door, I could feel the change. The air was still warm, but it had this clean, fresh quality that made it actually pleasant to breathe. There was a slight breeze that hadn't been there all day, carrying the smell of wet earth and rain-washed plants. On impulse, I took off my shoes and socks and walked out onto the sidewalk barefoot. The pavement was still warm from the day's heat, but now it was also wet and smooth, creating this perfect combination of temperatures. Steam was rising gently from the concrete, visible in the late afternoon sunlight that was finally breaking through the clouds. Walking barefoot on the warm, wet pavement was one of those simple pleasures that I'd completely forgotten about. The texture was smooth and slightly rough at the same time, and the warmth felt like a gentle massage against my feet. Each step released a tiny bit more steam, creating this ephemeral cloud that would appear and disappear within seconds. I walked around the block slowly, savouring the feeling and the dramatic change in the atmosphere. The plants in everyone's yards looked suddenly vibrant and green, like they'd been given a drink after being parched all day. Flowers that had been drooping in the heat were already starting to perk up. Other people were coming outside too, drawn by the same relief from the heat that had brought me out. Kids appeared on porches and in driveways, and I could hear laughter and conversation starting up again after a day of everyone hiding indoors. It was like the whole neighbourhood was waking up from a heat-induced nap. The air smelled incredible, that distinctive scent that comes right after summer rain. It's something you can't bottle or recreate, a combination of ozone, wet earth, and all the plants releasing their fragrances at once. Breathing it in felt like drinking cool water after being thirsty all day. By the time I made it back home, my feet were completely clean from walking on the rain-washed pavement, and I felt more refreshed than I had all day. The temperature had dropped at least 10 degrees, and the humidity that had been suffocating earlier now felt gentle and comfortable. That story is over. There's something about rain that resets the world, turning an unbearable day into evening perfection in just 20 minutes. Walking barefoot on warm, wet pavement hits all the right sensory notes at once. Let's move to our next story, about one of those mornings when nature decides to put on a concert. I woke up to birds singing in harmony this morning, and for the first time in my life, it actually sounded like they were performing together. Usually when I wake up, the bird sounds outside my window are just random chirping. Some loud crows arguing with each other, a few robins doing their own thing, maybe a cardinal somewhere in the distance. Just the usual morning chaos of different birds making noise at the same time. But today was completely different. I opened my eyes around 6:30 and immediately noticed that something was off about the sounds coming from outside. Instead of the typical scattered bird calls, there was this organised melody happening. It started with what sounded like a single robin doing a simple tune, then another bird joined in with a slightly different note that complemented the first one perfectly. Within a few minutes, more voices had joined what was becoming this incredible natural chorus. I could pick out different species contributing their own parts to the overall song. The deeper, more resonant calls of the larger birds created a bass line, while the smaller songbirds filled in with these delicate, high-pitched melodies that wove in and out of each other. I lay in bed for probably half an hour just listening, afraid that moving or making any noise might break whatever spell was happening outside my window. The harmony was so perfect, it almost sounded artificial, like someone had composed it specifically for this morning and trained all the neighbourhood birds to perform it in unison. The strangest part was how long it lasted. Usually bird songs are brief, just quick calls back and forth before they move on to whatever birds do with their day. But this coordinated performance went on for almost 45 minutes, with different birds taking turns as the lead vocalist, while the others provided backup harmonies. I finally got up to look out the window and I could see dozens of birds perched in the oak tree in my backyard and on the power lines running between houses. They were all facing the same direction, like a proper choir arranged for optimal acoustics. Some were opening and closing their beaks in obvious singing postures, while others seemed to be listening and waiting for their cue to join in. As the sun got higher and the morning progressed, the concert gradually came to an end. One by one, the birds started flying away to begin their regular daily activities. But for those 45 minutes, they'd created something that sounded more intentional and beautiful than most human musical performances I've attended. I've been trying to figure out what might have caused this unusual behaviour. Maybe it was something about the weather conditions, or perhaps there's a biological reason why birds might suddenly decide to coordinate their calls. But honestly, I'd rather not know the scientific explanation. Some experiences are better left mysterious. That story is over. A 45-minute bird concert sounds like nature's way of saying good morning properly. Sometimes the universe just decides to remind you that magic can happen in the most ordinary moments, right outside your bedroom window. Our next story comes from someone whose sleepless night became surprisingly soothing. The time my neighbour's Windchimes played all night, and somehow it was the most peaceful sound I've ever heard. I'm usually a pretty light sleeper, so when the weather forecast called for strong winds overnight, I was already preparing myself for a restless night. Our neighbourhood has a lot of older houses with big trees, and windy nights usually mean branches scraping against roofs and shutters banging around. My next door neighbour Clara has these Windchimes hanging from her back porch. I'd heard them occasionally during the day when there was a breeze, just soft metallic sounds that would drift over the fence between our yards. They seemed pleasant enough during daylight hours, but I'd never really paid much attention to them. Around midnight, the wind started picking up like the meteorologists had predicted. I was lying in bed, listening to all the usual nighttime storm sounds. Leaves rustling, garbage cans rattling, the general creaking and groaning that old houses make when the weather gets rough. I was resigned to spending the night half awake, waiting for each new noise to settle down. But then I started noticing Clara's Windchimes, and instead of being another annoying sound keeping me awake, they were creating this incredibly soothing melody. The wind was consistent enough that the chimes weren't just randomly clanking together. They were producing these gentle flowing sequences of notes that seemed to follow some kind of natural rhythm. The chimes must have been tuned to a specific scale because every combination of notes they created sounded harmonious. Sometimes the wind would catch just 2 or 3 of the tubes, creating these simple, pure tones. Other times, a stronger gust would activate the whole set, producing these rich, complex chords that would fade gradually as the wind died down. What amazed me was how the sound never became repetitive or annoying, even though it continued for hours. The wind patterns were varied enough that the chimes kept creating new melodies, like having a composer who never ran out of ideas. Sometimes the music would be barely audible, just the faintest tinkling in the background. Other times, it would swell into something fuller and more resonant. Instead of tossing and turning like I usually do during windy nights, I found myself actually relaxing. The constant, gentle music was like having a lullaby that adapted itself to the natural rhythms of the storm. Each time I'd start to drift off, a new sequence of notes would begin, not jarring enough to wake me up completely, but melodic enough to ease me deeper into sleep. I must have dozed on and off throughout the night, always aware of the chimes in the background, but never bothered by them. It was like sleeping to the sound of a very patient musician who was content to play quietly all night without expecting an audience. When I woke up the next morning, the wind had died down and the chimes were silent. The sudden quiet actually felt strange after hours of that gentle musical accompaniment. I realised I'd slept better during that stormy night than I had in weeks of perfectly calm weather. I mentioned it to Clara when I saw her getting her mail later that day. She smiled and said the chimes had been her grandmother's, specially tuned to create pleasant sounds, no matter how the wind hit them. Her grandmother had believed that music should be part of everyday life, even during sleep. Now, I actually look forward to windy nights, hoping to hear that accidental concert from next door again. It's changed how I think about the sounds that surround us when we're trying to rest. That story is over. Wind chimes that actually help you sleep instead of keeping you awake sounds like the perfect neighbour situation. Sometimes the best music happens when nobody's trying to make it, just nature and metal tubes creating something beautiful by accident. Our next story takes us into the kitchen with a mystery that connects strangers across time. I found a handwritten recipe in a used cookbook yesterday, and trying it made me feel like I was sharing a meal with someone I'll never meet. I was browsing through the cookbook section at a used bookstore downtown, looking for something with simple recipes that wouldn't require ingredients I'd never heard of. Most of the books were the usual suspects, popular cookbooks from celebrity chefs, or diet books that promised unrealistic results. But there was this older cookbook tucked between two glossy modern ones, something from the 70s with a faded cover and pages that had obviously been used frequently. The binding was loose and some of the pages had stains that told stories of many meals prepared from its instructions. It cost $3, and something about its well-worn appearance appealed to me more than the pristine books around it. When I got home and started flipping through it, I found a handwritten recipe card tucked between pages about desserts. It was written in blue ink on lined paper, the kind of careful handwriting that belonged to someone who took their time forming each letter. The recipe was for something called Sunday morning pancakes, with ingredients listed in measurements that had been adjusted and crossed out several times. The original recipe called for 2 cups of flour, but someone had crossed that out and written 2.5 cups in the margin. The sugar measurements had been changed from a 1/4 cup to a 1/3 cup, with a note that said, "Tom likes them sweeter," or "Sabiwog ohonyam wawa." There were other small modifications throughout, little adjustments that had obviously been made through trial and error over multiple attempts. At the bottom of the card, in the same careful handwriting, was a note that read, "Best with coffee and Sunday paper. Don't rush the mixing. Lumpy batter makes fluffy pancakes." It was signed with just initials, MR, and dated 1978. Whoever MR was, they'd perfected this recipe over time and cared enough to document their improvements. I decided to try making the pancakes exactly as MR had written them, including all the crossed out adjustments and margin notes. Following someone else's trial and error process felt like getting cooking advice from a friend, even though this friend had probably made these pancakes decades before I was born. The recipe was surprisingly detailed in its simplicity. MR had included timing notes like "let batter rest 5 minutes" and "medium-low heat only." These weren't instructions you'd find in a regular cookbook, but the kind of knowledge that comes from making the same recipe dozens of times and learning what works. When I poured the first pancake onto the griddle, the batter behaved exactly like MR had predicted. It was lumpy and looked wrong, but it cooked into this incredibly fluffy, light pancake that was better than any I'd made following traditional recipes. The adjustments for extra flour and sugar created the perfect texture and sweetness. As I ate them with coffee and the Sunday newspaper, just like MR had recommended, I found myself wondering about the story behind this recipe. Who was Tom, and did he know that someone had adjusted a recipe specifically for his sweet tooth? Did MR make these pancakes for a family every Sunday morning, or were they a special treat for quiet mornings alone? There's something profound about following someone's personal recipe modifications, using their exact measurements and timing. It felt like channeling their experience, benefiting from all the Sunday mornings they'd spent perfecting these pancakes for people they loved. I've made MR's pancakes 3 times since finding the recipe, and they're perfect every time. Each time I make them, I think about this unknown person who took the time to write down not just ingredients, but wisdom about patience and the value of imperfect batter. That story is over. Following someone's handwritten recipe feels like inheriting a small piece of their kitchen wisdom. The fact that MR documented their trial and error process makes it even more personal, like getting cooking lessons from a time traveller. Our next story brings us to the quiet beauty of winter's delicate artwork. The little pond behind my apartment complex froze over in perfect circles last week, and I spent an entire morning just staring at the patterns in the ice. It's not a very big pond, maybe 20 feet across, more of a decorative water feature than anything functional. During warmer months, it's home to a few ducks and the occasional heron, but in winter, it usually just sits there, looking unremarkable. The temperature had dropped suddenly over the weekend, going from mild December weather to proper winter cold in the space of about 12 hours. When I looked out my bedroom window Monday morning, I expected to see the pond covered with a plain sheet of ice, like it had been during previous cold snaps. Instead, the surface was covered with these incredible, circular patterns that looked like someone had spent hours creating ice art. Each circle was perfectly round, maybe 6 inches in diameter, with slightly raised edges that caught the morning light. They covered the entire surface of the pond, fitting together like puzzle pieces with no gaps between them. The patterns weren't random or chaotic. Each circle seemed to have been formed with mathematical precision, and the way they interlocked created this larger geometric design that was mesmerizing to look at. Some circles had smaller circles inside them, creating these concentric patterns that looked almost like targets or ripples frozen in time. I'd never seen anything like it before, so I bundled up and went outside to get a closer look. Walking around the edge of the pond, I could see that the ice formations had different textures and thicknesses. Some circles were crystal clear, allowing me to see straight through to the pond bottom. Others were cloudy or had these delicate air bubbles trapped inside. The morning light was hitting the ice at the perfect angle, making some sections glow while others remained in shadow. The raised edges of each circle created tiny shadows that emphasized the three-dimensional quality of the patterns. It was like looking at a piece of abstract sculpture that had been created entirely by natural processes. I spent probably 2 hours walking around that pond, taking pictures from different angles and just marvelling at the complexity of what winter had created overnight. Other residents started coming out to see what I was looking at, and soon there were half a dozen people standing around admiring the ice formations. Nobody could explain exactly how the circles had formed. One neighbour thought it might have something to do with the way the water had frozen from the outside in, creating currents that formed the circular patterns. Another person suggested it was related to the depth of different parts of the pond, or maybe underground springs that had affected the freezing process. Whatever the scientific explanation, the visual effect was stunning. It reminded me of looking at photographs of crop circles or aerial views of ancient stone arrangements, except this was happening in miniature, right outside my apartment. Nature had turned an ordinary pond into temporary art that would only last until the next warm day. By afternoon, the sun had started to melt some of the more delicate formations, and by the end of the week, the pond had returned to being covered with regular, unremarkable ice. But for those few days, it was this incredible display that made me stop and really notice something I walked past every day without thinking about. I've been checking the pond every morning since then, hoping for another cold snap that might create something equally beautiful. Even though I know the exact same pattern probably won't happen again, I'm curious to see what other kinds of ice art might appear when the conditions are just right. That story is over. A pond turning into natural geometry overnight is the kind of winter magic that makes cold weather worth it. The fact that it was temporary makes it even more special, like nature was showing off just for a few days before returning to normal. Our next story comes from someone whose morning routine got the sweetest possible interruption. The neighbour's cat has been sneaking into my apartment through my bedroom window for about 3 months now, and I just found out why. I live on the second floor of this converted Victorian house, and my bedroom window opens onto a fire escape that faces the small garden behind the building. I always keep the window cracked open a few inches because the radiator makes my room uncomfortably warm, even during the cooler months. At first I thought I was imagining things. I'd come home from work and find these tiny white and grey hairs on my dark blue bedspread, but I don't have any pets. Then I started noticing that my throw pillow was always moved to the exact same spot on my bed, right where the afternoon sun hits strongest through the window. The mystery solved itself on a Thursday when I came home early from work with a migraine. As I climbed the stairs to my apartment, I could hear this soft purring coming from inside my bedroom. I unlocked my door as quietly as possible and tiptoed to my bedroom doorway. There, sprawled across my bed in that sunny spot, was the most content grey and white cat I'd ever seen. She was lying on her back with all four paws in the air, completely dead to the world. Her belly was rising and falling in that peaceful rhythm that only deeply sleeping cats achieve. The afternoon light was streaming across her fur, making her look like she was glowing. I stood there for probably 10 minutes just watching her sleep, and honestly, it was the most relaxed I'd felt all week. When she finally woke up and saw me standing there, she didn't seem startled at all. She just stretched, gave me this slow blink that cat people know means affection, and then hopped down to rub against my legs, before sauntering back out the window, like she owned the place. I asked my downstairs neighbour about her the next day. Turns out her name is Luna, and she belongs to the family 3 houses down the street. My neighbour told me Luna has been doing this for years, finding different apartments with open windows and claiming the best napping spots. Apparently, I'm just her latest conquest. Now I leave the window open specifically for her. I even bought a small cat bed and put it right in that sunny spot, but she still prefers my actual bedspread. Every weekday, around 2 in the afternoon, like clockwork, I hear the soft thud of paws landing on my fire escape, followed by the gentle scrape of claws on the windowsill as she climbs inside. I work from home sometimes, and on those days I get to watch her whole routine. She'll circle the bed 3 times, knead the blanket with her paws until it's perfectly arranged, then curl up in exactly the same position every time. Left side, facing the window, tail wrapped around her nose. She sleeps for exactly 2 hours, then wakes up, stretches and heads back out into the world. The funny thing is, having Luna visit has completely changed how I feel about coming home. There's something so peaceful about knowing that someone, even if it's a cat, has chosen your space as their safe haven. My bedroom always smells faintly of warm fur now, and there's usually a little dent in the bedspread where she's been sleeping. I've started looking forward to finding those grey and white hairs on my pillow. It means my apartment is a place where someone feels safe enough to be completely vulnerable, to sleep so deeply they're oblivious to the world around them. That story is over. Being chosen by a cat who could nap anywhere but picks your sunny window is basically winning the pet lottery without having to buy food or clean a litter box. Luna has excellent taste in afternoon nap locations. Moving to our final story tonight, about discovering that sometimes the biggest surprises come from the smallest seeds. I accidentally grew the biggest pumpkin in my town, and now I'm questioning everything I thought I knew about gardening. This whole thing started last spring when my partner convinced me to try growing vegetables. I'd never grown anything more complex than a houseplant that usually died within a few months, but they bought me this little starter kit with seeds and soil and said it would be fun to try together. The kit came with instructions for tomatoes, carrots, lettuce, and 1 random pumpkin seed. Everything was supposed to be grown in containers on our apartment balcony, since we don't have a yard. I dutifully planted everything according to the directions, watered them daily, and waited to see what would happen. The tomatoes sprouted first, then the lettuce. The carrots were taking their time, and honestly, I'd completely forgotten about the pumpkin seed until this tiny green sprout appeared in the corner pot about 2 weeks later. It seemed so small and fragile compared to the other plants, so I gave it extra attention, maybe watered it a little more, talked to it sometimes when my partner wasn't around to tease me. Within a month, that little pumpkin plant had outgrown its container. The vines were spilling over the sides and reaching toward the railing. My partner suggested we transplant it to a bigger pot, so we got the largest planter we could fit on the balcony and moved it over. The plants seemed happy with the extra space and really took off. Look, by July, the vines had grown so long they were hanging down the side of our building. Our downstairs neighbour mentioned that she was enjoying the natural curtain outside her window. I was starting to get a little concerned about how big this thing was getting, but the first tiny pumpkin had appeared, so I figured we were on the right track. That's when things got completely out of control. The pumpkin started growing at what seemed like an impossible rate. Every morning it was noticeably bigger than the day before. Within 2 weeks it had gone from tennis ball sized to basketball sized. By August it was so heavy that the vine couldn't support it anymore, and we had to rig up a sling system to keep it from falling onto the sidewalk below. My partner started documenting its growth with daily photos because neither of us could believe what we were seeing. The thing was enormous and still growing. It had completely taken over our balcony. The vines were now reaching across to our neighbour's balcony, and we'd had to move all our other plants inside to make room. September came, and the pumpkin was officially bigger than anything I'd ever seen outside of a county fair. Our building manager got involved because other tenants were complaining that the vines were blocking their views and dropping leaves everywhere. We measured it at over 200 pounds and still growing. That's when I decided to call the local newspaper as a joke. I figured they might want to do a funny little story about the apartment dweller who accidentally grew a monster pumpkin. The reporter who came out took one look at it and immediately called the editor. Turns out my accidental pumpkin was bigger than anything that had ever been grown in our town's history. Within a week, we had people stopping by constantly to take pictures. The local news station did a segment about it. Someone from the county fair called to ask if we wanted to enter it in their competition. My partner and I were completely overwhelmed by the attention. The weirdest part was that I still had no idea what I'd done differently. I'd literally just watered it and let it grow. I hadn't used any special fertilizers or techniques. I hadn't even known what I was doing. Yet somehow, this random seed from the beginner's kit had produced what appeared to be a record-breaking pumpkin. The harvest was a whole production. We had to get the fire department involved to help lower it down from our second floor balcony because it was too heavy for the sling system we'd rigged up. Half the neighbourhood came out to watch. Someone brought a scale from the hardware store, and we officially weighed it at 287 pounds. That story is over. Going from never gardening to accidentally breaking town records with a single seed is the most wholesome kind of chaos. Sometimes beginner's luck isn't luck at all, just pure love and attention creating something extraordinary. Well, that brings us to the end of tonight's collection of peaceful stories. Whether these helped you drift off, or simply reminded you to notice the small magic happening around you every day, I hope they brought a little comfort to your evening. Sweet dreams, and I'll see you next time. Our next story comes from someone whose quiet neighbourhood routine got the sweetest possible interruption. The neighbour's cat keeps sneaking into my apartment through my bedroom window, and I think I've figured out her daily schedule better than my own. I'm a mirror, and I live on the second floor of this old brick building, with a fire escape that faces the courtyard. I always keep my window cracked because the radiator runs way too hot, even in winter. For weeks I kept finding these orange and white hairs on my dark comforter, but I don't have any pets. I'd also noticed that my throw pillow was always moved to this one specific spot on the bed, right where the afternoon sun streams in strongest. At first I thought maybe I was just forgetting how I'd left things. The mystery solved itself last Tuesday, when I came home early with a headache. As I walked up the stairs, I could hear this soft purring coming from inside my apartment. I unlocked my door as quietly as possible and crept toward my bedroom. There, sprawled across my bed in that sunny patch, was this gorgeous calico cat, completely dead to the world. She was lying on her back with all four paws in the air, her belly rising and falling in that perfect rhythm that only deeply sleeping cats have. The sunlight was hitting her fur just right, making her look like she was glowing. I stood there for probably 15 minutes just watching her sleep, and honestly, it was the most peaceful I'd felt all month. When she finally woke up and saw me, she didn't seem startled at all. She just stretched, gave me one of those slow blinks, then hopped down to rub against my legs, before casually strolling back out the window like she owned the place. I asked Mrs. Chen downstairs about her the next day. Turns out her name is Sunny, and she belongs to the family 2 buildings over. Mrs. Chen laughed and said, "Sunny's been doing this for years, apartment hopping to find the best napping spots. I'm apparently just her latest conquest. Now I leave the window open specifically for her. I even bought a small cat bed and put it in that sunny spot, but she still prefers my actual bedspread. Every weekday around 2 in the afternoon, like clockwork, I hear the soft thud of paws on the fire escape, then the gentle scrape of claws as she climbs through. On days when I work from home, I get to watch her whole routine. She'll circle the bed exactly 3 times, knead the blanket with her paws until it's perfectly arranged, then curl up in the same position every single time. Left side facing the window, tail wrapped around her nose, she sleeps for exactly 2 hours, then wakes up, stretches, and disappears back into the world. Having Sunny visit has completely changed how I feel about coming home. There's something so calming about knowing someone has chosen your space as their safe haven. My bedroom always smells faintly of warm fur now, and there's usually a little indent in the comforter where she's been sleeping. I've started looking forward to finding those orange and white hairs on my pillow, because it means my apartment is a place where someone feels safe enough to be completely vulnerable. That story is over. Being chosen by a neighbourhood cat who could nap literally anywhere but picks your sunny window is basically winning the lottery. Sunny has excellent taste in afternoon real estate, and Amira's getting free companionship without any of the vet bills. Speaking of unexpected visitors, our next story comes from someone whose gardening experiment got completely out of hand. I accidentally grew what turned out to be the biggest pumpkin in town history, and I still have no idea how it happened. My name is Reed, and this whole thing started last spring when my girlfriend convinced me to try growing vegetables. I'd never successfully kept anything alive more complex than a cactus, but she bought me this beginner's kit with seeds and soil. The kit had instructions for tomatoes, carrots, lettuce, and 1 random pumpkin seed. Everything was supposed to grow in containers on our apartment balcony since we don't have a yard. I planted everything according to the directions, watered them daily, and waited to see what would happen. The tomatoes came up first, then the lettuce. The carrots were slow starters, and honestly, I'd forgotten about the pumpkin until this tiny green shoot appeared in the corner pot 2 weeks later. It looked so fragile compared to everything else, so I gave it extra attention, maybe watered it a bit more, talked to it when my girlfriend wasn't around to make fun of me. Within a month, that little plant had completely outgrown its container. Vines were spilling over the sides and reaching toward the balcony railing. We transplanted it to the biggest pot we could fit, and the thing seemed thrilled with the extra space. It absolutely took off. By July, the vines were so long they hung down the side of our building. Our downstairs neighbour mentioned she was enjoying the natural curtain outside her window. I was getting concerned about the size, but the first tiny pumpkin had appeared, so I figured we were on track. That's when everything got insane. The pumpkin started growing at this impossible rate. Every single morning, it was noticeably bigger than the day before. Within 2 weeks, it went from tennis ball to basketball size. By August, it was so heavy the vine couldn't support it anymore, and we had to rig up this elaborate sling system to keep it from crashing onto the sidewalk. My girlfriend started taking daily photos because neither of us could believe what we were seeing. This thing was enormous and still growing. It had completely taken over our balcony. The vines were reaching across to our neighbour's balcony, and we'd moved all our other plants inside to make room. September rolled around, and the pumpkin was officially bigger than anything I'd ever seen outside a county fair. Our building manager got involved because other tenants were complaining about blocked views and leaves dropping everywhere. We measured it, at over £200, and it was still growing. As a joke, I called the local newspaper thinking they might want a funny story about an apartment dweller with a monster pumpkin. The reporter took one look and immediately called his editor. Turns out my accidental pumpkin was bigger than anything ever grown in our town's recorded history. Within a week, we had constant visitors taking pictures. The local news did a segment. Someone from the county fair called about entering their competition. My girlfriend and I were completely overwhelmed by the attention. The weirdest part, I still had no clue what I'd done differently. I literally just watered it and let it grow. No special fertilizers, no techniques, no knowledge. Just this random seed from a starter kit, producing what appeared to be a record-breaking pumpkin. The harvest became a whole production. We needed the fire department to help lower it from our second-floor balcony because it was too heavy for our sling system. Half the neighbourhood came out to watch. Someone brought a scale from the hardware store, and we officially weighed it at £287. I won the county fair without even trying. The prize was a blue ribbon and a gift certificate to the garden centre, which felt pretty ironic since I clearly didn't need help growing things. The local paper ran a follow-up about the accidental champion who broke a 15-year record on his first attempt. Now it's spring again, and I'm terrified to plant anything. What if it was just beginner's luck? What if I try again and grow something completely normal? Or worse, what if I accidentally create some kind of vegetable monster that takes over the entire building? That story is over. Going from plant serial killer to accidentally breaking town records with zero knowledge is the most chaotic, wholesome energy possible. Reeds out here making master gardeners question their entire life's work with one lucky seed. Our next story comes from someone who experienced one of those random acts of kindness that stick with you forever. A complete stranger paid for my coffee this morning and disappeared before I could thank them, and it's been on my mind all day. I'm Talia, and I was having one of those weeks where everything felt like it was going sideways. My car had broken down, work was stressful, and I'd barely slept because my upstairs neighbours were doing renovations at weird hours. I dragged myself to my usual coffee shop around 7, looking forward to that first sip of caffeine that might make the day manageable. The place was packed with the morning rush, and the line was longer than usual. I stood there half awake, scrolling through my phone and trying not to think about everything I had to deal with. When I finally reached the counter, I ordered my usual medium coffee with oat milk and reached for my wallet. The barista, this young guy with kind eyes, smiled and said, "Actually, the person in front of you already paid for your order." I looked around confused, thinking maybe someone I knew had been ahead of me, but I didn't recognise anyone. "Who was it?" I asked, still processing what had happened. The barista pointed toward the door and said, "That lady in the red coat. She said to tell you to have a better day." I turned to look, but all I could see was a flash of red fabric disappearing around the corner outside. I stood there completely stunned. The stranger had looked at me, somehow sensed I was having a rough time, and decided to do something kind without expecting anything in return. She didn't stick around for thanks or recognition. She just did something nice and moved on with her day. The barista handed me my coffee with an extra smile and said, "Happens more often than you'd think. People paying it forward." But this felt different, more personal. It wasn't just someone randomly covering the next order. This woman had specifically chosen to help me, and I couldn't stop wondering what she'd seen that made her want to do that. I sat down at a corner table and just held my coffee for a while, feeling this unexpected warmth that had nothing to do with the temperature of the drink. Such a small gesture probably cost her less than $5, but it completely shifted my entire mood. Suddenly the broken car and work stress didn't feel quite so overwhelming. I found myself looking around the coffee shop differently, noticing other people who might be having difficult mornings. The businessman at the next table looked exhausted, constantly checking his phone with worry. The college student in the corner had textbooks everywhere and was clearly stressed. Had the woman in the red coat noticed them too? For the rest of the day, I kept thinking about her. Was this something she did regularly, or had today been special somehow? Did she have kids my age and see something that reminded her of them? Was she someone who'd been helped by a stranger once and was paying it forward? I'll probably never know, but I love that there are people who just decide to make someone's day brighter for no reason. The weird thing is, it made me more aware of opportunities to do the same. At lunch, I held the elevator for someone rushing with their hands full. At the gas station, I helped an elderly man reach something on a high shelf. Nothing major, just small moments where I could make someone's day slightly easier. I keep hoping I'll see the woman in the red coat again, maybe in the same coffee shop or around town. I have this whole speech planned about how much her kindness meant, and how it reminded me to look for ways to help others. But maybe that's not the point. Maybe the beauty was in its anonymity, in how she appeared, made a difference, and vanished. Tonight I'm going to bed thinking about red coats and random kindness, and how sometimes the smallest gestures can completely change someone's day. Tomorrow morning, I think I'll pay for someone else's coffee and see if I can spot someone who looks like they could use a reminder that the world isn't entirely terrible. That story's over. The mystery woman in the red coat is exactly the kind of everyday angel we all hope to encounter and aspire to become. There's something magical about kindness with no strings attached, no expectation of recognition or gratitude. Our next story takes us into one of those magical summer evenings that feels straight out of a fairy tale. The night hundreds of fireflies lit up my backyard, and I'm still not entirely convinced it actually happened. I'm Evan, and I've lived in this house for about 4 years now. My backyard is pretty ordinary, just some grass I mow when I remember to, a small patio, and a few trees along the back fence that provide decent shade. Last month I was having trouble sleeping because of the heat wave we'd been dealing with. Even with air conditioning, my bedroom felt stuffy. Around 11 at night, I decided to go outside and sit on the patio, hoping the night air might help me cool down enough to eventually fall asleep. I grabbed a glass of iced tea and settled into the old lawn chair I keep out there. The backyard was completely dark except for the porch light, and everything was quiet except for the usual cricket sounds. I was just sitting there, letting my eyes adjust and enjoying the slight breeze that had finally started up. That's when I saw the first one, a tiny flash of green light near the big oak tree in the corner. Then another by the fence. Within minutes, there were dozens of them blinking all around the yard. Fireflies, more than I'd ever seen in one place. At first, they were scattered randomly, flashing here and there, like little green stars. But as more appeared, they seemed to be coordinating somehow. Groups would light up in sequence, creating these waves of light that moved across the grass. It was like watching slow-motion fireworks at ground level. I sat there mesmerised, afraid to move or make noise that might disturb whatever was happening. The fireflies kept coming until there had to be hundreds floating around my backyard. They were everywhere, in the trees, hovering over the grass, dancing around the patio furniture. The most incredible part was how they seemed to communicate with each other. I'd see a cluster flash in perfect unison near the back fence, then a group by the house would respond with their own synchronised display. It was like they were having a conversation in light, and I was eavesdropping on something magical. I must have sat there for over an hour, just watching this incredible light show in my own backyard. Every few minutes, they'd create new patterns. Sometimes, they'd all flash together at once, turning the entire yard into a galaxy for just a split second. Other times, they'd create flowing chains of light that moved from one side to the other. The strangest thing was how peaceful it felt. Usually, when there are lots of insects around, it feels chaotic and buzzy, but this was different. The fireflies moved so gently, their light was so soft, and even with hundreds of them, everything felt calm and serene. Around midnight, they started to disperse. First the ones in the trees disappeared, then the ones by the fence. Within about 10 minutes they were all gone, leaving my backyard looking exactly like it had before. If I hadn't seen it myself, I never would have believed it happened. I went inside and tried to describe it to my roommate the next morning, but words don't capture what it was like. He suggested maybe I dreamed it, or the heat made me hallucinate, but I know what I saw. I've been going outside at the same time every night since, hoping it might happen again, but the backyard's been completely normal. I looked it up online, and apparently fireflies do sometimes gather in large groups during mating season, but the descriptions don't match my experience. This wasn't just a lot of fireflies in one place. It was like they were performing choreographed dance, creating art with their light. I keep wondering if it was some rare natural phenomenon, or maybe there's something special about my yard I don't know about. The trees aren't particularly old or unique, and the soil's pretty standard. But maybe there's something about how the space is laid out that made it the perfect gathering spot for whatever celebration I witnessed. That story is over. A backyard transformed into a living constellation sounds like something from a Studio Ghibli film. The synchronized light communication makes it even more enchanting, like nature decided to put on a private show just for Evan. Our next story comes from someone whose morning commute includes the most heartwarming daily tradition. There's this elderly lady who waves at me every morning from her front porch, and it's become the best part of my day. I'm Luca, and my route to work takes me down this quiet, residential street lined with older houses, most built probably 60 or 70 years ago. I started taking this route about 8 months ago because it's faster than the main road and way more peaceful than highway traffic. The house is halfway down the street, a small yellow cottage with white trim and flower boxes in every window. It has one of those wraparound porches with a porch swing and several rocking chairs. For the first few weeks I didn't really pay attention to any of the houses. I was usually running late and focused on getting to work on time. But then one morning, as I drove past the yellow house, I noticed movement on the porch. An elderly woman with silver hair was sitting in one of the rocking chairs, and when she saw my car, she raised her hand in a cheerful wave. I was so surprised I almost forgot to wave back, but I managed to lift my hand just before I passed by. The next morning she was there again. Same rocking chair, same friendly wave. This time I was ready and waved back immediately. She smiled so brightly I could see it clearly from the street. It occurred to me she might be sitting out there specifically to watch morning traffic, maybe as part of her daily routine. By the end of the first week, I found myself looking forward to that moment. There was something genuinely warm about her greeting, like she was personally welcoming me to the neighbourhood, even though I was just passing through. I started slowing down slightly as I approached, not enough to disrupt traffic, but enough to make the interaction feel less rushed. She's there almost every morning now, rain or shine. In nice weather, she's in the rocking chair with coffee and sometimes a newspaper. When it's raining, she sits just inside the screen door, but still makes sure to wave when she sees me coming. During winter, she'd be bundled up in thick coats and blankets, but still out there like clockwork. I've started noticing little details about her routine. She has different coloured coffee mugs, and sometimes there's a cat curled up on her lap. On weekends, when I don't drive past, I actually miss seeing her. A few times I've taken that route on Saturday morning just to see if she might be out there, and she usually is, though more relaxed, sometimes reading instead of watching the street. The amazing thing is how this simple interaction has changed my morning mood. I used to start every day stressed about work, mentally going through my to-do list and worrying about meetings. But now, that wave from her porch has become this moment of pure positivity that sets a completely different tone. I've never stopped to introduce myself or have an actual conversation, and I'm not sure if that would be weird or wonderful. There's something perfect about our wordless friendship. She doesn't know my name or where I work or what kind of person I am, but she's decided I'm worth greeting every single morning. That kind of unconditional friendliness is pretty rare. Sometimes I wonder what her story is. Does she have family nearby? Is she retired and enjoying a peaceful morning routine? Or is she lonely and looking forward to these brief connections with people passing by? Has she lived in that yellow cottage for decades? Or is this a new place for her too? A few weeks ago, I was running really late and almost took the highway instead. But at the last second, I decided I couldn't skip our morning wave. When I drove past, she was there as always, and her enthusiastic greeting made me smile despite being behind schedule. I realised this daily interaction had become important enough to influence my decisions. I've started waving at other people I see regularly during my commute. The man walking his dog, the woman tending her garden before work, kids waiting for the school bus. Not everyone waves back, but some do, and it's slowly turning my drive to work into this series of small friendly connections. That story is over. A simple wave creating the most beautiful kind of friendship, one that exists purely in moments of mutual kindness. Sometimes the people who touch our lives most deeply are the ones we never actually speak to. Our next story takes us into the changing seasons and one person's obsession with nature's perfect timing. There's this old tree I pass every spring that blooms before all the others, and I've become completely fascinated by watching for it. I'm Nora, and my daily walk to the train station takes me through this neighbourhood that's been there since the 1950s. Most houses have mature trees in their front yards, big old maples and oaks that create this beautiful canopy during summer. The tree I'm obsessed with is in front of a brick house, about 3 blocks from the station. I'm not sure what kind it is, but it's huge, probably planted when the house was built. Its branches spread wide over the front lawn and part of the street, creating this perfect dome of shade during warmer months. I first noticed it 2 springs ago on one of those March days that still feels like winter. Most trees were completely bare, their branches looking dark and lifeless against the grey sky. But as I passed this particular tree, I noticed tiny buds on the lower branches, little green points that definitely hadn't been there the week before. Over the next few days, I started paying closer attention. While every other tree on the street remained dormant, this one was quietly preparing for spring. The buds got bigger and started showing hints of colour, pale pink and white, that seemed almost impossible in the cold air. By the end of March, it was in full bloom. Hundreds of delicate flowers covered every branch, creating this incredible display of pink and white against still bare trees around it. It looked like someone had taken a painting of spring and dropped it into winter. People walking by would stop and stare, clearly as surprised as I was. Now I watch for it every year. Usually, around the second week of March, I start checking it daily on my walk. The transformation happens gradually at first, then all at once. One day the branches look completely dead, the next there are tiny buds. A few days later, first flowers appear. Within a week, the entire tree is this explosion of colour. What fascinates me is how consistent it is. Every year, regardless of whether we've had a harsh winter or mild one, this tree blooms at almost exactly the same time. It has its own internal calendar that doesn't care about weather or what other trees are doing. While everything else waits for warmer temperatures and longer days, this tree just decides it's time for spring. I've started planning my morning routine around it during bloom season. I leave a few minutes earlier so I can stop and really look without making myself late. There's something incredibly hopeful about seeing those flowers appear when everything else still looks dead and winter-worn. Other people have noticed too. During the weeks it's blooming, I often see neighbours stopping to take pictures or just standing there admiring it like I do. It's become this neighbourhood landmark, the unofficial herald of spring everyone looks forward to seeing. Last year, I brought my mum when she was visiting. She's a lifelong gardener and immediately identified it as an ornamental cherry tree. She explained some varieties are bred to bloom early, and this particular tree was probably chosen specifically for that trait. But knowing the science doesn't make it less magical to witness. That concludes that story. Honestly, not much to say, so it'll just move right along to the next one. I never thought much about libraries until I moved to this small town for work. There's only one in the entire place, tucked between a hardware store and a diner that's probably been there since the 50s. The building itself looks like it was built around the same time, with these tall windows and wooden shelves that creak when you walk past them. I'd been living here for about 3 weeks when I finally decided to check it out. I'm not much of a reader, honestly, but I was getting at my tired of St. laptop screen after work and figured maybe a change of scenery would help. The librarian, an older woman with silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, smiled when I walked in and pointed toward the fiction section. That's when I noticed it. The smell. It wasn't the usual musty odour you'd expect from old books. It was something else entirely, clean and fresh, like the air right after a thunderstorm, when everything feels washed and new. I walked deeper into the stacks, following the scent, trying to figure out where it was coming from. Every single book I pulled from the shelves carried that same fragrance. Not overwhelming, just a subtle hint that made me want to breathe deeper. I asked the librarian about it when I checked out my first novel, some mystery I'd grabbed at random. She laughed softly and said she'd noticed it too, especially on days when it was actually raining outside. Some buildings just hold on to weather, she told me. This one seems to remember every rainstorm that's ever passed through. I started coming back every few days, not really for the books at first, but for that smell. There was something comforting about it, like the building itself was offering a kind of peace I didn't know I needed. I'd find a quiet corner, usually by the windows that looked out onto Main Street, and just sit there breathing in that gentle scent of rain. After a month, I realised I was actually reading the books I borrowed. Really reading them. Not just skimming or getting distracted by my phone every few minutes. There was something about that space, that smell, that made everything slow down in the best possible way. One afternoon I was there during an actual rainstorm, the sound of water hitting the windows mixed with the quiet rustling of pages, and I swear the scent got stronger, like the building was drinking in the weather and storing it in every book, every wooden shelf, every quiet corner. I've been living here for 6 months now, and that library has become my sanctuary. Whenever work gets stressful, or the world feels too loud, I know I can walk through those doors and be surrounded by the gentle smell of rain, no matter what the weather's doing outside. Sometimes I wonder if other people notice it too, or if it's just something the building shares with people who need it most. Either way, I'm grateful I found this place, or maybe it found me. That story ends there. There's something so beautiful about spaces that hold on to good things, like that library somehow bottling up every peaceful rainy day and sharing it with anyone who needs a moment of calm. It makes you wonder what other ordinary places might be hiding their own quiet magic. Moving on to our next story, this one comes from someone who discovered that the smallest gestures can create the most meaningful routines. I walk the same route to work every morning. Same streets, same coffee shop, same shortcuts through the park. It's one of those mindless routines you develop without really thinking about it. But it works, so why change it? About 2 months ago, I started noticing this cat, a tabby with orange and black stripes, probably around 3 or 4 years old, sitting by the door of the bakery on 5th Street. At first I figured it belonged to the shop owners, maybe their pet that liked to greet customers in the morning. But then I realised the cat was there before the bakery even opened, 7 in the morning, sometimes earlier, just sitting patiently by the glass door like it was waiting for something specific. The bakery didn't open until 8, but this cat had clearly established its own schedule. I'm not really a cat person, never had pets growing up, but there was something about this little routine that caught my attention. Every single morning, without fail, there it was. Rain or shine, warm weather or cold, that Tabby claimed its spot and waited. The first time I saw the bakery owner come outside with a small paper bag, I understood. She'd open the door, scratch the cat behind the ears, and share whatever pastries hadn't sold the day before. The cat would eat carefully, never rushing, then clean its paws and settle back into position for the next customer. I started timing my walk differently so I could witness this little morning ritual. There was something peaceful about watching this unspoken agreement between the woman and the cat. No drama, no complications, just a simple exchange of kindness that happened every single day. One morning the cat wasn't there. I actually stopped walking and looked around, thinking maybe it had found a different spot or was running late. The bakery owner came outside at her usual time with the paper bag, looked around for a moment, then went back inside with this worried expression. The cat returned the next day, and I felt genuinely relieved. It occurred to me that I'd become invested in this routine that had nothing to do with me. This small moment between a woman and a stray cat had somehow become part of my day, a reminder that consistency and kindness could coexist in the simplest ways. Now 3 months later, I still adjust my route to pass by during feeding time. The cat recognises me now, offers a brief glance and what might be a nod before returning its attention to more important matters. The bakery owner waves when she sees me, like we're all part of some informal morning club. It's funny how something so small can become so significant. This cat's dedication to showing up, the woman's commitment to sharing her leftovers, the way they've created this perfect little ecosystem of reliability and care, it makes my morning commute feel less like a chore and more like a reminder that good things happen when you pay attention to the world around you. That story is over. The loyalty of that cat and the consistent kindness of the bakery owner created something beautiful without even trying. Sometimes the most meaningful relationships happen between people who never even exchange words, just shared moments of understanding. Our next story takes us into the kindness of strangers in unfamiliar places. I've always been terrible with directions. GPS helps, obviously, but there's something about navigating a new city that just scrambles my brain completely. Streets that should connect somehow don't. Landmarks that look obvious on a map become invisible in person. And don't even get me started on trying to figure out which way is north. Last month, I had a job interview in a city I'd never visited before. I'd studied the route obsessively, printed out maps, even done a virtual walkthrough online. But of course, when I actually got there, nothing looked the way it was supposed to. I was supposed to meet with the hiring manager at 10 in the morning, and by 9:45, I was standing on what I thought was the right street corner, but none of the building numbers matched what I'd written down. The interview was for a position I really wanted, something that could change my career trajectory completely, and I was about to be late because I couldn't figure out basic navigation. I must have looked as lost as I felt because this woman, probably in her 50s, stopped walking and asked if I needed help. She was dressed professionally, clearly on her way to work herself, but she took the time to actually look at the address I showed her. "Oh, you're close," she said with this warm smile. "But the numbering system changes after the bridge. You need to go 3 more blocks that way, then turn left at the coffee shop with the green awning." I thanked her and started walking in the direction she'd pointed, but then I heard her footsteps behind me. "You know what?" she called out. "I'm heading that way anyway. Let me just make sure you find it." She walked with me for those 3 blocks, pointing out landmarks I could use to remember the route. "See that mural on the side of that building? That's your marker for the turn, and the coffee shop is right there, just like I said." When we reached the correct street, she made sure I could see the building number I was looking for. "There it is," she said, pointing to a glass office building about halfway down the block. "You've got plenty of time." I started to thank her, but before I could get the words out properly, she touched my arm gently and said, "I hope your interview goes wonderfully. This city needs more people who care enough to ask for help when they need it." Then she smiled again, that same warm expression she'd had when she first approached me, and continued on her own way. I stood there for a moment, watching her disappear into the crowd of morning commuters, feeling like I'd just experienced something rare. The interview went well, partly because I arrived calm and on time instead of frazzled and late, but mostly I kept thinking about that stranger who'd gone out of her way to help someone she'd never see again. No expectation of anything in return, just pure kindness offered to another human being who needed it. I got the job, actually. Started 2 weeks later and moved to that city permanently. I still think about that woman sometimes, especially when I see other people looking lost or confused. It reminds me that the smallest gestures can have the biggest impact, and that sometimes being human just means paying attention to when someone else needs help. That story is over, The fact that she not only gave directions but walked with a complete stranger to make sure they found their destination safely shows the kind of humanity we need more of in this world. Sometimes guardian angels wear business attire and have 5 minutes to spare. Let me tell you about someone who found beauty in something most people would just throw away. I was cleaning up my backyard last weekend, one of those seasonal projects I'd been putting off for months. Raking leaves, trimming overgrown bushes, basically trying to make the space look like someone actually cared about it. The previous owners had let things go pretty wild, and I was still figuring out what was intentional landscaping versus what was just nature taking over. That's when I found the kite. It was tangled high up in the old oak tree, probably 15 feet off the ground, wrapped around several branches like it had been there for months. The colours were still bright though, purple and yellow, with long streaming tails that had somehow avoided getting completely shredded. My first instinct was to leave it there. Not my kite, not my problem, and definitely not worth the hassle of trying to get it down, but something about those colours flapping in the wind kept catching my eye every time I looked up. It seemed wrong somehow, like leaving a bird trapped in a cage. I ended up borrowing a ladder from my neighbour and spending the better part of an hour carefully untangling the string and fabric from the branches. The kite was in better shape than I'd expected, just a small tear in one corner and some dirt that brushed right off. I brought it inside and spread it out on my kitchen table to get a better look. Someone had clearly loved this thing. The construction was solid, not some cheap toy from a dollar store, and there were little personal touches, reinforcement tape applied with care, a small patch that looked like it had been sewn on by hand. The tear was easy enough to fix with some clear tape, and after a gentle cleaning, the colours were even brighter than they'd appeared in the tree. I found myself wondering about the person who'd lost it. A kid disappointed that their afternoon at the park had ended with their kite getting stuck, an adult trying to relive childhood memories. That afternoon, there was a perfect breeze in my backyard. Not too strong, not too gentle, just right for flying. I took the kite outside, attached the string I'd managed to save, and sent it up into the sky. It flew beautifully, stable and graceful, dancing with the wind like it was exactly where it belonged. I stood there for probably an hour, just watching it soar and dip, feeling ridiculously happy about this simple thing. A couple of kids from the neighbourhood came over to watch, drawn by the bright colours against the blue sky. One of them asked if they could try flying it, and I spent the rest of the afternoon teaching them how to work with the wind, how to let out line and reel it back in. When it was time to bring the kite down, I realised I didn't want to put it away in some closet where it would sit unused again. So I asked the kids if any of them wanted to take it home. The youngest one, probably about 7 years old, lit up like I'd just offered him treasure. I helped him wind up the string properly and showed him how to fold the kite so it wouldn't get damaged. His parents were grateful but confused about why I was giving away what they assumed was my kite. I just told them it belonged to someone who would appreciate it. Watching that kid run home, clutching the kite carefully in both hands, felt better than keeping it for myself ever could have. Sometimes the best thing you can do with something beautiful is make sure it finds its way to someone who will love it the way it deserves to be loved. That story is over. There's something magical about rescuing something that was meant to fly, and then watching it soar again. The fact that it found its way to a child who would truly appreciate it, it feels like the universe working exactly the way it should. Our next story comes from someone who discovered a small miracle hiding in their daily routine. I'm one of those people who thrives on routine. Same coffee shop, same order, same table by the window if it's available. I know it probably sounds boring to some people, but there's something comforting about having that one predictable thing in your day when everything else feels chaotic. There's this little cafe about 2 blocks from my apartment called the Corner Cup. Nothing fancy, just mismatched furniture and local art on the walls, but they make the best lavender honey latte I've ever tasted. I started going there about 8 months ago when I moved to the neighbourhood. At first I just grabbed whatever table was open, Sometimes I'd end up squeezed between other customers, sometimes stuck facing a wall, occasionally lucky enough to snag a spot with decent lighting. But after a few weeks, I found myself gravitating toward this particular table by the big front window. Perfect view of the streets, natural light for reading, close enough to the counter that I could smell whatever pastries they were baking that day. The thing is, this was clearly the most desirable seat in the place. Big, comfortable chair, prime real estate for people watching, the kind of spot that should always be taken during busy morning hours. But somehow, every single day when I walked in around 9:30, it was empty and waiting. I started to wonder if maybe I just had incredible timing. Maybe the previous person always left at exactly 9:25, creating this perfect window for me to claim the spot. Coincidences happen, right? But then I noticed something else. On days when I was running late, when I didn't arrive until 10 or even 10:15, the table would still be available. Empty coffee cups on other tables, people clearly having been there for a while, but my window seat remained untouched. I'm not usually the type to ask questions about these kinds of things. If something good is happening, why risk ruining it by digging too deep? But my curiosity finally got the better of me. Last Tuesday I thanked Rosa, the barista who usually makes my drink, and casually mentioned how lucky I was to always find that window table available. She smiled this knowing smile and said, "Oh, that's not luck, honey, we just keep it for you." I must have looked confused because she laughed and continued, "You come in every day, same time, always so polite, never demanding or difficult. Miguel and I figured out your routine about 2 months ago. It's not hard to hold one table for 10 minutes when we know you'll be here." I was speechless for a moment. These people had been quietly looking out for me, making sure I had this small daily comfort, and I'd never even realised it. "But what if other customers want it?" I asked. Rosa shrugged. "We just tell them it's reserved. Most people understand. Besides, you tip well and you never stay too long hogging the space. It makes us happy to see you settled in your spot with your book and your latte." I've been thinking about that conversation all week. Not just the kindness of it, but the fact that they'd been paying attention to my habits, caring enough about my small daily ritual to protect it. In a world where customer service often feels impersonal and rushed, finding people who notice and care about the little things feels almost revolutionary. Now when I sit at that table, sipping my lavender honey latte and watching the morning foot traffic, I'm not just enjoying the coffee and the view, I'm experiencing this quiet reminder that sometimes people look out for each other in ways we don't even see. That story's over. The idea that the staff quietly orchestrated this small daily kindness without any expectation of recognition shows how much impact we can have just by paying attention to what makes other people's days a little brighter. Sometimes the most meaningful customer service happens behind the scenes. Let me share something from someone who experienced nature's perfect timing. I hate winter, always have, probably always will. The cold seeps into everything. Daylight disappears before you're ready. And by February, I'm basically hibernating until spring decides to show up again. This past winter felt especially brutal. One of those seasons where March arrives and you're still bundled up, like you're preparing for an Arctic expedition every time you step outside. By the first week of April, I was beyond ready for warm weather. I'd been checking the forecast obsessively, watching for that magical day when the temperature would finally climb above 50 degrees and stay there. But spring seemed to be taking its sweet time this year. I work from home, which means I can go days without really stepping outside beyond grabbing mail or taking out trash. It's easy to lose track of what's happening with the weather when you're just moving from bedroom to kitchen to desk and back again. But last Thursday, I had to run some errands that couldn't wait. I grabbed my usual layers: heavy sweater, winter coat, scarf, gloves, the full armour I'd been wearing for what felt like 6 months straight. Checked my phone for the temperature, because I always check my phone for the temperature. 48 degrees. Clothes but not quite warm enough to risk going out underdressed. But when I opened my front door, something was different. The air felt soft, Not the sharp, biting cold that had been greeting me every morning since October, but something gentle and welcoming. I stood there for a moment, confused, because 48 degrees in January feels completely different from 48 degrees in April. I took a few steps outside and realised I didn't need the scarf. Then I unzipped my coat and discovered I didn't need that either. The sun was hitting my face with actual warmth, not just light, and for the first time in months I could smell growing things instead of that sterile winter scent of cold and snow. I ended up walking to run my errands instead of driving, something I hadn't done since fall. Every block revealed new signs of spring I'd somehow missed while hiding indoors. Tiny green buds on tree branches, early flowers pushing up through the dirt, people walking their dogs without looking miserable about it. But the best part was realising I wasn't alone in this discovery. Everyone I passed seemed to be experiencing the same revelation. People were walking slower, looking around instead of just hurrying to their destinations. I saw at least 3 people sitting on park benches, just sitting there, enjoying the warmth like they'd forgotten it was possible. At the grocery store, the cashier commented on how busy they'd been all day. "First nice day we've had," she said. "Everyone's coming out of hibernation at the same time." On my walk home, I passed a coffee shop I'd driven by hundreds of times without really noticing. They had their outdoor seating set up, little tables with umbrellas that had probably been stored away since last October. A few brave souls were actually sitting outside with their drinks, looking like they'd won some kind of lottery. I stopped and bought an iced coffee, something I hadn't even considered ordering in months, and sat at one of those little tables. The metal chair was still cold from winter, but the sun on my shoulders was warm enough that it didn't matter. I sat there for an hour, just watching people rediscover the simple pleasure of being outside without suffering for it. Dog walkers lingering in the park, kids riding bikes instead of being bundled into cars, elderly couples taking slow strolls hand in hand. When I finally went home, I left all my winter gear by the door instead of hanging it back in the closet. Something told me I wouldn't be needing it again for a while. That story is over. There's something almost magical about that first warm day after a long winter, when you can physically feel the world waking up around you. It's like nature's way of reminding us that difficult seasons always end, and sometimes the relief is so sweet it's worth the wait. Our next story comes from someone who stumbled upon a beautiful mystery that made their daily walks more meaningful. I started taking walks in Riverside Park about 6 months ago, when my doctor suggested I needed more exercise and fresh air. Nothing too ambitious, just a 20-minute loop around the main path to get my heart rate up and give me an excuse to step away from my computer screen. The park isn't huge, but it's well maintained with plenty of benches scattered along the walking trail. Most of them are the standard municipal variety, green metal frames with wooden slats, the kind you see in parks everywhere. I'd usually stop at one halfway through my walk to catch my breath and check my phone. About 3 weeks into my new routine, I noticed something unusual. There was a small piece of paper taped to the back of one of the benches, barely visible unless you were sitting down and happened to look behind you. When I peeled it off to examine it closer, I found a tiny pencil drawing of a bird in flight with a note written underneath in careful handwriting. "You are braver than you believe." It was such a random, sweet little thing that I tucked it into my pocket and forgot about it until I got home. But something about finding it had made my day just a little bit brighter. A few days later, I was walking my usual route when I spotted another small paper taped to a different bench. This one had a sketch of a tiny flower with the words, "Someone is proud of you," written in the same neat handwriting. I started looking more carefully at the other benches as I passed them. Sure enough, there were more. Not on every bench and not always in the same spot, but scattered throughout the park like little hidden treasures. Each one featured a simple, delicate drawing paired with an encouraging message. "You matter more than you know. This difficult time will pass. The world is better because you're in it." I became obsessed with finding them. My 20-minute health walks turned into 45-minute treasure hunts, as I carefully checked every bench, every tree, every spot where someone might have left one of these mysterious gifts. Some days I'd find 3 or 4, other days none at all, but knowing they might be there made every walk feel like an adventure. The drawings were clearly done by someone with real artistic skill. Not professional illustrations, but thoughtful, careful sketches that showed genuine talent and attention to detail. Butterflies, leaves, small landscapes, tiny portraits of cats and dogs, each one unique and obviously created with love. But it was the messages that really got to me. They weren't generic motivational quotes or religious sayings. They felt personal, like someone had carefully considered what a stranger walking through the park might need to hear. Your kindness ripples outward. Rest is not giving up. You're exactly where you need to be. I started bringing a small notebook with me to copy down the messages I found. Not to keep the actual papers because I had a feeling they were meant to be discovered by different people, but because I wanted to remember the words that had made me smile on difficult days. After about 2 months of collecting these little gifts, I decided I wanted to try to thank whoever was creating them. I wrote a short note explaining how much joy their art had brought to my walks, and taped it to one of the benches where I'd found several drawings. The next day, my note was gone, replaced by a new drawing of 2 hands reaching toward each other, with the message, "Kindness creates kindness." I never figured out who the mystery artist was. I've tried walking at different times of day, hoping to catch them in the act of placing their creations, but no luck. It's probably better that way. The magic is in the surprise, in stumbling across these unexpected moments of beauty and encouragement when you need them most. I still walk in that park 3 times a week, and I still find the occasional drawing. They're less frequent now. Maybe the artist has moved on to other projects or other parks, but every time I discover one, it feels like finding buried treasure. My favourite one, the one I kept instead of leaving for someone else to find, simply said, "Thank you for noticing," with a drawing of an eye surrounded by small stars. I think it was meant specifically for me, an acknowledgement that someone had seen me searching and appreciated that I cared about their small acts of anonymous kindness. That story is over. The idea that someone was quietly spreading joy through tiny works of art, expecting nothing in return, is the kind of anonymous kindness that restores your faith in humanity. Sometimes the most beautiful gifts are the ones we never see being given, moving to something that captures a moment of pure magic, shared by an entire community. Last Saturday, there was a lantern festival at Miller Lake, one of those community events I'd seen advertised but never thought I'd actually attend. I'm not usually the type to join crowds for organised activities, but my friend Iris had been talking about it for weeks, and I finally agreed to go just to get her to stop asking. We arrived as the sun was starting to set, and the entire lakefront was filled with families setting up blankets and folding chairs. There were food trucks lined up along the walking path, kids running around with glow sticks, and volunteers handing out small paper lanterns to anyone who wanted one. I'll be honest, at first it felt like any other community gathering. Pleasant enough, but nothing particularly special. We found a spot on a small hill overlooking the water, spread out our blanket, and waited for whatever was supposed to happen next. Around 8:30, someone made an announcement over a crackling microphone system. Time to light the lanterns. Iris had brought matches, and we carefully lit the small candle inside our lantern, watching as the paper walls began to glow with warm, golden light. All around us, hundreds of other people were doing the same thing. The hillside started to twinkle as lantern after lantern came to life, each one casting this soft, peaceful radiance in the gathering darkness. Then came the moment I'll probably remember for the rest of my life. At exactly 9 o'clock, as if everyone had received the same silent signal, people began releasing their lanterns into the night sky. Not all at once, but in small groups, creating this gradual wave of floating lights that drifted upward on the evening breeze. Iris and I let ours go, watching as it joined the growing constellation of lanterns rising above the lake. But it wasn't just the sight that took my breath away. It was the sound, or rather, the lack of sound. Hundreds of people, families with children, teenagers, elderly couples, all standing together in complete, reverent silence as these delicate lights floated higher and higher. No one was talking, no one was taking photos. Everyone was just experiencing this moment of shared wonder. The lanterns caught the wind currents and began drifting out over the water, their reflections creating perfect doubles on the lake's surface. It looked like the stars had come down to visit, floating between the sky and their own mirror images. Some lanterns travelled together in small clusters, others went solo, spinning slowly as they rose. A few got caught in the trees along the shoreline, but most sailed smoothly upward until they became tiny points of light against the darkness. We sat there for almost an hour, watching until the last lantern disappeared into the night. As people began packing up their blankets and heading back to their cars, there was still this hushed quality to the conversations, like everyone understood they'd just witnessed something sacred. Walking back to the parking area, I overheard a little girl ask her father where the lanterns would go. He thought for a moment, then said, "Wherever they need to go, sweetheart. They'll find their way." I've been to plenty of festivals and community events over the years, but nothing that created that sense of collective magic. For one perfect hour, hundreds of strangers came together to create something beautiful, and then let it go, trusting that the beauty itself was enough. That story is over. There's something profoundly moving about an entire community participating in an act of letting go together, creating beauty for the simple joy of watching it drift away into the night. Sometimes the most powerful experiences happen when we stop trying to capture moments and just let ourselves be present in them. Our next story comes from someone who discovered how a child's perspective can transform an ordinary day. I was having one of those afternoons where everything felt heavy. Work had been frustrating, I'd gotten some disappointing news from my doctor, and I was walking home with that familiar weight sitting on my shoulders that makes even simple tasks feel overwhelming. My usual route takes me through Maple Street, a quiet residential area with sidewalks lined by old oak trees. It's normally a peaceful walk, but that day I was too caught up in my own thoughts to notice much of anything around me. I was about halfway home when I heard this voice behind me, small and excited. Wait up! I turned around to see a little boy, probably around 5 years old, running toward me with something clutched carefully in both hands. He had grass stains on his knees and that slightly breathless look kids get when they've been playing hard. When he reached me, he stopped and held out his hands with the most serious, proud expression I'd ever seen on such a young face. Nestled in his palms was a single dandelion, the kind most adults consider a weed, but to this kid, it was clearly treasure. "This is for you," he announced solemnly. "It's the biggest one I found." I looked down at this child, offering me a flower he'd obviously chosen with great care, and something shifted in my chest. The weight I'd been carrying all day didn't disappear, but it felt different somehow, lighter. "Thank you," I said, accepting the dandelion as seriously as he'd offered it. "It's beautiful." His whole face lit up with this enormous grin. "I know. I looked everywhere for the perfect one. That one has the most yellow." He was right. Looking at it properly, it really was a particularly vibrant specimen. The petals were fully opened, bright golden yellow against the green stem, and it had that fresh, just-picked quality that made it seem almost luminous. "Are you sad?" he asked, with the directness only children can manage. "You looked sad when you were walking." I considered how to answer that. "A little bit," I admitted, "but this helps." He nodded like that made perfect sense to him. "Flowers always help. My mom says they're like sunshine you can hold." Before I could respond, a woman's voice called from across the street. "Sam, there you are?" A woman who was obviously his mother was waving from her front porch. "That's my mum," Sam explained unnecessarily. "I have to go eat dinner now, but keep the flower, okay? And remember, it's sunshine." He ran back across the street, stopping once to wave at me before disappearing inside his house. I stood there holding that dandelion, feeling like I'd just received the most important gift of my day. I carried it the rest of the way home, twirling the stem between my fingers. When I got to my apartment, I put it in a small glass of water and set it on my kitchen windowsill. It lasted 3 days before the petals started to fall, but every time I looked at it, I remembered that little boy's wisdom about flowers being sunshine you can hold. Sam was right. That dandelion did help. Not because it solved any of my problems, but because it reminded me that beauty and kindness exist everywhere. Sometimes in the smallest, most unexpected packages. A 5-year-old had looked at a stranger and decided they needed sunshine, then made sure they got it. That story is over. Children have this incredible ability to see magic in things adults have forgotten to notice, and sometimes their gift of pure, uncomplicated kindness is exactly what we need to remember what matters. A dandelion might be a weed to most people, but to someone who needed sunshine, it was perfect. Let me tell you about someone who found peace in a hidden corner of the world. I've lived in this neighbourhood for 3 years, and I thought I knew every street, every shortcut, every corner worth knowing. My apartment is in one of those areas where everything's been developed and redeveloped so many times that you assume there are no surprises left. No hidden spaces that haven't been turned into parking lots or mini malls. Last month I was walking back from the grocery store when I took a wrong turn trying to avoid construction on my usual route. I ended up on a narrow side street I'd never noticed before, squeezed between 2 larger roads, like an afterthought in the city planning. About halfway down the block, I spotted something that didn't belong. There was an old wooden gate set into a high stone wall, the kind of entrance that looked like it had been there for decades. The gate was painted green, though the paint was faded and peeling, and it was partially hidden behind an overgrown hedge that someone had clearly stopped trimming years ago. What caught my attention wasn't the gate itself, but the fact that it was slightly open, just a few inches enough to suggest that someone had passed through recently, but hadn't bothered to close it properly behind them. I'm not usually the type to explore random openings in strange walls. Private property is private property, and I have a healthy respect for other people's boundaries, but there was something about that partially open gate that felt like an invitation rather than a mistake. I pushed it open just wide enough to peek through, expecting to see someone's neglected backyard or maybe a narrow alley leading to another street. Instead, I found myself looking into a small courtyard that felt like it had been transported from somewhere far away and long ago. The space was maybe 30 feet square, completely enclosed by high stone walls covered in ivy. In the centre was a small fountain, not working but still beautiful, surrounded by weathered stone benches and planted areas that had grown wild but somehow still looked intentional. There were no signs, no indication of who this space belonged to or whether it was public or private, but there was also no litter, no evidence of vandalism, no sense that this was an abandoned or forgotten place. Someone was clearly taking care of it, just quietly. I stepped inside and closed the gate behind me, feeling like I'd discovered a secret room in a house I thought I knew completely. The sounds of traffic from the surrounding streets were muffled by the high walls, creating this bubble of calm in the middle of the city. I sat on one of the stone benches and just breathed. The air smelled different here, cleaner, and somehow older, like the ivy and old stone were filtering out the urban chaos and leaving something purer behind. I spent about 20 minutes in that courtyard, not doing anything particularly meaningful, just existing in a space that felt separate from the rush and noise of regular life. When I finally left, I made sure to close the gate carefully behind me, the way you'd close the door of someone's home after a visit. I've been back 4 times since then, always in the afternoon when the light filters through the ivy in this soft, green way. I've never encountered anyone else there, though I can tell other people visit. Sometimes there are fresh flowers on the fountain's edge, or the benches have been swept clean of leaves. Yesterday, I brought a book and spent an hour reading in that peaceful silence. When I left, I found myself wondering about the person or people who maintain this hidden space? Are they neighbours who've claimed this forgotten corner? Artists who created this sanctuary for anyone who needs it? Does it matter? As long as it continues to exist, I hope I never find out who's responsible. Some mysteries are more beautiful when they remain unsolved, and this feels like one of them. All I know is that there's a gate on a side street that opens into peace, and sometimes that's enough. That story is over. Hidden gardens like this feel like secret gifts from the universe, quiet spaces that exist just for those who need them most. The fact that someone maintains it anonymously, expecting nothing in return, makes it even more magical than if it were an official public space. This next story takes us into one of those perfect moments of connection that happen between strangers. I don't usually take public transportation. I have a car and I'm used to the control and privacy that comes with driving myself wherever I need to go. But last week, my car was in the shop for repairs and I needed to get across town for a doctor's appointment. The train was surprisingly clean and quiet for a Tuesday afternoon. I found a seat by the window and settled in for what I expected to be a boring 40-minute ride through suburban landscapes I'd probably seen 100 times from the highway. But something about the rhythm of the train, the gentle swaying and the soft clickety-clack of the wheels on the tracks was more soothing than I'd anticipated. I put away my phone and just watched the scenery roll past the window. That's when I started noticing my fellow passengers. There was an elderly man across the aisle reading a paperback mystery novel, completely absorbed in the story. A woman with grey hair pulled back in a loose bun was knitting something colourful, her needles moving in a steady, meditative rhythm. Two college-aged kids were sharing earbuds, heads bobbing slightly to whatever music they were listening to. Nobody was talking, not because the atmosphere was tense or unfriendly, but because there was something peaceful about the journey that seemed to invite quiet reflection rather than conversation. It felt like we were all experiencing the same sense of calm that comes from being in motion without having to direct that motion yourself. About 20 minutes into the ride, we passed through a section where the tracks ran alongside a wide river. The afternoon sun was hitting the water at just the right angle, creating these brilliant flashes of light that danced across the surface like scattered diamonds. I noticed the elderly man had stopped reading and was looking out his window at the same view. The woman with the knitting had paused her work to watch the scenery. Even the college kids had pulled out their earbuds and were staring at the river with expressions of quiet appreciation. For about 5 minutes, as we travelled along that stretch of water, the entire train car fell into this shared moment of wonder. Nobody pointed or exclaimed or tried to take pictures. We all just watched together as that beautiful landscape unfolded outside our windows. When the tracks curved away from the river, people gradually returned to their books and conversations and knitting. But there was something different about the atmosphere now, warmer somehow, like we'd all participated in something meaningful, together without needing to acknowledge it directly. The elderly man caught my eye and smiled. Just a brief nod of recognition that we'd both noticed the same beautiful thing. The woman with the knitting looked up and gave me the same kind of gentle smile, like we were all members of some informal appreciation society. When I reached my stop, I felt genuinely sorry to leave, not because I'd formed any deep connections with my fellow passengers, but because I'd experienced something I didn't know I was missing. The simple pleasure of travelling through the world at a pace that allows you to actually see it, surrounded by other people who are doing the same thing. Walking into the doctor's office, I realised I felt more relaxed and centred than I had in weeks. Not because anything dramatic had happened, but because I'd spent 40 minutes in a space where the goal was simply to move through the world mindfully, appreciating what was there to be appreciated. I'm thinking about taking the train more often, even after my car is fixed. There's something to be said for journeys that give you time to notice things, surrounded by strangers who become temporary companions in the simple act of paying attention to the world outside the window. That story is over. There's something magical about those moments when a group of strangers all noticed the same beautiful thing at the same time, creating this brief sense of shared humanity without needing any words at all. Sometimes the best conversations happen in complete silence. Our next story comes from someone who found perfect peace in watching a simple moment unfold. I was having one of those afternoons where I couldn't focus on anything productive. Work emails kept piling up. I had 3 loads of laundry that needed folding, and my kitchen looked like a disaster zone from making breakfast 6 hours earlier. But instead of tackling any of those responsibilities, I found myself sitting on my back porch with a cup of coffee, procrastinating in the most pleasant way possible. That's when I noticed my dog, Anna, had found the perfect spot. There's this patch of my back deck where the afternoon sun hits at just the right angle, creating a warm rectangle of golden light on the weathered wooden planks. Anna, my 7-year-old golden retriever mix, had discovered this sunny spot and arranged herself in it with the precision of someone who understands exactly what they need. She'd curled up in a tight circle, her tail wrapped around her paws, positioned so that every inch of her body was bathed in that warm sunlight. Her eyes were closed, but not in the restless way dogs sometimes sleep during the day. This was the deep, peaceful rest of a creature who had found exactly where she belonged in that moment. I sat there watching her breathe, slow and steady, her chest rising and falling in perfect rhythm. Occasionally, her ears would twitch at some distant sound, a car passing, or a neighbour calling to their own dog, but she wouldn't open her eyes. She was completely committed to this experience of pure contentment. The sunlight was hitting her golden fur in a way that made her look like she was glowing from within. Every few minutes, she'd shift slightly to follow the warming rays as the sun moved across the sky, but always with minimal effort. Just enough adjustment to stay perfectly positioned in her pool of light. I found myself breathing in sync with her, my own shoulders relaxing as I watched this masterclass in the art of being present. Anna wasn't thinking about dinner time or wondering when I might take her for a walk. She wasn't anxious about anything that had happened yesterday or worried about anything that might happen tomorrow. She was simply here now, experiencing the exact sensation of warm sun on fur and finding it completely sufficient. My coffee grew cold as I sat there, but I didn't want to get up to reheat it. Moving would have felt like interrupting something sacred. Instead, I just watched as my dog demonstrated the kind of mindful presence that humans spend years trying to achieve through meditation and therapy. At one point, a squirrel ran across the fence line, chattering loudly at something in the neighbour's yard. Anna's ears perked up, and she opened one eye, acknowledged the squirrel's existence with a look that seemed to say, "Yes, I see you, but I'm busy right now," then closed her eye again and returned to her sun worship. The sun eventually moved enough that her perfect rectangle of light began to shift toward the edge of the deck. Anna opened both eyes, assessed the situation with the seriousness of an engineer evaluating a construction project, then stood up, stretched luxuriously, and repositioned herself 3 feet to the left where the light had migrated. She settled back into her circle, let out a small sigh of satisfaction, and resumed her peaceful breathing. The whole relocation had taken less than 30 seconds, executed with the efficiency of someone who has their priorities clearly defined. I stayed on that porch for another hour, watching Anna chase the sunlight across the deck in slow motion, making these tiny adjustments to stay perfectly positioned in her moving pool of warmth. By the time the sun had moved too far to provide her sunny spot, I felt like I'd witnessed a masterclass in contentment. When Anna finally gave up on the sun and padded inside for her evening meal, I realised that all my earlier stress about emails and laundry and kitchen messes had somehow evaporated. Not because any of those tasks had become less important, but because I'd spent 2 hours watching a living example of how to find peace in simple pleasures. That story is over. Dogs have this incredible ability to find perfect contentment in the most basic experiences, and sometimes watching them can teach us more about mindfulness than any meditation app ever could. Anna had turned following a patch of sunlight into an art form of living in the moment. Let me share a story about music, an unexpected connection. I was walking through downtown last Thursday evening, heading home from work through the usual maze of office buildings and chain restaurants. It had been one of those long days where nothing particularly bad happened, but everything felt slightly more difficult than it should have been. Small frustrations piling up until I was ready to get home and not think about anything for a while. As I turned the corner onto 5th Street, I heard violin music drifting from somewhere up ahead. Street musicians aren't uncommon in that area, though usually it's someone with a guitar playing covers of popular songs, hoping to collect enough spare change for dinner. But this was different. Cleaner, more intentional, with the kind of technical skill that suggested real training rather than just busking for survival. I followed the sound and found the source about halfway down the block. A man who looked to be in his 50s was standing near the entrance to the subway station, playing a violin with the focused concentration of someone performing in a concert hall rather than on a busy sidewalk. He had his case open at his feet, but there wasn't much money in it, just a few scattered coins and a couple of dollar bills. Most people were walking past without stopping, caught up in their own evening rush to get wherever they needed to be. I stopped about 10 feet away and listened. He was playing something classical, nothing I could identify by name, but it was beautiful, complex and emotional, with these soaring melodic lines that seemed to transform the urban noise around us into something more musical. After a few minutes he finished the piece and looked up, scanning the small crowd that had gathered. His eyes met mine, and he smiled, the kind of genuine warm expression that suggested he was genuinely happy someone was paying attention to his music. Without any announcement or pause, he launched into another piece. But this time, something felt different. It wasn't just that I was listening, it was that he was playing for me, specifically. Not exclusively, but with an awareness that someone in his audience was really hearing what he was doing. The second piece was even more beautiful than the first, a melody that started simple and then built layers of complexity, with moments of incredible technical brilliance woven seamlessly into passages that were pure emotion. I found myself completely absorbed, forgetting about the traffic noise and the other pedestrians hurrying past. When he finished, he nodded at me with this expression of quiet satisfaction, like we'd just shared something meaningful. I applauded, which felt slightly awkward on a public street, but also completely appropriate for what I'd just experienced. I walked over to his case and dropped a $10 bill among the scattered coins. It wasn't much, but it was what I had in my wallet, and it felt important to acknowledge that what he'd just done had real value. "Thank you," I said. "That was incredible." He smiled again, this time with what looked like genuine gratitude. "Thank you for listening, really listening. Most people hear the music, but you are actually present for it." I wasn't sure how to respond to that, but I understood what he meant. There's a difference between having music wash over you as background noise and actively engaging with it as art. Somehow, he'd recognised that I was doing the latter. "What were those pieces?" I asked. "The first was Bach, a partita I've been working on for about 20 years, still finding new things in it. The second was something I wrote myself. Just finished it last week." The fact that he'd played his own composition for me, a complete stranger who'd stopped to listen on a busy street, felt like an incredible gift. Original music shared in the moment of its creation, performed by the person who'd imagined it into existence. I stood there for another few minutes as he played one more piece, something lighter and more playful than the others. A few other people stopped to listen, but it still felt like a personal performance, like he was sharing his art with a small group of friends, rather than trying to attract attention from passers-by. When I finally continued on my way home, I felt completely different than I had 20 minutes earlier. Not just because I'd heard beautiful music, but because I'd participated in this moment of genuine human connection through art. A stranger had recognised something in me, had chosen to share his creativity, and had transformed an ordinary Thursday evening into something memorable. That story is over. There's something magical about musicians who recognise when someone is truly listening and respond by giving their best performance, creating these intimate moments of connection in the middle of busy public spaces. Sometimes the most beautiful concerts happen on sidewalks for audiences of one. This next story comes from someone who found wonder in the most ordinary part of their day. I'm one of those people who checks the weather constantly. Not because I have outdoor plans or any practical need to know if it's going to rain, but because I'm always hoping the forecast will surprise me with something interesting. A dramatic thunderstorm, an unexpected warm day in winter, anything that breaks up the monotony of ordinary weather patterns. Last Tuesday afternoon, I was walking back to my office after lunch when I happened to glance up at the sky. I don't usually spend much time looking upward during the day, too focused on avoiding sidewalk cracks and not bumping into other pedestrians, but something made me tilt my head back. There, directly overhead, was the most perfectly formed cloud I'd ever seen in my life. It wasn't just that it looked like something recognisable, which clouds do all the time if you stare at them long enough and use your imagination. This cloud looked exactly like a swan. Not approximately like a swan, not kind of like a swan if you squinted and turned your head sideways, but precisely like a swan floating on invisible water. The head was perfectly proportioned, with a long, elegant neck curved in that characteristic S-shape swans make when they're gliding across a lake. The body was full and rounded, and there were even details that looked like individual feathers along the edges. Most incredible of all, it appeared to have its wings spread slightly, as if it was in the middle of a graceful landing. I stood there on the sidewalk, head craned back, completely transfixed. People walked around me, probably thinking I was having some kind of medical episode, but I couldn't bring myself to care. This cloud was so perfectly formed, so impossibly detailed, that it felt like discovering a work of art that had been painted across the sky. I pulled out my phone to take a picture, but as I was trying to get the right angle, the cloud began to shift. Just slightly at first, the neck elongating a bit, the body becoming less defined. By the time I managed to capture a photo, it was already transforming into something less recognisable. I watched for another 10 minutes as my perfect swan gradually dissolved into ordinary cloud formations. The neck stretched and broke apart. The body flattened and spread. The wing details blurred until they were just wisps of white against the blue sky. Within 15 minutes, there was no trace of the swan left. Just regular clouds doing regular cloud things, drifting across the afternoon sky like they had never been anything special. But I knew what I had seen. For a few perfect minutes, the atmosphere had arranged itself into something impossibly beautiful and precise, then quietly returned to normal, like nothing had happened. I went back to work, but I kept thinking about that cloud throughout. I went back to work, but I couldn't concentrate on anything for the rest of the afternoon. I kept thinking about that swan cloud, how perfect and temporary it had been. The photo I'd managed to take showed just a vague cloud formation that could have been anything, which somehow made the experience feel even more precious. That evening, I found myself telling everyone about it. My co-worker, my roommate, the barista at my usual coffee shop. I probably sounded a little obsessed, describing this cloud in minute detail to people who smiled politely and nodded, while clearly thinking I needed to get out more. But I didn't care if it made me sound strange. Something about witnessing that perfect swan had shifted something in me, made me more aware of the temporary art that's constantly being created and destroyed above our heads. Now I look up more often, not obsessively, but with the kind of attention I never paid to the sky before. Most of the time, clouds are just clouds, but occasionally, if I'm paying attention at exactly the right moment, I catch glimpses of something extraordinary floating overhead. I haven't seen another perfect swan, but last week I spotted what looked exactly like a sailing ship, complete with billowing sails. It lasted maybe 3 minutes before the wind pulled it apart, but for those 3 minutes, I felt like I was watching magic happen in real time. The sky's full of temporary masterpieces, created by wind and moisture, and atmospheric pressure, existing just long enough for anyone who happens to look up at the right moment to witness something impossible and beautiful. That story is over. There's something profoundly moving about perfect natural formations that exist for just a few minutes before dissolving back into ordinary elements. It makes you realise how much beauty we miss simply because we're not looking up at the right moment. Our next story comes from someone who discovered a piece of the past hidden in the present. I'm obsessed with used bookstores. Not the neat, organised chains where everything's alphabetised and the staff can tell you exactly where to find what you're looking for, but the chaotic, cramped places where books are stacked in precarious towers and you never know what treasures you might uncover. There's this particular shop called Binding Time that I visit maybe twice a month. It's the kind of place where the aisles are so narrow you have to turn sideways to squeeze past other customers, and the owner, an elderly man who clearly loves books more than profit, lets you browse for hours without pressure to buy anything. Last Saturday, I was digging through a section of vintage paperbacks when I pulled out a 1970s mystery novel with a faded cover that, as I flipped through the pages to check its condition, something small and white fluttered to the floor. It was a postcard. Not a modern one, but the old-fashioned kind with thick cardstock and that distinctive ageing that only comes from decades of existence. The front showed a black and white photograph of a lighthouse on a rocky coast, with "Greetings from Cape Lighthouse, Maine," printed in cheerful 1950s lettering. I flipped it over and found a message written in careful blue ink. The handwriting elegant in that way people used to learn in school. "My dearest Margaret, the lighthouse keeper told us the most wonderful stories about ships he's guided safely to shore. I thought of you and how you've been my lighthouse through these difficult months. The cottage we're staying in has morning glories climbing the front porch, and they remind me of the ones in your mother's garden. I hope you're finding peace in your new surroundings. All my love, Thomas." September 15th, 1952. I stood there in that cramped bookstore aisle, holding this piece of someone else's history, feeling like I'd accidentally opened a time capsule. The postcard was addressed to Margaret Williamson at an address in Burlington, Vermont, but it had obviously never been mailed. No postmark, no stamp, just this message of love and encouragement preserved between the pages of a mystery novel for 70 years. I wondered about Thomas and Margaret. Were they lovers separated by distance, siblings, close friends navigating some difficult period in their lives? What were the difficult months Thomas mentioned, and what new surroundings had Margaret found herself in? The lighthouse reference felt particularly poignant. Someone had seen Margaret as their guiding light, their safe harbour during troubled times. And here I was, decades later, discovering this declaration of gratitude and affection purely by accident. I brought the postcard to the bookstore owner, thinking maybe it belonged with the shop somehow, but he just smiled and said, "Looks like it's yours now. Things like that turn up here all the time. Books hold on to secrets." I bought the mystery novel, partly because it seemed wrong to separate the postcard from its accidental home, but mostly because I felt like I'd been entrusted with something precious. That postcard now lives on my bookshelf, tucked back inside the pages where I found it. Sometimes I take it out and reread Thomas's words. Even though it wasn't written to me, there's something comforting about his message. The reminder that people can be lighthouses for each other, guides through difficult waters. The image of morning glories climbing a cottage porch, connecting present beauty to past memories. I've started paying more attention to the books I buy from used stores, flipping through pages more carefully to see what previous owners might have left behind. Shopping lists, pressed flowers, bookmarks made from concert tickets, all these small artifacts of lives lived and stories told. But I haven't found another postcard like that one. Maybe because finding something so perfect requires exactly the right combination of timing and accident, the kind of discovery that can't be planned or repeated. I like to think that somewhere, Margaret received other lighthouses from Thomas, other messages of love and encouragement that actually made it to their destination. But this one found its way to me instead, carrying its timeless message across decades to remind me that kindness and gratitude never go out of style. That story is over. Finding messages from the past hidden in unexpected places feels like receiving mail from history itself. A reminder that every generation has shared the same hopes and struggles and need for connection. Sometimes the most meaningful words are the ones that wait patiently for exactly the right person to discover them. Let me tell you about someone who witnessed nature's most perfect performance. I'm an early riser, always have been. Not by choice exactly, but because my brain seems programmed to wake up around 5:30, no matter what time I went to bed. Most mornings I make coffee and catch up on emails or read until the rest of the world starts functioning. But last Thursday I decided to walk down to the beach instead. I live about 10 minutes from the ocean, close enough that I can hear the waves on quiet nights. But I don't actually visit the water as often as I should. There's something about having a beautiful place so close to home that makes you take it for granted, like it'll always be there when you finally decide to appreciate it. That morning, I grabbed my coffee and walked down to Crescent Bay just as the sky was starting to lighten. I was the only person on the beach, which wasn't surprising given the early hour, but it felt special anyway, like having a private theatre for whatever nature decided to perform. The ocean looked different than I'd ever seen it before. Instead of the usual rolling waves and constant motion, the water was perfectly still. Not just calm, but actually motionless, like someone had poured liquid glass across the entire bay and left it to set. I'd lived near this beach for 3 years and never seen the water so completely flat. Usually, even on the calmest days, there's some movement, some gentle lapping at the shoreline, or subtle swells rolling in from deeper water. But this morning, the ocean looked like a mirror that stretched all the way to the horizon. As the sun started to rise, painting the sky in those soft pastels that only happen right at dawn, the water began reflecting everything with perfect clarity. Every cloud, every colour, every subtle shift in the light was duplicated below, creating this double world where sky and sea became indistinguishable. I sat down on a piece of driftwood and just watched as the sunrise unfolded, both above and below me simultaneously. The actual sun appeared over the horizon, a golden disc climbing slowly into view, while its reflection climbed upward from the depths of the mirror ocean, the two suns moving toward each other until they seemed to meet in the middle of the world. The reflection was so perfect that for a moment I couldn't tell which was real and which was the copy. The sky above looked exactly like the sky below, the clouds floating both ways at once, the whole scene creating this impossible symmetry that made me feel like I was suspended between two identical worlds. A single seagull flew across the bay, and I watched both the bird and its reflection glide through their respective skies, perfectly synchronized. Even that small movement seemed to enhance the magic rather than break it, adding life to the mirror without disturbing its flawless surface. I stayed there for almost an hour, watching the sun climb higher and the colours shift from soft pastels to the brighter hues of full daylight. The water remained absolutely still the entire time, holding its perfect reflection like it was determined to give me this one flawless morning. By the time I walked back home, I could see other people starting their day. Dog walkers heading out for morning exercise, joggers stretching on their front porches, the familiar rhythm of a world waking up. But I felt like I was carrying this secret with me, this knowledge of what the ocean could do when no one else was watching. I've been back to that beach at sunrise several times since then, hoping to see that perfect mirror effect again. The mornings have been beautiful, but different. Gentle waves, normal reflections, the kind of lovely ocean views that make living near the water worthwhile. But nothing like that one magical morning when the sea decided to become a perfect mirror. Maybe it was a rare combination of weather conditions, or maybe the ocean just occasionally decides to show off for anyone willing to get up early enough to witness it. Either way, I'm grateful I was there at exactly the right moment to see something I'll probably remember for the rest of my life. That story is over. Witnessing nature's perfect moments feels like being invited to see something usually kept hidden, a reminder that the world creates beauty constantly, whether or not anyone is there to appreciate it. Sometimes the best performances happen for audiences of one. Our next story comes from someone who discovered that sometimes kindness arrives at exactly the right moment. I've lived in the same apartment for about 2 years now, and I've always kept to myself. Not because I'm antisocial, but because I work from home and my schedule doesn't really overlap with most of my neighbours. I know their faces from passing in the hallway. We exchange polite nods when we're checking mail at the same time, but we've never had actual conversations. About 3 weeks ago, I was going through what felt like the worst week of my adult life. I'd lost a freelance contract that made up most of my income. My mum had been diagnosed with something scary that required surgery, and I was dealing with insurance complications that kept me on hold with customer service representatives for hours at a time. I wasn't sleeping well, wasn't eating regularly, basically just existing in this fog of stress and worry that made everything feel 10 times harder than it should have been. Simple tasks like grocery shopping or doing laundry became these overwhelming obstacles that I'd put off until I absolutely couldn't anymore. Wednesday morning, I woke up to the smell of fresh bread. Not the artificial scent from some candle or air freshener, but the real thing. Warm, yeasty, homemade bread that made my empty stomach growl with the first genuine hunger I'd felt in days. I opened my apartment door to grab the newspaper I never read, but kept subscribing to out of habit. And there on my doormat was a small wicker basket covered with a clean kitchen towel. Underneath the towel, still warm from the oven, was a perfect loaf of what looked like homemade sourdough. No note, no explanation, just this beautiful bread that someone had clearly spent time and care creating. I looked up and down the hallway, thinking maybe I'd catch whoever had left it, but the corridor was empty and quiet like always. I brought the basket inside and cut myself a thick slice. It was incredible. Crispy crust, soft interior, with that perfect tangy sourdough flavour that takes days of careful preparation to achieve. Real bread, made by someone who knew what they were doing, given freely to someone who desperately needed kindness. I ate 3 slices, standing in my kitchen, the first real meal I'd enjoyed in a week. Something about that bread, the fact that someone had noticed I might need it, made me feel less alone with all the problems I was facing. The next morning, there was another basket. This time it contained homemade granola in a mason jar and a small container of what looked like fresh yogurt. Again, no note, but the same careful presentation, an obvious love that had gone into making everything. This continued for a week. Every morning, a new basket with something homemade and nourishing. Fresh muffins, homemade soup in a thermos, pasta salad with vegetables from what must have been someone's garden. Each day, I'd find the previous day's basket cleaned and waiting for the new delivery, like we had this silent system worked out. I tried staying up late to catch my mysterious benefactor, even set my alarm for 5 in the morning, thinking maybe they were an early riser. But whoever was doing this had figured out my schedule perfectly, always managing to leave their gifts during the brief windows when I wasn't likely to open my door. After a week of this incredible kindness, I left my own note in the empty basket. Just a simple thank you, explaining how much their generosity had meant during a difficult time, and asking if there was anything I could do to return the favour. The next morning, the basket contained fresh scones and a small piece of paper with neat handwriting that said, "Pay it forward when you can. Everyone needs a little extra care sometimes. Your neighbour in 3B." I've lived here for 2 years and never realised that the quiet woman who waters plants on her balcony every evening was capable of such thoughtful generosity. We still don't talk beyond polite greetings, but now those greetings carry the weight of shared kindness. The bread deliveries stopped after that week, but they'd served their purpose, I was eating regularly again, sleeping better, facing my problems with the kind of energy that only comes from knowing someone cares about your well-being. Last month, when I noticed the college student in 2A looked stressed and overwhelmed during finals week, I started leaving coffee and homemade cookies outside his door. No notes, no explanations, just anonymous kindness passed along the way it was given to me. That story is over. The idea that someone was quietly paying attention to a neighbour in need and responded with homemade bread is exactly the kind of anonymous compassion that restores your faith in humanity. Sometimes guardian angels live in apartment 3B and express their care through sourdough. Moving on to our next story, this one comes from someone who witnessed one of nature's most magical performances. I never really paid attention to fireflies when I was growing up. I knew they existed, saw them occasionally on summer evenings, but they were just part of the background noise of childhood. Little blinks of light that appeared sometimes after dark. Nothing particularly special or worth stopping to notice. Last July, I was visiting my college friend Maya at her family's cabin in rural Vermont. It's one of those places that feels completely removed from civilization, surrounded by woods and meadows with no light pollution for miles in any direction. The kind of place where you remember what actual darkness looks like. We'd spent the day hiking and were sitting on the back porch around 10 at night, just talking and enjoying the cool air after a hot afternoon. The conversation had naturally wound down to that comfortable quiet that happens between old friends, where you don't need to fill every silence with words. That's when Maya suddenly grabbed my arm and pointed toward the field behind her house. "Look," she whispered, like speaking too loudly might break whatever spell was happening. At first I just saw a few scattered points of light blinking randomly across the meadow. Pretty, but nothing I hadn't seen before in other rural areas. But as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realised the scale of what I was looking at. The entire field, easily 2 acres of open grassland, was filled with fireflies. Not just a few dozen, but thousands of them, maybe tens of thousands, creating this living constellation that pulsed and flickered like the meadow itself was breathing light. We sat there in complete silence, watching as wave after wave of synchronized flashing moved across the grass. It wasn't random blinking anymore, but something that looked almost choreographed. Sections of the field would light up in sequence, creating patterns that flowed from one edge to the other, like visual music. Maya whispered that she'd lived at this cabin every summer for 20 years and had never seen anything like it. Usually, there were fireflies, but just normal numbers scattered around the property. This looked like every firefly in Vermont had decided to hold a convention in her backyard. The display went on for almost an hour, with different patterns and rhythms emerging and fading. Sometimes, the entire field would pulse in unison, like a massive heartbeat made of light. Other times, spirals of illumination would swirl across the meadow, creating these ephemeral mandalas that existed for just a few seconds before dissolving into new formations. I found myself holding my breath during the most spectacular moments, afraid that any movement might disturb whatever natural symphony was playing out in front of us. It felt like witnessing something sacred, a performance that had been happening in meadows like this for millions of years, usually with no human audience at all. Around 11:30, the intensity began to fade. The synchronized patterns broke apart into individual lights. Then gradually fewer and fewer fireflies remained visible until the field returned to its normal summer darkness. Maya and I sat on that porch until past midnight, neither of us wanting to go inside and end the magic of what we'd just experienced. We barely talked about it, because what do you say after witnessing something like that? How do you put that kind of natural wonder into words that do it justice? I've thought about that night constantly since then. Not just the beauty of it, but the timing. What are the odds that I would visit that particular weekend, that we would be sitting outside at exactly the right moment, that the fireflies would choose that night for their spectacular display? Sometimes I wonder if those moments happen all the time, in places where humans aren't around to witness them. How many magical performances does the natural world put on for audiences of trees and grass and sleeping animals? And how lucky was I to get a front row seat for one of them? That story is over. Witnessing thousands of fireflies create synchronized light patterns across an entire meadow sounds like something from a fairy tale, but sometimes reality creates more magic than fiction ever could. Nature's most spectacular shows often happen when we're not even looking for them. Our next story comes from someone who found perfect peace in the simplest sound. I've always been the kind of person who needs background noise to relax. Music, television, podcasts, something to fill the silence, because quiet makes me restless. Even when I sleep, I run a fan or a white noise machine because complete silence feels too empty, too much like being alone with my own thoughts. But last weekend, I was hiking with some friends on a trail about 2 hours outside the city. Nothing too challenging, just a gentle path through woods and meadows that promised good views without requiring any serious climbing skills. The kind of hike that's more about spending time outdoors than testing your physical limits. About halfway through, we stopped for lunch at this clearing that overlooked a small valley. Everyone else was talking and passing around trail mix and water bottles, but something caught my attention, a sound, or maybe the absence of sound, that made me want to listen more carefully. I walked to the edge of the clearing, where the meadow grass grew tall and wild, waving gently in the afternoon breeze. As I got closer, I could hear it more clearly. Not silence, but something subtle and rhythmic. The grass itself was making music. It wasn't anything dramatic or obvious, just a soft whisper as thousands of grass blades brushed against each other in the wind. Like a gentle shushing sound, but with layers and variations that created an almost hypnotic rhythm. Sometimes the breeze would pick up and the sound would intensify. Sometimes it would fade to barely audible, but it never completely stopped. I found myself standing perfectly still, just listening to this natural white noise that I'd probably walked past hundreds of times without noticing. There was something incredibly soothing about it, more calming than any meditation app or relaxation playlist I'd ever tried. My friends were getting ready to continue the hike, but I asked them to give me a few more minutes. I lay down right there in the grass, closing my eyes and letting that gentle rustling sound wash over me. The sun was warm on my face, the ground was soft beneath me, and that constant whisper of grass moving in the wind created the most perfect soundtrack for just existing in that moment. For maybe 15 minutes, I didn't think about work or responsibilities or anything that was happening in my regular life. I just listened to the grass and felt completely at peace in a way I'd never experienced before. It was like discovering meditation without trying to meditate, finding calm without seeking it. When I finally opened my eyes, my friends were sitting nearby, having apparently decided they needed the same kind of break I was taking. Nobody was talking. We were all just lying there in this natural concert hall, listening to the most gentle music the world had to offer. The sound followed us for the rest of the hike. Every time we passed through areas with tall grass, I'd tune into that soft rustling and feel my shoulders relax automatically. It was like discovering a secret frequency that the earth broadcasts constantly, available to anyone who takes the time to really listen. Since that hike, I've started paying attention to similar sounds in other places. The way leaves whisper in the trees outside my apartment window. How rain makes different music depending on what surface it's hitting. The subtle symphony of wind moving through the world around us. I still use my white noise machine at night, but now I also know that whenever I need to find calm, I can step outside and tune in to the natural soundtrack that's always playing. Sometimes the most beautiful music is the simplest, created by nothing more complicated than grass moving in the wind. That story is over. The idea that lying in a meadow and listening to grass rustle could be more meditative than any app or technique shows how much natural peace we miss when we're constantly filling silence with artificial noise. Sometimes, the Earth's most beautiful music plays at frequencies we've forgotten how to hear. Let me share something from someone who discovered magic floating on still water. I was taking my usual evening walk around Mill Pond Park, the same route I've walked probably 300 times since moving to this neighbourhood. It's one of those circular paths around a small pond. It takes about 20 minutes if you don't stop to feed the ducks or sit on any of the benches scattered along the way. The pond isn't particularly scenic, just your standard municipal water feature, surrounded by well-maintained grass and a few picnic tables. Nice enough for a peaceful walk, but nothing that would make you stop and stare in wonder. Usually, the most exciting thing you might see is a great blue heron fishing near the cattails, or a family of ducks paddling around with their babies trailing behind. But last Tuesday evening, something was different. As I rounded the curve that gives you the best view of the entire pond, I spotted something small and colourful moving slowly across the water. At first I thought it might be a duck or some other waterfowl, but the movement was wrong. Too steady, too purposeful. I walked closer to the water's edge and realised it was a toy boat. Not a remote-controlled one being operated by someone nearby, just a small wooden sailboat with a bright red sail, drifting peacefully across the pond with no human guidance whatsoever. The boat was maybe 8 inches long, clearly handmade with the kind of careful attention to detail that suggested someone had put real love into creating it. The hull was painted white with blue trim, the sail was perfectly rigged, and there was even a tiny flag fluttering from the mast. I looked around the park to see if there were any kids or parents who might have launched it, but the area was mostly empty, except for a jogger on the far side of the pond, and an elderly woman reading on a bench about 50 yards away. Nobody seemed to be paying any attention to the little boat on its solo voyage. The evening was perfectly still, no wind to speak of, but somehow the boat kept moving at a steady pace across the calm water. It followed what looked like a deliberate course, staying away from the cattails and duckweeds, heading toward the opposite shore with the confidence of a vessel that knew exactly where it was going. I ended up sitting on the nearest bench and watching this tiny boat complete its journey. There was something mesmerising about its slow, steady progress across the pond. No engine noise, no wake, just this perfect little craft gliding silently through water that reflected the evening sky like a mirror. Other people started to notice too. The jogger stopped running and stood at the water's edge, watching. A couple walking their dog paused to point at the boat and smile. Even the elderly woman looked up from her book and seemed charmed by this unexpected entertainment. The boat took almost 30 minutes to cross the entire pond, finally coming to rest near the far shore, where the water was shallow enough that it gently bumped against some rocks and stayed put. Its voyage was complete, mission accomplished, whatever that mission might have been. I walked around to where the boat had landed, thinking maybe I should retrieve it and look for its owner, but when I got there, I found a small piece of paper tucked inside the hull. In child's handwriting it said, "For whoever finds this boat, I hope it made you smile. Please set it sailing again someday. Love, Emma." I looked at that little boat, so carefully crafted and launched with such hope that it would bring joy to strangers, and felt this incredible warmth spreading through my chest. Some child had created this perfect gift, for no one in particular, trusting that the world would appreciate their act of creative generosity. I gently pushed the boat back into deeper water and watched it begin another journey across the pond. As I walked home, I could see it from various points along the path, still sailing steadily towards some new destination, carrying its message of simple joy to whoever might be watching. That story is over. The image of a handmade toy boat sailing solo across a quiet pond, carrying a message of hope from a child to whoever might find it, captures everything beautiful about anonymous acts of creativity and kindness. Sometimes, the most magical voyages are the ones that happen without any destination in mind. Our final story tonight comes from someone who found extraordinary beauty in the wind's gentle touch. I've never been much of an outdoors person. Give me a comfortable chair, good lighting, and something interesting to read, and I'm perfectly content to spend entire weekends inside without feeling like I'm missing anything. Nature is nice to look at through windows, but I've always preferred experiencing it from a distance rather than actually immersing myself in it. But last month my doctor told me I needed to start getting more exercise and fresh air. Nothing dramatic, just 20 minutes of walking a day to help with the stress and insomnia I'd been dealing with. She suggested I find somewhere pleasant to walk, maybe a park or nature trail, somewhere that would make the exercise feel less like a chore. I picked a trail that runs through the nature preserve about 10 minutes from my house. It's an easy path, mostly flat with just gentle hills, winding through woods and open meadows that seemed perfect for someone who wanted to ease into outdoor activity without committing to anything too ambitious. The first few walks were exactly what I expected, pleasant enough, good for clearing my head, but nothing that made me understand why some people get so passionate about hiking and nature. I'd walk for my prescribed 20 minutes, check my fitness tracker to make sure I'd hit my goal, then head home, feeling virtuous about my healthy choices. But last Thursday afternoon, I was about halfway through my walk when I came to this section where the trail opens up into a wide meadow. The grass grows tall there, probably waist high, and it stretches for maybe a quarter mile before the path disappears back into the woods. As I entered the meadow, a gentle breeze picked up, and suddenly the entire field came alive around me. The grass began moving in waves like the surface of a calm ocean, rolling from one side of the meadow to the other in smooth hypnotic patterns. I stopped walking and just stood there, surrounded by this sea of green that swayed and flowed in response to every shift in the wind. The movement was so fluid, so perfectly coordinated, that it felt like watching choreography performed by thousands of individual dancers who somehow knew exactly when to move and which direction to bend. But it wasn't just the visual beauty that captivated me. There was a sound too, a soft rustling whisper as the grass brushed against itself, creating this gentle symphony that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was the most soothing sound I'd ever heard, like nature's own version of white noise, but infinitely more complex and alive. I found myself walking slower through that meadow, not because I was tired, but because I didn't want the experience to end. Every few steps the wind would shift direction and create new patterns in the grass, new waves rolling across the field, new variations in the gentle music of plants moving together. By the time I reached the far edge of the meadow, I realised I'd been holding my breath without knowing it, completely absorbed in this simple but perfect display of natural beauty. The grass gradually gave way to shorter plants and then to the wooded section of the trail, but I kept looking back, hoping to catch one more glimpse of that living, breathing field. When I got home, I couldn't concentrate on anything else. I kept thinking about those waves of grass, the way they'd moved with such grace and purpose, the sound they'd made as they swayed together in the afternoon breeze. Now I look forward to my daily walks in a way I never expected, not just for the exercise or the fresh air, but for that moment when I enter the meadow and get to witness whatever performance the wind and grass have prepared for that day. Sometimes it's dramatic, with strong breezes creating bold waves across the entire field. Other days it's subtle, just gentle stirring that creates quiet whispers and soft movements. But it's always beautiful, always different, always worth the 20-minute walk to experience. I've become one of those people who gets excited about spending time in nature, not because I've changed fundamentally, but because I finally paid attention long enough to notice the incredible show that's been playing in that meadow all along. That story is over. The transformation from reluctant nature walker to someone genuinely enchanted by grass moving in the wind shows how much magic we miss when we're focused on destinations rather than the journey itself. Sometimes the most profound experiences happen when we slow down enough to notice the world performing all around us. That story is over. There's something almost mystical about discovering that perfect moments can exist in the most mundane places, when nature decides to create something extraordinary just for you. Sometimes the universe offers us exactly what we didn't know we needed, wrapped up in the simple experience of wind moving through grass. Our next story takes us to someone who found an unexpected companion in the most ordinary part of their day. I never paid much attention to the route I take to work. Same streets every morning, same shortcuts through downtown, same coffee shop if I have time to stop. It's all muscle memory at this point, one of those routines you develop without really thinking about it because it gets you where you need to go efficiently. But about 6 months ago, I started noticing this cat every single morning without fail. There's this beautiful tabby sitting by the entrance to Romano's bakery on 5th Street. Not inside begging for food, not wandering around looking lost, just sitting there patiently, like it's waiting for something specific to happen. At first I figured it belonged to the bakery owners. Made sense that a shop cat would hang around outside in the morning, maybe greeting customers, or just enjoying the warmth from the ovens. But then I realised the timing was off. The cat was always there before Romano's even opened for business, sometimes sitting in the exact same spot for what must have been hours. I'm not really a cat person, never had pets growing up, but there was something about this particular animal that caught my attention. The way it carried itself with such dignity, like it had important business to conduct, and was simply waiting for the right moment to begin. One morning, I was running early and decided to stop and observe what this cat was actually doing. I bought a coffee from the place next door and found a bench where I could watch without being obvious about it. Right at 7:30, the bakery's back door opened and Mrs. Romano came outside with a small paper bag. The cat immediately stood up, stretched with that careful precision cats use for everything, and walked over to greet her like they were old friends, meeting for their daily appointment. She scratched behind his ears, spoke to him in what sounded like Italian, then opened the bag and scattered some kind of pastry crumbs on the sidewalk. The cat ate carefully, never rushing, cleaning his paws between bites like he was dining at a fine restaurant, rather than eating leftovers outside a neighbourhood bakery. After finishing his breakfast, the cat would sit with Mrs. Romano for a few minutes, while she swept the front steps and arranged the outdoor chalkboard with the daily specials. They had this comfortable routine, like an old married couple who didn't need to fill every moment with conversation. I started timing my walk differently, so I could witness this daily ritual. There was something deeply satisfying about watching this unspoken agreement between woman and cat. This small act of kindness that happened every single morning, whether anyone was there to see it or not. Winter came, and I worried about the cat sitting outside in the cold and snow, but Mrs. Romano had clearly thought of that too. She set up a small shelter made from a cardboard box lined with old towels, positioned right next to the bakery's front window, where the cat could stay warm and dry while maintaining his vigil. Even on the coldest mornings, he was there, sometimes covered in snow, sometimes with ice crystals on his whiskers, but always in position by 7:15, ready for his appointment with Mrs. Romano and his daily breakfast. Spring arrived, and the cat emerged from his winter shelter, looking healthy and well cared for. Mrs. Romano had clearly been providing more than just pastry crumbs during the harsh weather. His coat was glossy, his eyes bright, and he moved with the confidence of an animal who knew exactly where he belonged in the world. I've been walking past this scene for months now, and it never gets old. The cat's unwavering dedication to showing up, Mrs. Romano's consistent kindness, the way they've created this perfect little ecosystem of routine and care, right there on a busy city sidewalk. Sometimes I wonder if the cat has a home somewhere else, or if this bakery corner has become his entire world. Either way, he's found something most of us spend our whole lives searching for, a place where someone notices when you show up, where your presence matters, where kindness is offered freely and accepted gracefully. That story is over. The loyalty between that cat and Mrs. Romano shows how the most meaningful relationships can develop through simple consistency and mutual respect. Sometimes the most beautiful friendships happen without words, just shared understanding and daily acts of care. Moving on to our next story, this one comes from someone who discovered that getting lost can sometimes lead you exactly where you need to be. I have absolutely no sense of direction, never have, probably never will. Put me in a new city with a map and GPS, and I'll still somehow end up 3 blocks away from where I'm supposed to be, wondering how all the street signs got so confusing. Last month, I had a job interview in Denver, a city I'd never visited before. I'd studied the route obsessively, printed backup directions, even called the office to confirm the address twice. But of course, when I actually got there, nothing looked the way it was supposed to. I was supposed to meet with the hiring manager at 10 in the morning. By 9:40 I was standing on what I thought was the right corner, but the building numbers were all wrong and none of the landmarks matched what I'd memorised from the online street view. I was starting to panic, checking my phone every 30 seconds and trying to figure out where I'd gone wrong, when this woman approached me. She was probably in her 60s, wearing a wool coat and carrying a leather briefcase, like she was on her way to work herself. "You look a little lost," she said, with this warm smile that immediately made me feel less frantic. "Can I help you find something?" I showed her the address written on my interview confirmation, and her face lit up with recognition. "Oh, you're close, but the numbering system changes after you cross the bridge. You need to go 4 more blocks that way, then turn left at the coffee shop with the red door." I thanked her and started walking in the direction she'd pointed, but then I heard her footsteps behind me. "You know what?" she called out. "I'm heading that direction anyway. Let me make sure you find it." She walked with me for those 4 blocks, pointing out landmarks I could use to remember the route if I ever needed to come back. "See that bookstore with the painted mural? That's your marker for the turn, and the coffee shop is right there, just like I said." When we reached the correct street, she made sure I could actually see the building I was looking for. "There it is," she said, pointing to a glass office complex about halfway down the block. "You've got 15 minutes to spare." I started to thank her properly, but she touched my arm gently and said something that stayed with me for the rest of the day. "I hope your interview goes wonderfully. This city could use more people who aren't afraid to ask for help when they need it." Then she smiled, that same warm expression she'd had when she first approached me, wished me luck one more time, and continued on her way to wherever she'd been going before she'd stopped to help a confused stranger. I stood there for a moment, watching her disappear into the morning crowd of commuters, feeling like I'd just encountered something rare and wonderful. This woman had gone completely out of her way to help someone she'd never see again, expecting nothing in return except maybe the satisfaction of knowing she'd made someone's day a little easier. The interview went perfectly. I arrived calm and confident instead of stressed and late, and I think that made all the difference. But mostly I kept thinking about that stranger's kindness, how she'd recognised that I needed help and offered it so naturally, like looking out for lost people was just part of her daily routine. I got the job, actually. Started 3 weeks later and moved to Denver permanently. I walk past that corner where she found me almost every day now, and I always remember her words about asking for help when you need it. Sometimes I see other people looking confused or lost in that same area, and I try to channel that woman's generous spirit. Last week I helped a college student find the bus stop, and yesterday I gave directions to a family of tourists who were looking for the art museum. It's funny how one act of kindness can ripple outward like that, creating more kindness in unexpected places. That woman probably has no idea that her 5 minutes of helpfulness not only got me to my interview on time, but also taught me something important about how to move through the world. That story is over. Guardian angels sometimes wear wool coats and carry briefcases, appearing exactly when you need them most with directions and encouragement. The fact that she walked with him to make sure he actually found the place shows the difference between casual helpfulness and genuine care. Our next story takes us to someone who found treasure in what most people would consider trash. I was doing yard work last Saturday, one of those seasonal cleaning projects I'd been putting off for months. Raking leaves, trimming branches, basically trying to make my backyard look like someone who actually cared about landscaping lived there. The previous owners had let things get pretty wild, and I was still figuring out what was intentional garden design versus what was just nature taking over completely. There were plants growing in places that seemed random, vines covering structures I couldn't identify. The whole space felt like it needed an archaeologist more than a gardener. That's when I spotted something colourful, caught high up in the old maple tree. At first glance it looked like garbage, some piece of plastic or fabric that had blown into the branches and gotten stuck there, probably months ago. My initial instinct was to ignore it. Not my problem if someone else's trash had landed in my tree, but the colours kept catching my eye every time I looked up. Bright purple and yellow that seemed too vibrant to be random litter, too carefully arranged to be accidental debris. I borrowed a ladder from my neighbour and climbed up to investigate. What I found was a kite, tangled in the branches but still intact. Not some cheap dollar store toy, but a well-made kite with careful construction and obvious attention to detail. Someone had clearly loved this thing. The fabric was high quality, the frame was reinforced in all the right places, and there were small personal touches that showed real care. A tiny patch sewn on by hand, reinforcement tape applied with precision. Even the string was the good kind that doesn't tangle easily. It took me almost an hour to carefully untangle it from the branches without causing any more damage. The kite had been up there long enough that small twigs had grown through some of the strings, and I had to work slowly to free it without tearing the fabric. When I finally got it down and spread it out on my patio table, I was amazed by how beautiful it was. The colours were even brighter than they'd appeared in the tree, and the design was this elegant pattern that looked almost like stained glass windows. There was one small tear in the corner, easily fixed with some clear tape, and after a gentle cleaning, it looked almost new. I found myself wondering about the person who'd lost it, imagining some kid disappointed when their afternoon at the park ended with their favourite kite stuck in a tree. The weather was perfect that day, with just enough breeze to make kite flying ideal. I couldn't resist taking it outside to see if it still worked properly. I found some extra string in my garage, attached it carefully, and sent the kite up into the clear blue sky. It flew beautifully, stable and responsive, dancing with the wind like it was exactly where it belonged. I stood there for probably an hour, just watching it soar and dip, feeling ridiculously happy about this simple pleasure I hadn't experienced since childhood. A couple of kids from the neighbourhood wandered over, drawn by the bright colours against the afternoon sky. They asked if they could try flying it, and I spent the rest of the day teaching them how to work with the wind, how to let out line and bring it back in smoothly. When it was time to pack up, I realised I didn't want this kite to sit unused in my garage. It was meant to fly, meant to bring joy to people who would appreciate its beauty and craftsmanship. I asked the kids if any of them wanted to take it home. The youngest one, probably about 8 years old, looked at me like I'd just offered him a winning lottery ticket. His face lit up with pure delight as he carefully accepted responsibility for this rescued treasure. I helped him wind the string properly and showed him how to fold the kite without damaging it. His parents were grateful, but confused about why I was giving away what they assumed was my kite. I just told them it belonged with someone who would love it. Watching that boy run home, clutching the kite protectively against his chest, felt better than keeping it for myself ever could have. Sometimes the best thing you can do with something beautiful is make sure it finds its way to someone who will treasure it the way it deserves. That story is over. Rescuing a lost kite and watching it find its way to a child who will love it feels like participating in some kind of cosmic recycling program where beautiful things never really disappear. They just wait for the right person to discover them. Sometimes what looks like trash from a distance turns out to be someone else's treasure waiting to be set free. Our next story comes from someone who realised that home can be created by the smallest acts of thoughtfulness. I'm definitely a creature of habit. Same coffee order every morning, same route to work, same table at my favourite cafe if it's available. I know it might sound boring to some people, but there's something comforting about having predictable routines when everything else in life feels uncertain. There's this little place called Meadowbrook Café about 3 blocks from my apartment. Nothing fancy, just mismatched furniture and local artwork on the walls, but they make the most incredible honey lavender latte I've ever tasted. I started going there about 9 months ago when I moved to this neighbourhood. At first I'd grab whatever seat was open, sometimes squeezed between other customers, sometimes facing a wall, occasionally lucky enough to find a spot with decent natural light. But after a few weeks, I found myself gravitating toward this particular table by the large front window. It was the perfect spot. Great view of the street for people watching, natural light for reading, close enough to the counter that I could smell whatever pastries they were baking that morning. The kind of seat that should always be occupied during busy hours, the prime real estate that everyone would want. But somehow, every morning when I walked in around 9:15, it was empty and waiting for me. I started to think I just had incredible timing. Maybe the previous customer always left at exactly 9:10, creating this perfect window for me to claim the best seat in the house. Coincidences happen, right? But then I noticed something strange. On days when I was running late, when I didn't arrive until 9:30 or even 9:45, the table would still be available. Other tables clearly occupied for a while, coffee cups and newspapers indicating people had been settled for some time, but my window seat remained mysteriously vacant. I'm not usually the type to question good fortune. If something nice is happening, why risk ruining it by asking too many questions? But my curiosity finally got the better of me. Last Tuesday I thanked Marcus, the barista who usually makes my drink, and casually mentioned how lucky I was to always find that particular table open. He grinned and said, "Oh, that's not luck, hun. We keep it for you." I must have looked completely confused because he laughed and continued explaining. "You come in every day, same time, always polite, never demanding. Rachel and I figured out your routine about 3 months ago. It's not hard to hold one table for 15 minutes when we know you'll be here." I was speechless. These people had been quietly orchestrating this small daily kindness, making sure I had this comfort, and I'd never even realised it was happening. "But what if other customers want it?" I asked. Marcus shrugged. "We just tell them it's reserved for a regular. Most people understand. Besides, you tip well and you never overstay your welcome. It makes us happy to see you settled in your favourite spot with your book and your latte." I've been thinking about that conversation all week, not just the thoughtfulness of it, but the fact that they'd been paying attention to my small daily ritual, caring enough about this routine to protect it, without any expectation of recognition or thanks. In a world where customer service often feels rushed and impersonal, finding people who notice the little things that make your day better feels almost revolutionary. They weren't just serving coffee, they were creating a sense of belonging for someone who might not have realised how much they needed it. Now when I sit at that table, sipping my honey lavender latte and watching the morning foot traffic, I'm not just enjoying the coffee and the view, I'm experiencing this quiet reminder that sometimes people look out for each other in ways we don't even see, creating small pockets of kindness that make the world feel a little less anonymous. That story is over. The staff at Meadowbrook Café turned customer service into an art form by paying attention to what made one person's day better and quietly protecting it. Sometimes the most meaningful hospitality happens behind the scenes, when people care enough to notice your patterns and make space for your comforts. Let me tell you about someone who experienced one of nature's perfect moments of transition. I hate winter with a passion that borders on the irrational. Always have, probably always will. The cold creeps into everything. Daylight disappears before you're ready for it. And by February, I'm basically counting the days until spring shows up and rescues me from seasonal misery. This past winter felt particularly brutal. One of those endless seasons where March arrives and you're still bundled up like you're preparing for an Arctic expedition every time you step outside. The kind of winter that makes you forget what warmth feels like. By the second week of April, I was beyond desperate for real spring weather. I'd been obsessively checking forecasts, watching for that magical day when temperatures would finally climb above 60 degrees and stay there. But the season seemed determined to take its time this year. I work from home, which means I can easily go several days without stepping outside beyond grabbing mail or taking out recycling. It's surprisingly easy to lose track of seasonal changes when you're just moving between bedroom, kitchen and desk in an endless cycle of indoor living. Last Thursday, I had errands that couldn't be postponed any longer. I grabbed my usual winter armour, heavy sweater, thick coat, scarf, gloves, the full protective gear I'd been wearing for what felt like an eternity. Checked my phone for the temperature, because I always check the temperature. 51 degrees, close but not quite warm enough to risk going out underdressed. But when I opened my front door, everything was different. The air felt soft instead of sharp. Not the biting cold that had been greeting me every morning since November, but something gentle and welcoming. I stood there for a moment, completely confused, because 51 degrees in January feels nothing like 51 degrees in April. I took a few experimental steps outside and realised I didn't need the scarf. Then I unzipped my coat and discovered I didn't need that either. The sun was hitting my face with actual warmth instead of just light, and for the first time in months I could smell growing things instead of that sterile winter scent of dormancy and cold. I ended up walking to run my errands instead of driving, something I hadn't done since fall. Every block revealed new signs of spring I'd somehow missed while hiding indoors. Tiny green buds appearing on tree branches, early flowers pushing up through last year's dead leaves, people walking their dogs without looking miserable about being outside. But the best part was realising I wasn't alone in this discovery. Everyone I passed seemed to be experiencing the same revelation. People were walking slower, looking around instead of just hurrying to their destinations. I saw at least 4 people sitting on park benches, just sitting there, soaking up the warmth, like they'd forgotten such simple pleasure was possible. At the grocery store, the cashier commented on how busy they'd been all day. "First really nice day we've had," she said with a smile. "Everyone's coming out of hibernation at the same time." On my walk home, I passed a coffee shop that had optimistically set up their outdoor seating area. Little tables with cheerful umbrellas that had probably been stored away since last October. A few brave customers were actually sitting outside with their drinks, looking like they'd won some kind of weather lottery. I stopped and bought an iced coffee, something I hadn't even considered ordering in months, and claimed one of those sidewalk tables. The metal chair was still cold from winter's lingering touch, but the sun on my shoulders was warm enough that it didn't matter. I sat there for almost an hour, just watching people rediscover the simple joy of being outside without suffering for it. Dog walkers lingering in the park instead of rushing through their duties, kids riding bikes instead of being bundled into cars, elderly couples taking slow, appreciative strolls hand in hand. When I finally headed home, I left all my winter gear hanging by the door instead of putting it away in the closet. Something told me I wouldn't be needing it again for a very long time. That story is over. The first warm day after a brutal winter creates this collective sigh of relief that you can almost hear across an entire city, as everyone simultaneously remembers what it feels like to be comfortable in their own skin again. Sometimes the most profound seasonal shifts happen not gradually, but all at once, like nature flipping a switch from endurance to joy. Moving to our next story, this one comes from someone who discovered a trail of mysterious beauty hidden in plain sight. I started taking daily walks in Riverside Park about 4 months ago, when my therapist suggested I needed more exercise and time away from screens. Nothing too ambitious, just a 30-minute loop around the main path to get my heart rate up and give me an excuse to step away from the endless scroll of work emails and social media. The park isn't particularly large, but it's well maintained with plenty of benches scattered along the walking trail for people who need to rest or just want to sit and watch the world go by. Most of them are standard city-issue benches, green metal frames with wooden slats, the kind you see in municipal parks everywhere. About 3 weeks into my new routine, I noticed something unusual. There was a small piece of paper taped to the back of one of the benches, barely visible unless you happened to be sitting down and looked behind you. When I carefully peeled it off to examine it, I found a tiny pencil drawing of a butterfly with a message written underneath in neat handwriting. "You are stronger than you know." It was such a random, lovely discovery that I folded it carefully and tucked it into my pocket. Something about finding it had made my entire walk feel more meaningful, like stumbling across a secret gift that someone had left specifically for whoever might need encouragement. A few days later, I spotted another small paper taped to a different bench. This one featured a delicate sketch of a single flower, with the words, "Someone believes in you," written in that same careful script. I started examining the other benches more closely as I passed them. Sure enough, there were more scattered throughout the park. Not on every bench and not always in the same location, but hidden like tiny treasures waiting to be discovered. Each one contained a simple, beautiful drawing paired with an uplifting message. This difficult season will end. You matter more than you realise. The world is brighter because you're in it. My 30-minute health walks turned into hour-long treasure hunts as I systematically checked every bench, every tree, every spot where someone might have hidden one of these mysterious gifts. Some days I'd find 3 or 4, other days none at all, but knowing they might be there transformed every walk into an adventure. The drawings showed real artistic talent, not professional illustrations, but thoughtful, skilled sketches that demonstrated genuine care and attention to detail. Small birds in flight, delicate leaves, miniature landscapes, tiny portraits of woodland creatures, each one unique and obviously created with love. The house with the blue door always smells like cookies. I've been taking the same evening walk through my neighbourhood for about 2 years now, and every single time I pass this particular house, the most incredible scent of fresh baking drifts out through the windows. It doesn't matter what season it is, what time of evening, or what the weather's like. Rain or shine, winter or summer, that warm, sweet smell of cookies is always there. The house itself is pretty ordinary. It's a small craftsman-style home with white siding and a bright blue front door that someone clearly painted with love and attention. There's a little garden out front with lavender and rosemary and wind chimes that make soft music when the breeze picks up, but it's the smell that stops me every time. At first I thought it was just coincidence. Maybe I happened to walk by during their baking time a few days in a row. But weeks turned into months, and still, every single evening, that delicious aroma would greet me as I approached their block. I started timing my walks around it, looking forward to that moment when the scent would hit me and instantly make me feel like a kid again. I've never seen anyone in the yard or caught a glimpse through the windows. The curtains are always drawn, and the house has this peaceful, private feeling to it. Sometimes there's a warm glow from inside that suggests someone's home, but it's never intrusive or obvious. It's like the house exists in its own little bubble of contentment. The smell isn't just any cookie smell either. It's specific and complex. Some days it's chocolate chip, rich and buttery, with hints of vanilla. Other days it's snickerdoodles, all cinnamon and sugar warmth. Sometimes it's oatmeal raisin with that hearty, homey quality that makes you think of grandmothers and Sunday afternoons. And once in a while, it's something more exotic like lemon shortbread or gingerbread, depending on the season. I've started to associate that smell with peace. After difficult days at work, relationship stress, or just general life anxiety, that 2-block stretch of my walk has become like therapy. I'll turn onto their street feeling wound up and tense, and by the time I pass the blue door, something in my shoulders relaxes. The scent seems to wrap around me like a gentle reminder that somewhere, someone is taking time to create something beautiful. and nourishing. I've wondered about the people who live there. Are they an elderly couple who've been baking together for decades? A busy parent who finds joy in evening baking sessions after the kids go to bed? Maybe it's someone who runs a small business from home, filling orders for local coffee shops or farmers markets. Or perhaps it's just like me, finds comfort in simple rituals and the smell of their someone who own baking. A few months ago, I was having a particularly rough week. Work was overwhelming. I'd had an argument with a close friend, and I was feeling generally disconnected from everything good in my life. I almost skipped my evening walk entirely, but something pulled me out of the house anyway. As I approached the blue door that night, the smell was stronger than usual. It was chocolate chip cookies, but there was something extra. Maybe a touch of sea salt, or perhaps brown butter instead of regular. Whatever it was absolutely perfect. I actually stopped walking and just stood there for a moment, breathing it in, and I swear I felt my entire day shift. Not because cookies can solve real problems, but because that smell reminded me that beauty and care still exist in the world, even when everything feels chaotic. Someone in that house was taking time to create something wonderful, and they were sharing it with the world, even if they didn't know it. I've lived in this neighbourhood for 5 years, and I can honestly say that house has become one of my favourite things about living here. It's better than any landmark or fancy restaurant. It's this small, consistent reminder that home is wherever someone is putting love into the everyday details of life. Sometimes I fantasize about knocking on that blue door and asking whoever lives there about their baking. I'd love to know their story, maybe share how much their unknown gift has meant to a stranger who passes by each evening. But part of me thinks the mystery is perfect as it is. Some magic shouldn't be explained or analysed. Some gifts are meant to be received exactly as they are, without questions or expectations. I've started baking more myself because of that house. Nothing I make smells quite as perfect as what drifts from their windows, but there's something satisfying about creating those same warm, comforting scents in my own space. I like to think that maybe someone walking past my apartment catches a whiff of my attempts and feels that same moment of unexpected peace. The house with the blue door taught me that we're all connected in ways we don't even realise. A simple act of baking, done with no thought of audience or recognition, has been brightening a stranger's evening for 2 years. It makes me more aware of the small things I do that might ripple out into the world in ways I'll never know about. That story is over. There's something so beautifully simple about finding comfort in the unknown kindness of strangers. Sometimes the most profound connections happen without ever meeting the person on the other end. This next story takes us to a beach where someone discovered the perfect little treasure. I was having one of those afternoons where everything felt heavy, work had been stressful, my relationship was going through a rough patch, and I just needed to get out of my apartment and clear my head. So I drove to the beach, not with any particular plan, just hoping the ocean might help me sort through my thoughts. The beach wasn't crowded that day. It was a Tuesday afternoon in late September, and most people were still at work or school. I had the shoreline mostly to myself, which was exactly what I needed. I started walking along the water's edge, letting the waves wash over my feet, when I decided to try skipping stones like I used to do as a kid. There's something meditative about searching for the perfect skipping stone. You're looking for that ideal combination of flatness, weight, and size. Your mind has to focus on something simple and immediate instead of whatever's been weighing you down. I spent probably 20 minutes just wandering along the beach, collecting potential candidates from the wet sand where the waves had left them. Most of the stones I found were decent but not special. Too round, too thick, or too light to get a good skip across the water. But then I spotted one that made me stop in my tracks. It was about the size of my palm, perfectly flat and smooth, with this lovely grey colour that had darker veins running through it. But what made me actually gasp out loud was its shape. The stone was formed into an absolutely perfect heart. Not like a cartoon heart or something artificially carved, but a genuine, natural heart shape that looked like it had been tumbled by waves for years until it reached this exact form. The proportions were ideal, the curves were smooth and symmetrical, and even the little dip at the top was perfectly centered. I held it in my hand for the longest time, just staring at it. Here I was, feeling disconnected from everyone and everything I cared about, and the ocean had literally handed me a heart-shaped piece of itself. It sounds cheesy saying it now, but in that moment, it felt like the universe was reminding me that love and beauty still existed, even when life felt complicated. I completely forgot about skipping stones. Instead, I sat down right there in the sand, holding this perfect little heart and watching the waves roll in. The weight of it in my palm was somehow comforting, like holding worry beads or a smooth river rock. I found myself running my thumb over its surface, feeling how the water had polished it to silk. A couple walked by with their dog, and the woman noticed what I was holding. She stopped and said, "Oh my goodness, is that natural?" When I nodded, she got this huge smile and said it was the most perfect heartstone she'd ever seen. Her partner agreed, and even their golden retriever seemed interested, sniffing at my hand where the stone rested. After they continued their walk, I sat there for another hour, just holding my heartstone and letting the ocean sounds wash over me. Somehow, finding that one perfect thing had shifted my entire perspective on the day. The problems I'd come to the beach with hadn't disappeared, but they felt more manageable, like maybe if something so beautiful could form naturally from years of patient tumbling by waves, then maybe the rough patches in my own life could eventually smooth out too. I almost threw it into the water to see how it would skip, but something stopped me. This wasn't meant to be skipped. This was meant to be kept, treasured, maybe shared with someone special someday. I slipped it into my pocket and headed back to my car, feeling lighter than I had in weeks. That heartstone sits on my bedside table now. It's the first thing I see when I wake up, and the last thing I see before I fall asleep. On difficult days, I'll hold it while I'm thinking through problems or trying to calm my anxiety. There's something about its perfect smoothness and the way it fits exactly right in my palm that immediately grounds me. I've shown it to friends and family, and everyone has the same reaction. They're amazed that something so perfectly formed could happen naturally, just through years of patient weathering by salt water and sand. My grandmother said it reminded her of how love works too, how the best relationships are formed slowly, through time and gentle persistence, until something beautiful and strong emerges. I've been back to that beach dozens of times since then, always keeping an eye out for other treasures the waves might have polished and shaped. I've found some lovely stones, but nothing quite as perfect as that first heart. Maybe that's the point though. Some gifts are meant to be once-in-a-lifetime discoveries, reminders that magic really does exist in the natural world if you're paying attention. The heartstone has become more than just a pretty rock to me. It's a tangible reminder of that afternoon when I felt lost and disconnected, and the ocean offered me exactly what I needed to find my way back to hope. Sometimes the universe really does have a sense of timing. That story is over. The ocean has this incredible way of offering us exactly what we need, exactly when we need it. Sometimes the most precious treasures are the ones we stumble across when we're not even looking for them. Our next story comes from someone who witnessed fireworks transformed by an unexpected natural phenomenon. Last summer, my city had its annual fireworks display down by the waterfront. I'd been looking forward to it for weeks because I'd missed the previous year due to being out of town, and everyone always talks about how spectacular our local show is. The weather forecast had been calling for clear skies, so I packed a blanket and some snacks and headed down to the park early to claim a good spot on the hill overlooking the water. About an hour before the show was supposed to start, I noticed something strange happening with the sky. What had been a perfectly clear evening was suddenly developing this thick, low-hanging fog that seemed to roll in from nowhere. At first I thought it might pass quickly, but as showtime approached, the fog had settled in like a heavy grey blanket, completely obscuring the area where they'd be launching the fireworks. People around me started grumbling and checking their phones to see if the show would be cancelled. Some families packed up their blankets and headed home, disappointed that they'd spent the evening waiting for nothing. I almost left too, but something about the way the fog looked so thick and mysterious made me curious about what would happen if they went ahead with the display anyway. Right at 9 o'clock, we heard the first boom echo across the water. Even though we couldn't see the launch site, the sound was unmistakable. Then something magical happened that I'll remember for the rest of my life. Instead of the sharp, bright explosions we were expecting to see in the clear night sky, the fog transformed each firework into something completely different. The colours didn't appear as distinct bursts with crisp edges and falling sparks. Instead, they bloomed through the fog like enormous glowing clouds. Deep red expanded and pulsed through the grey mist, like a heartbeat made visible. Blue spread in soft, dreamlike waves that seemed to breathe the movement of the fog itself. Green created these ethereal, ghostly shapes that drifted and merged and separated again. It was like watching fireworks through frosted glass, but even more beautiful, because the fog added this element of mystery and softness that I'd never experienced before. Each explosion created its own illuminated world within the mist, colours bleeding into each other and creating gradients and transitions that would have been impossible in clear air. The sound was different too. Instead of the sharp cracks and pops we usually hear, the fog seemed to muffle and soften everything, creating this deep, rolling thunder that you felt in your chest as much as heard with your ears. It made the whole experience feel more intimate somehow, like nature was wrapping the celebration in a gentle embrace. People who had stayed began to realise what they were witnessing. Instead of disappointment, there was this collective sense of wonder rippling through the crowd. I heard someone nearby whisper, "This is even better than usual," and I completely agreed. We were seeing something that probably wouldn't happen again for years, if ever. The finale was absolutely breathtaking. Instead of the rapid-fire sequence of colours and shapes we typically see, it became this slow, rolling symphony of light moving through the fog. Gold and silver cascaded through the mist like waterfall made of starlight. Purple and orange swirled together in ways that reminded me of Aurora Borealis. The grand finale explosion didn't create one massive burst, but rather filled the entire sky with this soft, pulsing glow that lasted much longer than usual. When it was over, the crowd was unusually quiet for a moment, as if no one wanted to break the spell. Then the applause started, and it felt different from the typical, enthusiastic clapping after fireworks. This felt more reverent, like we all just witnessed something sacred. As people packed up their blankets and started heading home, I overheard conversations everywhere about how this had been the most beautiful fireworks display anyone could remember. A little girl walking past me with her parents said, "It looked like the sky was dreaming," and I thought that was the most perfect description possible. I stayed on that hill for another half hour after everyone else had left, just staring up at the fog that was still faintly illuminated by the city lights below. The whole experience had felt like a gift, like nature had decided to collaborate with human celebration to create something neither could have achieved alone. That story is over. Sometimes the most memorable experiences are the ones that don't go according to plan. That fog turned what could have been a disappointment into pure magic, proving that nature often has better ideas than we do. Our next story comes from someone who discovered an unexpected friendship during their daily commute. There's this golden retriever that waits at the bus stop on Maple Street every single evening, and I think he's taught me more about patience and loyalty than any person ever has. I first noticed him about 8 months ago when I started taking the 6:15 bus home from my new job downtown. He's always there, sitting perfectly still on the sidewalk next to the bench, watching every bus that approaches with this hopeful expression. At first I assumed he was a stray or had gotten loose from somewhere nearby, but day after day he'd be in the exact same spot, clean and well fed, with a collar that caught the light when he turned his head. His golden coat always looked brushed, and there was something about his posture that suggested he knew exactly what he was doing. This wasn't a lost dog. This was a dog with a mission. The routine never varied. I'd arrive at the stop around 6:10, and he'd already be there, sitting like a statue, but with his tail occasionally twitching when he heard the rumble of an approaching bus. His ears would perk up, and he'd stand as each bus pulled up to the curb. He'd watch intently as passengers got off, his whole body vibrating with anticipation. But bus after bus would come and go, and he'd settle back down to wait for the next one. Other commuters noticed him too. People would try to pet him, and he'd accept the attention politely, but never lose focus on his real purpose. Someone once tried to coax him away with treats, thinking he was homeless, but he just took the snacks gratefully and returned to his post. A few people called animal control worried about him, but when officers showed up, his behaviour made it clear he wasn't abandoned. He was waiting for someone specific. I started looking forward to seeing him every evening. There was something deeply comforting about his unwavering faith that the right bus would eventually arrive. On days when my own life felt uncertain or chaotic, watching him reminded me that some things are worth waiting for. No matter how long it takes, the weather didn't matter to him. Rain, snow, blazing summer heat, he was always there. During a particularly brutal winter storm, I was surprised to see his familiar silhouette through the swirling snow, still maintaining his vigil. Someone had apparently brought him a blanket, which he sat on while continuing his watch. Even then, his focus never wavered from the approaching buses. I started bringing him treats sometimes. Nothing fancy, just the dog biscuits I kept for my sister's puppy. He'd take them gently from my hand, tail wagging briefly in thanks, before returning his attention to the street. It became part of my routine too, checking my bag for treats before leaving work, looking forward to that moment of connection with my patient bus stop companion. The mystery solved itself on a Thursday evening in March. I was running late from work and arrived at the stop just as the 6:45 bus was pulling up. As usual, the golden retriever stood up to watch the passengers disembark, but this time, instead of settling back down disappointed, his entire body erupted into motion. His tail went crazy, his ears shot forward, and he let out a bark of pure joy. A woman in her 70s stepped off the bus, wearing scrubs and carrying a tired smile that instantly transformed into delight when she saw him. "There's my boy," she said, and he practically knocked her over with enthusiasm. She dropped to her knees right there on the sidewalk, and he covered her face with kisses while she laughed and told him how much she'd missed him. I learned later from another regular commuter that she was a nurse who worked rotating shifts at the hospital. Her schedule was unpredictable, sometimes ending at 3 p.m, sometimes not until 8 or 9 at night. But every single day her dog would calculate somehow when to head to the bus stop and wait for her return. He'd been doing it for 3 years through every season, never missing a day. The woman noticed me watching and came over to introduce herself and her dog, whose name was Buddy. She thanked me for being kind to him during his daily waits, saying that other commuters had told her about the treats and gentle pets he received. She was amazed that strangers cared enough to look out for him while she was at work. He used to try following me to the hospital, she explained, scratching behind his ears while he leaned against her legs. So we compromised. I walk him to the stop in the morning, and he waits here for me to come home. It works for both of us. Now when I see Buddy at the stop, I think about all the different kinds of love that exist in the world. The patient, faithful kind that doesn't need guarantees or promises. Just trust that the person you're waiting for will eventually come back. He's still there every evening, still watching every bus with the same hopeful attention, because he knows that sooner or later, the right one will bring his person home. That story is over. The pure devotion of animals never fails to humble me. Buddy's daily vigil is a masterclass in unconditional love and patience. Sometimes the most profound relationships happen between species. No words needed. This next story takes us inside on a quiet morning, where someone found art in the simplest of moments. I was having my morning tea by the kitchen window yesterday, when something made me stop mid-sip and just stare. The steam rising from my mug was creating these delicate, shifting patterns on the glass, and for some reason, it struck me as the most beautiful thing I'd seen in weeks. I know that sounds dramatic for something as ordinary as condensation, but sometimes beauty catches you completely off guard. It started as just a few wispy trails of moisture clinging to the window, where my breath and the tea's warmth met the cool morning air. But as I sat there watching, the patterns began to evolve and change, creating these soft, organic shapes that reminded me of fern fronds or frost flowers. The steam would rise, touch the glass, and spread into these intricate, lace-like designs that lasted just long enough for me to appreciate them before they shifted into something new. I found myself completely mesmerised by the process. Each breath I took would add more moisture to the air, and the heat from my mug created these gentle currents that made the condensation dance across the glass surface. It was like having a constantly changing art exhibition happening right there at my breakfast table. Without really thinking about it, I reached out and drew a little heart in one of the fogged patches with my fingertip. The line appeared dark against the misty background, and something about that simple gesture made me smile. So I drew another shape, then another. A star, a flower, a little house with smoke coming from the chimney. The window became my canvas, and the steam kept providing fresh space to work with. As some sections would clear, others would fog up, giving me new areas to explore. I drew a cat, then a tree with branches spreading across several inches of glass. My finger moved almost without conscious direction, creating these spontaneous little drawings that would slowly fade as the moisture evaporated, only to be replaced by new opportunities. I realised I was completely absorbed in this simple activity in a way I hadn't experienced in months. There was something deeply satisfying about creating something beautiful that was meant to be temporary. No pressure to make it perfect or permanent, just the joy of making marks and watching them interact with the natural patterns of condensation. The morning light filtering through the designs made everything more magical. Where my drawings intersected with the natural steam patterns, the light would scatter and refract, creating tiny rainbows and prisms that lasted only seconds before shifting into new configurations. It was like having a kaleidoscope built into my kitchen window. I started getting more elaborate with my drawings. I sketched a simple landscape with rolling hills and clouds, using the natural fog patterns to represent mist in valleys. I drew faces, letting the steam's organic movement soften the features into dreamlike expressions. Each creation felt like a collaboration between my intentions and the natural behaviour of water vapour. My tea had gone cold by the time I finally stopped drawing, but I didn't mind at all. I'd discovered something that felt like meditation and art therapy rolled into one. The temporary nature of the medium made every mark feel precious, knowing it would fade and make room for something new. I found myself doing it again the next morning, and the morning after that. It's become this unexpected ritual that starts my day with creativity and mindfulness. Sometimes I draw representational things, landscapes or flowers or animals. Other times I just make abstract patterns, letting my finger follow the natural flow of the condensation. My partner caught me doing it last week and asked what I was working on. When I tried to explain, it sounded silly at first, but then I showed them how to make their own drawings, and within minutes they were just as captivated by the process. We ended up covering the entire window with our collaborative artwork, laughing as we tried to incorporate each other's drawings into larger compositions. There's something profound about creating art that you know will disappear. It removes all the anxiety about making something perfect or worthwhile. You're free to experiment and play because nothing has to last. The beauty is in the making, not in the keeping. Now I look forward to those quiet morning moments with my tea and my temporary canvas. It's taught me to pay attention to small details I used to overlook, like the way light moves through water droplets, or how breath can become visible art. Sometimes the most meaningful creative practices are the ones we stumble into by accident. That story is over. There's something magical about finding art in the most ordinary moments. Those fleeting drawings on steamed glass remind us that beauty doesn't need to be permanent to be meaningful. Sometimes the best masterpieces are the ones only we get to see. Our next story takes us to a hidden garden where someone discovered nature's own symphony. I took a wrong turn on my morning jog last weekend and ended up discovering what might be the most peaceful place in my entire city. I'd been running the same route for months, but construction had blocked my usual path, so I decided to explore a side street I'd never noticed before. 3 blocks down, I found myself standing at the entrance to what looked like a secret garden that someone had carved out of an empty lot. The first thing that hit me wasn't visual at all, it was the sound, this gentle, constant humming that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It took me a moment to realise what I was hearing, the collective buzz of hundreds, maybe thousands of bees working among the wildflowers that filled every inch of the space. I'd never heard anything quite like it. It wasn't the aggressive buzzing you might associate with a single bee flying too close to your ear. This was more like a natural orchestra, with different pitches and rhythms layering together to create something that felt almost musical. Some bees created deep, resonant tones, while others added higher notes, and the overall effect was incredibly soothing. The garden itself was unlike anything I'd seen in an urban setting. Instead of the neat rows and carefully planned layouts of most city gardens, this was beautifully wild. Sunflowers towered overhead, their faces following the morning sun. Purple lavender stretched in meandering patches, attracting clusters of bees that moved through the stalks like living jewellery. Black-eyed Susans, cosmos and wildflowers I couldn't identify created a tapestry of colour that seemed to shift and change as the breeze moved through it. But it was the bees that made the space truly magical. They were everywhere, but not in a way that felt overwhelming or threatening. They moved with such purpose and focus that you could tell this was their domain, and they had work to do. Fat bumblebees with fuzzy bodies clung to flower heads, their legs heavy with pollen. Smaller honeybees darted between blossoms with remarkable efficiency. They paid no attention to me at all as I stood there watching their choreographed dance. I found a small wooden bench tucked into one corner of the garden and sat down to take in the full experience. Closing my eyes, the humming surrounded me completely. It was meditative in a way I hadn't expected, like being inside a living sound bath. The buzzing rose and fell in natural waves as different groups of bees moved through various sections of the garden. The smell was incredible too. The lavender was strongest, but underneath it were layers of other floral scents, mixing with the green smell of growing things and the faint sweetness of honey. Every breath felt like aromatherapy, and I could feel tension leaving my shoulders that I didn't even realise I'd been carrying. I watched individual bees as they worked, amazed by their single-minded dedication. One bumblebee spent several minutes on a single sunflower, methodically visiting every tiny floret that made up the flower head. Another bee seemed to have claimed an entire patch of cosmos as its territory, moving from pink bloom to pink bloom with obvious familiarity. A couple walked by on the sidewalk and stopped when they noticed me sitting in the garden. The woman asked if I knew anything about the space, and I had to admit I'd just discovered it myself. We talked quietly, not wanting to disturb the bees' work, and she mentioned that she'd been wondering about this lot for months, watching it transform from weeds into this thriving ecosystem. An older man working in the far corner of the garden overheard our conversation and came over to introduce himself. Turns out he was the creator of this urban oasis, a retired biology teacher who'd gotten permission from the city to transform the vacant lot into a pollinator garden. He'd been working on it for 2 years, carefully selecting plants that would bloom at different times to provide food for bees throughout the growing season. "Listen to them," he said, gesturing toward the busy flowers. "That's the sound of a healthy ecosystem. Every bee you hear is contributing to the food chain, pollinating plants that will feed birds, create seeds, support other insects. This little patch is connected to everything." He explained that the constant humming meant the garden was successful beyond his hopes. The variety of bee species visiting suggested that word had gotten out in the bee community about this reliable food source. Some of the bees were probably travelling from hives several miles away to visit his flowers. I ended up staying in that garden for almost an hour, just listening to the bees and watching their tireless work. When I finally got up to continue my run, I felt more relaxed and centred than I had in weeks. The sound of the city seemed harsh and jarring after the gentle symphony I'd been immersed in. I've been back to that garden 5 times since then. Sometimes I bring a book and read on the bench, but mostly I just sit and listen. There's something about being surrounded by that productive, purposeful energy that makes me feel more connected to the natural world, even in the middle of the city. That story is over. Nature has this incredible ability to create the most soothing soundtracks imaginable. That garden proves that even in urban spaces, we can cultivate pockets of peace that benefit both humans and the ecosystem. Sometimes the most beautiful music doesn't come from instruments at all. This next story comes from someone who discovered that music has the power to transport us across decades in an instant. I was rushing through downtown yesterday, already running late for a dentist appointment, when something made me stop dead in the middle of the sidewalk. There was a violinist set up near the fountain, her case open for donations, playing what I initially thought was just background music that my brain would filter out like it usually does with street performers. But then I really heard the melody, and my entire world shifted. She was playing a lullaby that I hadn't heard in probably 15 years, a soft, winding tune that my grandmother used to hum while she braided my hair before bed. Not sing, hum, because she said the words weren't as important as the feeling the music carried. I must have been maybe 7 or 8 when she'd sit me on the edge of her bed, work her gentle fingers through my tangles, and hum this exact melody. I found myself frozen on that busy sidewalk, people flowing around me like water around a stone, while this complete stranger unknowingly played the soundtrack to some of my most treasured childhood memories. The violinist was maybe in her 20s, with short dark hair and paint-stained fingers, completely absorbed in her music. She had no idea that she'd just reached across time and connected me to my grandmother, who'd been gone for over a decade. The melody was identical to what I remembered, every rise and fall exactly as Grandma had hummed it, but hearing it on violin added layers I'd never noticed before. The slight vibrato on the longer notes, the way certain phrases seemed to float while others grounded the piece, the overall architecture of something I'd only ever heard as fragments hummed during quiet bedtime rituals. I stood there for the entire song and probably looked ridiculous to anyone paying attention. A grown woman in business clothes, clutching her purse, staring at a street musician with tears starting to form. But I couldn't move until she finished that piece and transitioned into something else. When the last note faded, I walked over and dropped a 20 into her case, which was more than I usually carry in cash. She looked up and smiled, thanking me, and I almost asked her where she'd learned that particular song, but something stopped me. Maybe some connections are meant to stay mysterious. I ended up being 40 minutes late to my appointment, but I didn't care at all. I spent the rest of the day humming that lullaby, and for the first time in years, I could almost feel my grandmother's fingers working gently through my hair. Some music doesn't just entertain, it brings back people we thought we'd lost forever. That night, I called my mum and asked if she remembered Grandma's lullaby. She started humming the same melody immediately, and we both got emotional talking about those bedtime rituals we'd almost forgotten. She said Grandma had learned it from her own mother, which means that violin on the street corner was playing something that had been passed down through generations of women in my family. I've walked past that fountain every day since, hoping to hear that violinist again. Not because I need to hear the song again, but because I want to tell her what an unexpected gift she gave to a stranger who was too rushed to notice beauty until beauty demanded to be noticed. That story's over. It's incredible how certain melodies can unlock entire rooms in our memory that we thought were sealed forever. That violinist had no idea she was playing someone's most precious lullaby, but that's the magic of music. It connects us in ways we'll never fully understand. Our next story takes us to a place where summer evenings and simple pleasures create perfect moments. There's this ice cream shop 3 blocks from my apartment that stays open until 11 during summer months, and I think it might be single-handedly responsible for my belief that magic still exists in everyday life. It's called Sunset Scoops, which sounds cheesy until you realise they timed their hours perfectly to coincide with that golden hour when the light makes everything look like a movie scene. I discovered it completely by accident last June when I was having one of those restless evenings where nothing felt right. Work had been frustrating, my apartment felt stuffy, and I just needed to get outside and move. So I started walking with no particular destination, just following the tree-lined streets in my neighbourhood as the day started to cool down. The shop sits on a corner that I'd probably passed 100 times without really noticing. But that evening, something about the warm light spilling from its windows and the hand-painted signs swaying in the breeze made me stop and look closer. Through the glass I could see families with kids sticky from day-long adventures, couples sharing sundaes, elderly people sitting alone with newspapers and small cups of what looked like sherbet. I went in planning to get something simple and quick, maybe a single scoop to eat while walking home. But the woman behind the counter, probably in her 60s with flour in her hair and smile lines around her eyes, started describing flavours, like she was recommending books from her personal library. Lavender honey, made fresh that morning. Brown butter peach, that tasted like summer itself. Salted caramel with sea salt she'd driven to the coast to collect herself. I ended up with a cone of that brown butter peach, and she was absolutely right about it, tasting like summer. Not artificial peach flavouring, but like biting into fruit that had been warmed by sunshine all day. I sat at one of the small tables by the window, planning to eat quickly and head home. But something about the atmosphere made me slow down completely. The light outside was doing that thing it only does during golden hour, turning everything warm and soft and slightly magical. People walking by looked like they were moving through honey, and even the most ordinary interactions seemed touched with something special. A father teaching his daughter to ride a bike in the park across the street. An elderly couple sharing a bench and pointing at cloud formations. Teenagers laughing over shared earbuds. I realised I'd been sitting there for almost an hour, just watching life happen through those windows, while my ice cream slowly melted and reformed into the perfect temperature. The shop had this quality that made time feel optional, like you could sit there for 5 minutes or 5 hours, and either would be exactly right. Since that first evening, I've been back probably 20 times. It's become this unexpected ritual that marks the end of difficult days or celebrates small victories. When work is overwhelming, when relationships feel complicated, when the world seems too harsh and fast-paced, I know I can walk 3 blocks and find this pocket of gentleness that stays open late just in case someone needs it. The flavours change with the seasons and the woman's moods, but there's always something that feels perfectly suited to whatever evening you're having. Cinnamon apple when the leaves start turning, peppermint bark during the first snow, strawberry basil when spring finally arrives. Each flavour tastes like someone put actual care into creating something that would make people happy. I've brought friends there, and they all have the same reaction. They go in planning to grab something quick and leave, then find themselves settling in for long conversations as the sun sets outside the windows. The place has this way of making you forget you have anywhere else to be. The owner, whose name is Helen, has started recognising me and asks about my week like we're old friends. She remembers that I like adventurous flavours, but nothing too sweet, and she always has recommendations ready when I can't decide. Last week she let me try a new flavour she was developing, cardamom rose, and asked for my honest opinion like I was some kind of ice cream consultant. Summer is almost over now, and I know they'll switch to winter hours soon, closing at 8 instead of 11, but I'm not worried about losing this ritual. Helen mentioned that she's thinking about staying open late on Friday nights year-round. because she's noticed how many people seem to need a place to sit quietly and watch the world go by. Some businesses sell products, but Sunset Scoops sell something harder to define. They sell the feeling of summer evenings when you have nowhere urgent to be, an ice cream that tastes like someone's grandmother made it with love. They sell the luxury of slowing down in a world that's always rushing. That story's over. There's something profound about places that understand the art of creating space for people to just exist peacefully. Helen's ice cream shop isn't just serving dessert, it's serving community and comfort, and the radical idea that some things are worth taking your time with. This next story comes from someone who discovered that the smallest creatures can claim the coziest spaces. I woke up last Saturday morning to the gentlest rocking motion, like being on a boat in calm water, and for a few sleepy seconds I couldn't figure out why my bedroom felt like it was swaying. Then I looked out my window and saw the most perfectly content cat I've ever encountered, curled up in a tight orange ball on my porch swing. My apartment is on the second floor, and the swing hangs from the covered porch that faces the morning sun. I'd bought it at a garage sale 3 months ago, thinking it would be nice to have coffee out there on weekend mornings, but I barely used it myself. Apparently, the neighbourhood cats had different ideas about its purpose. This particular cat was a beautiful orange tabby with white paws and a white bib, probably someone's beloved pet based on how well fed and groomed he looked. But he'd claimed my swing like he'd been waiting his whole life for the perfect napping spot and finally found it. He was curled so tightly that he looked like a furry cinnamon roll, tail wrapped around his body, paws tucked under his chest in that way cats do when they're completely relaxed. Every few minutes, a breeze would catch the swing and set it in gentle motion, and instead of waking up or seeming disturbed, the cat would just ride the movement like it was the most natural thing in the world. His whiskers would twitch slightly, and sometimes one ear would rotate toward a sound, but otherwise, he was completely lost in what looked like the deepest, most peaceful sleep imaginable. I made my coffee as quietly as possible, not wanting to disturb him, and settled at my kitchen table where I could watch through the window. There was something mesmerising about seeing such complete contentment. This exact right combination of warmth, gentle cat had found the motion and safety, and he was going to milk every second of it. The swing continued its lazy back and forth motion, sometimes catching bigger gusts of wind that would increase the arc, sometimes slowing to barely perceptible movement when the air was still. Through it all, my uninvited guest adjusted his position, just slightly to maintain perfect balance, like he'd been swing sleeping his entire life. I started wondering whose cat this was, and whether they were worried about him. He was clearly well cared for, with bright eyes and a glossy coat, but he seemed so at home on my porch that I wondered if this was a regular routine I'd just never noticed before. Maybe he made rounds through the neighbourhood, selecting different napping spots based on time of day and weather conditions. Around 10 o'clock he finally stirred, stretching each paw individually in that deliberate way cats do when they're transitioning from sleep to wakefulness. He sat up on the swing, which was still moving gently, and looked around with the satisfied expression of someone who just had the perfect rest. Then he noticed me watching through the window. Instead of running away or looking startled, he just blinked slowly at me, which I'd heard was the cat equivalent of a friendly greeting. I blinked back, and I swear he seemed pleased by this exchange. He stood up on the swing, arched his back in a full body stretch, then walked to the edge of the porch and hopped down to continue whatever important cat business he had scheduled for the day. I went out to check the swing after he left, and it was still warm from his body heat. There were a few orange hairs clinging to the cushion, and the fabric had that faint, pleasant smell that clean, healthy cats have. I sat down where he'd been sleeping, and understood immediately why he'd chosen this spot. The morning sun hit it perfectly, the breeze was just right, and the gentle swaying motion was incredibly soothing. Since that morning, I've seen him return to the swing probably half a dozen times, always in the morning when the sun is warming that side of the porch, always settling in for what looks like serious napping time. I've started calling him Pendulum, which seems appropriate given his chosen sleeping arrangement. I've also started joining him out there with my coffee, sitting on the opposite end of the swing while he occupies the sunny corner. He doesn't seem to mind sharing, and I've discovered that having a purring cat as a swing companion makes morning coffee taste better somehow. There's something about his complete trust and contentment that rubs off on anyone nearby. My neighbour mentioned that Pendulum belongs to the family 3 houses down, and that he's famous in the neighbourhood for finding the most creative napping spots. Apparently, he's been spotted sleeping in wheelbarrows, on car hoods, and once memorably on top of someone's mailbox. But according to his humans, my swing has become his favourite, and they've started looking for him here when it's time for meals. I don't mind being part of his daily routine. In fact, I've started planning my morning schedule around swing time, making sure I'm up early enough to share those peaceful moments with my orange friend. He's taught me that sometimes the best way to start the day is by finding the perfect spot to just be still and let the world rock you gently into wakefulness. That story is over. Cats have this incredible talent for finding exactly the right spot for maximum comfort, and somehow they make it look like the most natural thing in the world. Pendulum turned that porch swing into his personal wellness retreat, and honestly, he had the right idea about starting mornings with gentle motion and warm sunshine. Our next story comes from someone who found a tiny. I was a miracle hiding in their garden routine, tearing my tomato plants yesterday evening, and I accidentally created the most perfect miniature rainbow I've ever seen. And it made me realise how much magic we miss when we're not paying attention to the small details of daily life. I'd been having a frustrating day at work, the kind where everything takes twice as long as it should, and simple tasks become unnecessarily complicated. By the time I got home, I was feeling drained and irritated, but my garden needed attention, whether I was in the mood or not. The tomatoes had been looking a little wilted in the afternoon heat, and I knew they'd need a good drink before the sun went down. I grabbed my old metal watering can, the one with the long spout and dozens of tiny holes that create a gentle shower instead of a harsh stream. The light was perfect for watering, that golden late afternoon sun that makes everything look warm and alive. I'd filled the can from the hose and was walking back toward the tomato beds, and I tilted it slightly to test the flow. Water started streaming out in these perfect, delicate arcs, and that's when I saw it. Right there in the spray from my watering can, suspended in the air for maybe 3 seconds before the water hit the ground, was the tiniest, most complete rainbow I'd ever witnessed. It wasn't a faint suggestion of colours or a partial arc. It was a full spectrum rainbow in miniature, maybe 6 inches from end to end, hanging in the water droplets, like a piece of jewellery made from light. I actually laughed out loud, which probably looked ridiculous to anyone watching a grown person get excited about garden irrigation. But there was something so unexpected and delightful about discovering this little masterpiece hiding in such an ordinary moment. I'd watered these same plants dozens of times, but I'd never noticed how the evening light could transform water droplets into prisms. I spent the next 10 minutes trying to recreate it, adjusting the angle of the can, moving to different positions relative to the sun, experimenting with the height and speed of the water flow. Some attempts produced faint hints of colour, others created multiple tiny rainbow fragments, but none quite matched that first perfect arc that had caught me completely by surprise. The tomatoes were getting thoroughly watered during my rainbow experiments, which they probably appreciated after the hot day, but I was completely absorbed in this game of light and water, trying to understand the exact conditions that created the most vivid colours. I discovered that the finest mist produced the clearest rainbows, and that moving the can in a slow, steady arc gave me the longest display. Finally, I managed to create another perfect rainbow, this one lasting almost 5 seconds, as I moved the watering can in a careful semicircle. The colours were incredibly vivid for something so small, red and orange and yellow, flowing into green and blue and purple in perfect order. It was like having a personal light show in my backyard. My neighbour poked her head over the fence to see what I was doing, since I'd been standing in the same spot for quite a while, making what probably looked like very inefficient watering motions. When I tried to show her the rainbow effect, of course it didn't work immediately. The sun had shifted just enough that the angle was wrong, and I felt like a kid trying to show off a magic trick that wouldn't cooperate. But then the light caught the spray just right one more time, and she saw it too. She got the same delighted expression I must have had, that pure joy of witnessing something beautiful and unexpected in the most ordinary circumstances. We both stood there, grinning at a rainbow that was smaller than a dinner plate, floating in water meant for vegetables. After she went back inside, I finished watering the garden with new appreciation for the process. Every spray from the can became an opportunity for wonder, every angle a chance to catch light in a new way. What had started as a chore to check off my evening list had become this meditation on beauty and attention and the small miracles that happen when conditions align perfectly. I've been watering at the same time every evening since then, always watching for rainbows in the spray. Some days the light isn't right, or the air is too still, or I'm too rushed to pay attention. But when everything comes together, when the sun and water and my position create that perfect moment, I get to witness something that feels like pure magic happening right in my own backyard. It's changed how I think about routine tasks. Now I find myself looking for the hidden beauty in washing dishes, where soap bubbles catch light in interesting ways, or in folding laundry, where fabric creates temporary sculptures in the afternoon sun streaming through windows. Beauty isn't just in spectacular sunsets or mountain vistas, it's in the tiny, fleeting moments that happen while we're doing the most ordinary things. That story is over. Sometimes the most extraordinary moments happen when we're doing the most mundane tasks. That tiny rainbow proves that magic is always around us. We just have to be present enough to notice when light and water decide to collaborate on something beautiful. This next story takes us across the water to a moment that felt suspended in time. I took the small ferry across the bay last weekend, something I'd been meaning to do for months but never quite got around to, and the 20-minute journey turned into one of those experiences that stays with you long after it's over. The ferry runs between the main harbour and a small island where there's a lighthouse and a few walking trails. Nothing spectacular, just a quiet day trip that locals recommend to visitors who want to see the area from the water. It was one of those perfect September mornings when the air feels clean and the light has that quality that makes everything look like it's been painted by someone who really loves the world. I'd bought my ticket on impulse, no real plans beyond maybe walking around the island for an hour before catching the return ferry. The boat itself was small and simple, maybe room for 20 passengers, with wooden benches and wide windows that had been opened to let in the morning breeze. There were only 6 other people on board, an elderly couple with a thermos of coffee, a woman with a sketchbook, and a family with 2 young kids who were excited about seeing dolphins. Though the captain warned us not to get our hopes up. As we pulled away from the dock, the water was so calm it looked like dark glass, barely rippled by our movement through it. The engine was quiet enough that you could hear seabirds calling and the gentle splash of water against the hull. Within minutes, the harbour fell behind us and we were surrounded by nothing but water and sky, with the island growing slowly larger ahead of us. That's when I noticed how the morning light was hitting the water. Instead of the usual sparkles and glimmers you expect to see on water in sunlight, the surface was creating these perfect mirror-like reflections. The sky above us was reflected so clearly below that it felt like we were floating through space rather than sailing across a bay. I found myself leaning against the rail, completely mesmerised by the effect. Clouds drifted by overhead, and their twins drifted by underneath us, identical in every detail. When a seagull flew past, there were two gulls, one in the air and one in the water, both moving in perfect synchronization. It was like travelling through a world where up and down had lost their meaning. The woman with the sketchbook noticed what I was staring at and came over to stand beside me. She said she'd been trying to capture the effect in her drawings, but that the perfection of the reflection was almost impossible to render convincingly. On paper, she said, it would look like a mistake or an optical illusion, but in reality, it was the most natural thing in the world. The family's kids spotted it too, and they spent the rest of the journey hanging over the rail, pointing excitedly at fish swimming both above and below us, at their own faces looking back from the water, at the way the island ahead of us seemed to be growing up from the depths as well as approaching from the distance. Even the elderly couple, who probably took this ferry regularly based on how familiar they seemed with the captain, kept looking over the side with expressions of quiet amazement. The man mentioned to his wife that he'd never seen the water so perfectly still, that conditions like this happened maybe once or twice a year, when the wind and temperature were exactly right. The entire journey felt like we were travelling through a dream landscape where the normal rules of physics had been temporarily suspended. There was something deeply peaceful about being surrounded by such perfect symmetry, such complete stillness. The usual anxiety and mental chatter that fills most of my days just disappeared, replaced by this sense of floating in a world made entirely of light and reflection. When we finally reached the island and the spell was broken by the need to tie up at the dock, it felt almost jarring to return to the regular world, where water was just water and sky was just sky. The passengers disembarked quietly, like people leaving a theatre after a particularly moving performance. I spent 2 hours walking the island's trails, but honestly, nothing I saw on land compared to that journey across the mirror water. The lighthouse was pretty, the views were nice, but my mind kept returning to those 20 minutes when it felt like we were sailing through the sky itself. The return trip was lovely, but ordinary. A breeze had picked up, creating the usual sparkles and waves you'd expect on a sunny afternoon. The water looked normal again, beautiful, but not magical. I found myself missing that morning stillness, that sense of travelling through a world where everything was doubled and nothing quite followed the expected rules. I've taken that ferry 3 more times since then, hoping to experience those conditions again. Each trip has been pleasant, but never quite that same otherworldly quality. I'm starting to think that's part of what made that morning so special, the knowledge that I was witnessing something rare and temporary, a gift that the water and sky and light had conspired to create just once. That story is over. There's something profound about moments when nature creates conditions so perfect they feel almost impossible. That ferry ride sounds like travelling through a living meditation, where the boundary between sky and water disappeared and left only beauty in its place. This next story comes from someone who discovered the magic of reconnecting with the earth beneath our feet. I had been having one of those weeks where everything felt synthetic and overwhelming. Too many hours staring at screens, too much time in air-conditioned buildings, too many conversations that felt forced and empty. By Friday evening, I felt completely disconnected from anything real or grounding. My apartment has this small backyard that I rarely use because it's mostly just grass and a few scraggly bushes that the previous tenant planted. But that evening, something pulled me outside. Maybe it was the way the late afternoon light was hitting the lawn, or maybe I just needed to be somewhere that wasn't enclosed by walls and artificial lighting. I walked out onto the small patio, planning to just sit on the steps for a few minutes and breathe some fresh air. But when I looked down at the grass, still damp from the sprinklers that had run earlier in the day, I had this sudden urge to do something I hadn't done since I was a kid. I wanted to feel grass under my bare feet. It sounds so simple, but when you're an adult living in the city, you forget how rarely you actually touch the earth directly. We're always wearing shoes, walking on concrete, separated from the natural world by layers of rubber and leather and pavement. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt grass between my toes. I kicked off my work flats, right there on the patio and stepped onto the lawn. The sensation was immediately overwhelming, in the best possible way. The grass was cool and soft, with that perfect moisture that comes from evening watering. Each blade seemed to press gently against the soles of my feet, and I could feel the slight give of the soil underneath. I took a few more steps, then found myself just standing there, wiggling my toes and letting the grass tickle the spaces between them. There was something deeply satisfying about the texture, the way the dampness felt refreshing without being uncomfortable, the way my feet seemed to sink just slightly into the earth. The evening dew had left tiny droplets clinging to the grass blades, and as I walked slowly across the small yard, I could feel them transferring onto my skin. My feet and ankles were soon speckled with moisture, and instead of feeling messy or inconvenient, it felt like some kind of natural blessing, like the earth was welcoming me back after too long away. I spent probably 20 minutes just walking back and forth across that small patch of lawn, rediscovering how it felt to move without shoes. There was something about the direct contact with growing things that made me feel more present in my own body than I had in weeks. Each step was deliberate and mindful, in a way that walking on sidewalks never is. The sun was starting to set, and the air had that perfect temperature where you can't tell where your skin ends and the atmosphere begins. Standing there barefoot in the grass, I felt like I was finally breathing properly for the first time all week. The stress in my shoulders started to release and my mind stopped its constant chatter about deadlines and obligations. I noticed things about my small yard that I'd never paid attention to before. The way the grass was slightly thicker in some areas than others, the places where clover had mixed in with the regular lawn, creating little patches of different texture under my feet, a few dandelions that had somehow survived the last mowing, their leaves soft and broad against my toes. My neighbour's dog started barking, and I realised I'd been standing motionless in my backyard for several minutes, probably looking like I was having some kind of breakdown, but I didn't feel embarrassed. I felt grounded in a way I hadn't experienced in months, literally and figuratively connected to something stable and real. When I finally went back inside, my feet were stained green around the edges and speckled with bits of grass and soil. Instead of rushing to wash them off, I sat on my couch and just looked at them for a while. They looked like feet that had actually been somewhere, done something, touched the world instead of just moving across artificial surfaces. I started making barefoot walks across the grass part of my evening routine. Not every day, but whenever I felt that familiar disconnection creeping in, whenever the world felt too digital and processed and removed from anything organic. 5 minutes of grass between my toes became like a reset button for my nervous system. It's such a simple thing, but it's changed how I think about my relationship with the natural world. Even in the city, even with just a small patch of lawn, there are opportunities to remember that we're part of something larger than concrete and steel. Sometimes the most profound medicine is just taking off your shoes and remembering what the earth feels like. That story is over. There's something so beautifully simple about rediscovering the most basic human experience of touching the ground with bare skin. In our shoe-wearing, pavement-walking world, we forget how grounding it can be to literally ground ourselves. Sometimes the best therapy is free and growing right outside our door. Our next story comes from someone who found an entire world reflected in the smallest of spaces. I was walking home after a particularly heavy rainstorm last Tuesday when something made me stop in the middle of the sidewalk and crouch down right. There, in what couldn't have been more than a 6-inch puddle left by the morning's downpour, was the most perfect reflection of the massive oak tree that towered overhead. The puddle was small and shallow, probably formed where a slight depression in the concrete had collected rainwater. Most people would have stepped around it without a second glance, maybe even been annoyed by the obstacle in their path, but something about the way the late afternoon light was hitting the water made me pause and really look. What I saw took my breath away. The entire oak tree, which must have been 60 feet tall with branches that spread wide enough to shade half the block, was captured perfectly in that tiny pool of water. Every branch, every cluster of leaves, every detail of the massive trunk was there in miniature, like looking at a photograph printed on the surface of the sidewalk. The reflection was so clear and complete that it felt impossible. How could something so small contain something so enormous? The physics of it made sense, I suppose, but the visual effect was magical. It was like discovering a portal to another dimension, where giant trees existed in puddles, where entire ecosystems could fit in the palm of your hand. I found myself lying flat on the sidewalk, getting my clothes damp from the wet concrete, just to see the reflection from the perfect angle. From that position, looking directly down into the water, the illusion was complete. The reflected tree looked as solid and real as the actual tree above me, just existing in this parallel underwater world that I could reach into if I wanted. A few people walking by gave me strange looks, probably wondering why a grown woman was sprawled on the sidewalk, staring at a puddle. One jogger even asked if I was okay, clearly concerned that I'd fallen or was having some kind of medical emergency. I tried to explain what I was seeing, but it sounded ridiculous when I said it out loud. The water was so still that every detail was preserved with photographic clarity. I could see individual leaves, the texture of the bark, even a small bird that landed on one of the branches and appeared instantly in the reflection below. When the bird flew away, both versions disappeared simultaneously, like synchronized swimmers in separate pools. What struck me most was how the reflection seemed to have its own life and logic. When clouds moved across the sky above, they moved across the sky in the puddle too, but somehow the experience of watching them in the water felt different, more intimate. Like I was being given a private viewing of something that was happening in a secret world that existed parallel to our own. I started noticing other details in the reflection that I'd never paid attention to in the real tree above. The way certain branches created patterns against the sky, the complex network of smaller twigs that formed intricate lacework at the edges, the subtle colour variations in the leaves that were easier to see when they were contained in that small, focused frame. A gentle breeze stirred the water just slightly, and the reflection shimmered without disappearing entirely. The tree in the puddle became fluid and dreamlike, swaying gently while the real tree above remained perfectly still. It was like watching the same scene through two different lenses, one solid and permanent, one liquid and ever-changing. I must have spent 15 minutes crouched beside that puddle, completely absorbed in this accidental art installation that the rain had created. When I finally stood up, my knees were sore and my clothes were damp, but I felt like I'd discovered something profound about perspective and beauty and the way small things can contain entire worlds. By the next morning, the sun had evaporated the puddle completely. The sidewalk was dry and ordinary again, with no trace of the mirror world that had existed there for just a few hours. But I found myself looking for puddles everywhere after that, hoping to catch another glimpse of those reflected universes that appear and disappear with the weather. Now, whenever it rains, I walk slower and pay attention to the temporary galleries that form in the low spots of sidewalled streets. Each puddle is a potential window into another way of seeing the world around us. A reminder that beauty often exists in the most unexpected and impermanent places. That story is over. The idea that something so massive could be perfectly contained in something so small feels like a metaphor for how much wonder we miss when we're walking through life too quickly. Sometimes the most extraordinary art galleries are the ones that appear overnight and disappear with the morning sun. This next story takes us into an evening where scent became a time machine. I was having a particularly stressful evening, the kind where my apartment felt too small and my thoughts were racing in circles I couldn't escape. I'd been dealing with work pressure, family drama, and that general anxiety that sometimes builds up without any specific cause. So I decided to light one of the candles I'd been saving for a special occasion, figuring that maybe creating some kind of calming atmosphere would help settle my nerves. The candle was one I'd bought months ago at a small shop downtown, but had never gotten around to using. The label said it was pine forest scented, which had sounded appealing at the time, but sitting on my shelf, it had just been another decorative object, waiting for the right moment to fulfill its purpose. I lit it while standing in my kitchen, not expecting much beyond maybe some pleasant background fragrance to accompany my evening routine. But the moment the flame caught and the wax began to warm, something extraordinary happened. The scent that filled the room wasn't just pine fragrance, it was summer camp when I was 10 years old. Instantly, I was transported back to those weeks I'd spent in the mountains as a kid, sleeping in a cabin surrounded by towering evergreens, waking up to air so clean and sharp it felt like drinking liquid sunshine. The smell was so precise, so exactly right, that I could almost feel the rough wool of my sleeping bag and hear the sound of other kids whispering after lights out. I found myself sitting down, heavily, at my kitchen table, overwhelmed by how completely the scent had shifted my mental landscape. All the stress and worry that had been consuming me just minutes before seemed to evaporate, replaced by this profound sense of peace and safety that I associated with those childhood summers in the forest. The candle wasn't just producing fragrance, it was creating an entire sensory environment. I could practically feel the cool mountain air on my skin, hear the wind moving through pine branches high above, smell that combination of wood smoke and clean earth that had surrounded us during evening campfires. My small city apartment had been transformed into a memory of the most peaceful place I'd ever experienced. I closed my eyes and let the scent wash over me completely. I remembered specific moments from that summer, hiking trails where the pine smell was so intense it made me feel slightly dizzy with happiness. Lying on my back in a clearing, looking up at trees so tall they seemed to touch the sky, the way everything felt possible and safe when you were surrounded by that much untouched nature. The candle burned for hours that evening, and I spent most of that time just sitting quietly, letting it transport me back to a version of myself who didn't carry constant anxiety about deadlines and obligations. That 10-year-old kid who could spend entire days just existing in the forest, feeling perfectly content to be small in such a vast, beautiful world. What amazed me was how specific the memory trigger was. This wasn't generic forest scent. It was exactly the smell of those particular pines, at that particular elevation, during that particular summer, when everything felt magical and possible. Somehow, this candle had captured not just a fragrance, but an entire emotional landscape from decades ago. I found myself remembering details I'd forgotten for years. The counsellor who taught us to identify different trees by their bark patterns. The morning we woke up to find deer grazing just outside our cabin windows. The way the stars looked when you were far enough from city lights to see the Milky Way as a river of light across the sky. When I finally blew out the candle and got ready for bed, I felt more relaxed than I had in months. Not just because of the pleasant fragrance, but because I'd been reminded of a time when life felt simpler, when being present in the natural world was enough to create perfect contentment. The scent had given me back a piece of myself I didn't realise I was missing. I've been more intentional about lighting that candle since then, saving it for evenings when I need to remember what peace feels like. It's become like a form of aromatherapy that works on multiple levels, not just relaxing my immediate stress, but reconnecting me with a deeper sense of who I am when I'm not caught up in the daily grind of adult responsibilities. Sometimes I light it and just sit quietly, letting the pine scent remind me that somewhere out there, those mountains still exist. Those forests are still growing and breathing and creating that perfect air that made me feel so alive as a kid. And someday, when life allows, I can go back and breathe it in person again. That story is over. It's incredible how certain scents can unlock entire chapters of our lives that we thought were filed away forever. That candle didn't just smell like pine trees, it smelled like childhood wonder and the particular brand of peace that only comes from being small in something vast and beautiful. Our next story comes from someone who experienced an unexpected act of kindness that brightened an ordinary morning. I was having one of those mornings where everything felt like an uphill battle before the day even really started. I'd overslept, spilled coffee on my shirt, and was running late for work, but I also realised I was completely out of bread and would need to grab something quick for lunch. So I ducked into this small bakery near the bus stop, planning to buy a simple loaf and maybe a muffin to eat on the way to the office. The bakery was one of those neighbourhood places that's been around forever, but that I'd never actually been inside. It smelled incredible, like yeast and butter and all those warm, comforting scents that make you want to abandon your diet and your schedule and just stay there eating pastries all morning. But I was in a hurry, so I went straight to the counter and asked for a loaf of their whole wheat bread. The woman behind the counter was probably in her 50s with flour dusting her apron and that particular kind of tiredness that comes from getting up before dawn to bake fresh bread for other people. She wrapped my loaf carefully in paper and rang it up, and I was already reaching for my wallet when she paused and looked at me more closely. "You look like you're having a rough morning," she said, not in a prying way, but with genuine kindness in her voice. Before I could respond, she reached into the display case and pulled out a small paper bag, the kind they use for individual pastries. "This is for you," she said, tucking it into my larger bag with the bread. I tried to ask what it was and how much extra I owed, but she just shook her head and smiled. "It's nothing fancy, just a little something to make your day better, no charge." I was so surprised by the gesture that I almost forgot to thank her, but she was already turning to help the next customer, like what she'd done was the most natural thing in the world. I didn't look in the bag until I was sitting on the bus, curious about what kind of pastry merited such spontaneous generosity. Inside was a small chocolate croissant, still slightly warm, with a little note written in neat handwriting that said, "Hope your day gets better from here." The croissant was perfect, buttery and flaky, with just the right amount of chocolate. But what really got to me was the note. This woman had taken the time to write a personal message for a complete stranger who was clearly having a stressful morning. It was such a small gesture, but it completely transformed how I felt about the day ahead. I ate the croissant slowly, savouring every bite and thinking about how rare it is for someone to offer unexpected kindness with no expectation of anything in return. She didn't know me, didn't owe me anything, but she'd seen someone having a difficult morning and decided to do something about it. The rest of my day actually did get better from there, whether because of the sugar boost from the pastry or just because that act of kindness had shifted my entire perspective. Problems that had seemed overwhelming earlier felt more manageable. Interactions with co-workers felt warmer. Even the commute home felt less stressful. I've been back to that bakery probably a dozen times since then, and the woman always remembers me. She asks how my day is going, recommends new items they've added to the menu, and generally treats me like a valued regular customer rather than just another face in the morning rush. But she's never mentioned that first morning or acted like her kindness was anything special. I've started trying to pay that gesture forward in small ways, letting someone go ahead of me, in line when they seem rushed, leaving extra quarters in parking meters that are about to expire, bringing coffee for co-workers when I'm getting some for myself. Nothing dramatic, just little acts of consideration that might make someone's day slightly easier. There's something powerful about unexpected kindness from strangers. It reminds you that most people are fundamentally good, that small gestures can have impacts far beyond their apparent size, and that we're all just trying to get through our days with a little grace and connection. That story is over. The most beautiful part is how she made it seem effortless, like spreading kindness was just part of her daily routine, rather than anything extraordinary. Those small moments of human connection can completely reshape how we move through the world, one chocolate croissant at a time. This next story comes from someone who found an unexpected walking companion in the most charming way. I was taking my usual morning walk through Riverside Park, following the winding trail that loops around the small pond and through the section with all the old oak trees. It's a routine I've maintained for about 6 months now, partly for exercise, but mostly because it's become this peaceful ritual that helps me start each day feeling grounded and connected to something larger than my apartment and my to-do list. The park is usually pretty quiet at 7 in the morning, with just a few dedicated joggers and dog walkers sharing the paths. I like the solitude, the way the morning light filters through the trees and creates these shifting patterns on the ground, the sound of birds waking up and starting their own daily routines. About 10 minutes into my walk, I noticed a small sparrow hopping along the path about 15 feet ahead of me. Nothing unusual about that. Birds are everywhere in the park, but something about this particular sparrow caught my attention. Instead of flying away when I got closer, which is what usually happens, it just hopped a little further ahead and continued whatever it was doing. I kept walking at my normal pace and the sparrow kept hopping ahead of me, maintaining that same distance, like we were travelling companions who had agreed on a comfortable spacing arrangement. At first, I thought it was just coincidence that our paths happened to overlap for a few minutes before the bird would veer off into the bushes or fly up into the trees. But as I continued around the pond, the sparrow continued ahead of me, occasionally pausing to peck at something on the ground or tilt its head to listen for sounds. I couldn't hear, but always resuming its forward progress, just as I was catching up. It was like having a tiny tour guide leading me along the familiar path. The sparrow wasn't afraid of me at all, which was unusual in my experience with park birds. When I'd slow down, it would slow down. When I'd pick up my pace slightly, it would hop a little faster to maintain our arrangement. A few times, it even stopped completely and seemed to wait for me to catch up before continuing. Other walkers passing in the opposite direction would smile when they saw my unusual walking partner. One elderly man with a golden retriever actually stopped and commented on how sweet it was that the bird had adopted me. His dog was much more interested in the sparrow than the sparrow seemed to be concerned about the dog, which suggested this little bird had a lot of confidence in its own safety. We walked together for almost the entire loop, maybe 20 minutes total. The sparrow led me past the pond where ducks were starting their morning swim, through the grove of trees where squirrels were beginning their daily acrobatics, and along the section of path that runs parallel to the creek. It was like seeing my familiar route through fresh eyes, paying attention to details I might have missed if I'd been walking alone. Near the end of the trail, where the path splits off toward different parking areas, my sparrow companion finally veered away from the main route. It hopped up onto a low branch, chirped once in what I chose to interpret as a farewell, and disappeared into the thick foliage of a bush where I could hear other birds chattering. I stood there for a moment, feeling oddly bereft at losing my walking partner. The rest of my route back to the car felt different, quieter, and somehow less complete than the portion I'd shared with the sparrow. It had been such a simple interaction, but it had transformed my usual solitary walk into something that felt more like a conversation with the natural world. I've been hoping to encounter my sparrow friend again on subsequent walks, but so far, no luck. I've seen plenty of other birds, but none have shown any interest in walking with me the way that one did. Maybe it was just a once-in-a-lifetime encounter, one of those magical moments when the boundary between human and nature becomes temporarily permeable. The experience changed how I think about my morning walks. Now I pay more attention to the birds and squirrels and other creatures sharing the park, more aware that we're all just trying to navigate our day in the same small ecosystem. Sometimes the best company comes in the most unexpected forms. That story is over. There's something so purely joyful about being chosen by a wild creature as a temporary companion. That sparrow turned an ordinary morning walk into an interspecies friendship, proving that connection can happen anywhere, even when you don't speak the same language. Our next story takes us outside someone's window to witness what felt like overnight magic. I went to bed last Tuesday with the most ordinary view outside my bedroom window. Just the usual collection of shrubs and small trees that the apartment complex had planted years ago. Nothing particularly inspiring or noteworthy. The landscaping was functional but bland, the kind of generic greenery that exists mainly to fulfill some municipal requirement for outdoor space. My bedroom faces east, so I always wake up to natural light filtering through the blinds, which is one of the reasons I love this apartment despite its other quirks. That Wednesday morning, I rolled over and opened the blinds like I do every day, planning to check the weather before deciding what to wear to work. What I saw outside stopped me completely. Where there had been plain green shrubs the night before, there was now an explosion of colour so vibrant and complete that I actually thought I might still be dreaming. Every single bush and small tree was covered in flowers, like someone had come through in the night with buckets of paint and transformed the entire landscape. The transformation was so dramatic that I had to put on my glasses and look again to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. But no, there they were, dozens of flowering bushes in shades of pink and white and deep purple, with some yellow flowers mixed in that I was pretty sure hadn't even existed as plants the day before. It looked like a botanical garden had materialised overnight. I'd been living in this apartment for 8 months, through fall and winter and into spring, and I'd never seen any indication that these plants were capable of such spectacular flowering. They'd been green and unremarkable through every season, just part of the background landscaping that I barely noticed when walking to my car. The flowers weren't just sparse blooms scattered here and there. Every bush was absolutely loaded with blossoms, so covered that you could barely see the green leaves underneath. It was like they'd all been saving up their energy all year for one magnificent display that happened to coincide with my Wednesday morning. I called in late to work, which I never do because I couldn't tear myself away from the window. I made coffee and sat on my bed, just staring at this accidental garden that had appeared outside my room. The morning light was hitting the flowers perfectly, making the colours even more intense and creating these beautiful shadow patterns on the ground beneath the bushes. My neighbour in the next building over was standing at her window too, and when she saw me looking out, she gestured excitedly at the flowers and shrugged with this expression of amazed confusion. We'd both witnessed the same overnight miracle, and neither of us could quite believe what we were seeing. I spent my lunch break researching flowering shrubs online, trying to figure out what varieties could possibly bloom so suddenly and completely. Apparently, some plants do most of their flower development hidden inside buds that look dormant, then release everything at once when conditions are exactly right. Temperature, rainfall, day length, all the factors had aligned to trigger this synchronized flowering, but knowing the science behind it didn't diminish the magic of the experience. It still felt like nature had decided to surprise everyone who looked out their windows that morning with a reminder of how much beauty exists in the world, just waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. The flowers lasted for about a week and a half, which felt like a generous gift considering how spectacular they were. Every morning, I'd wake up and check to make sure they were still there, that I hadn't dreamed the whole thing. Even as they started to fade, there was something beautiful about watching the petals drift down like colourful snow. Now those bushes are back to being plain green, and most people walking by probably don't give them a second glance. But I know what they're capable of now. I know that sometime next spring, when all the conditions align just right, they'll transform again into something miraculous. I find myself checking them every morning, watching for signs that another overnight explosion of colour might be brewing. The whole experience taught me to pay more attention to the seemingly ordinary things around me. Plants, trees, even the most mundane landscaping, they're all carrying hidden potential that might reveal itself when we least expect it. Sometimes, the most spectacular beauty is the kind that appears suddenly, demands our attention for a brief moment, then fades back into the background until the next time conditions are perfect. That story is over. Nature really does have the most incredible sense of timing and drama. The idea that all those flowers were just waiting inside those plain green bushes for months, ready to surprise everyone with a synchronized spectacular, makes you wonder what other hidden beauty is quietly preparing to reveal itself around us. Our next story takes us to a car window where music became a time machine. I was sitting at a red light yesterday afternoon, stuck in the usual downtown traffic, when a car pulled up next to me with its windows down and music playing. Normally I'd just roll my own windows up to avoid the noise, but something about the song drifting from their speakers made me pause and really listen instead. It was a song I hadn't heard in probably 15 years, something that used to play constantly on the radio during my senior year of high school. Not a huge hit that everyone remembers, but one of those songs that gets embedded in your memory because it soundtracked a specific time in your life when everything felt possible and complicated and intense. The moment I recognised the opening chords, I was transported back to driving around my hometown with my best friend. Windows down, just like the car next to me, feeling like we owned the world and had our whole lives spread out ahead of us. Like an adventure we couldn't wait to begin. The song had been our anthem that year, the one we'd turn up loud and sing along to badly whenever it came on. I found myself smiling involuntarily, remembering how everything felt so significant back then. This particular song had been playing during late-night drives to nowhere, conversations about college and careers and who we might become, those long summer evenings when time seemed infinite and every moment felt charged with possibility. The light turned green and the car with the music pulled ahead, but I could still hear the song fading as they drove away. For the rest of my drive home, I kept humming the melody, amazed at how completely it had shifted my mood and perspective. What had been just another mundane commute became this nostalgic journey back to a version of myself I'd almost forgotten. When I got home, I looked up the song online and played it again, this time with full attention instead of just catching fragments through someone else's car window. Listening to it intentionally brought back even more memories. The summer job I'd had that year, the boy I'd had a crush on, the way everything felt like it mattered so much more than it probably did. But what struck me most was how hearing it accidentally, drifting from a stranger's car at a traffic light, had been so much more powerful than if I'd chosen to play it myself. There was something about the randomness of the encounter, the way the universe had decided to offer me this unexpected gift of memory and emotion that made it feel almost magical. The song wasn't even one I would have thought to seek out on my own. It had been filed away in some corner of my consciousness, part of the soundtrack to a time in my life that I'd moved past but never really left behind. Hearing it again reminded me of who I'd been at 18, full of dreams and uncertainty, and unshakable confidence that everything would work out somehow. I ended up texting my old best friend, who I hadn't spoken to in months, to tell her about hearing our song at a traffic light. She immediately knew which one I meant and said she'd been thinking about that whole summer recently too, how free and optimistic we'd felt, how sure we were that we'd stay close forever, no matter where life took us. We ended up having a long phone conversation that night, catching up on our current lives, but also reminiscing about those late-night drives and the conversations we'd had about our futures. It was like that random song at the traffic light had created a bridge back to a friendship that had gotten buried under years of different cities and busy schedules. Music has this incredible power to collapse time, to make 15 years disappear in the space of a 3-minute song. But there's something special about encountering it unexpectedly. When you're not prepared for the emotional journey it's going to take you on. Those accidental soundtracks to our memories can hit harder than anything we choose to play deliberately. That story is over. The most powerful music is often the kind that catches us completely off guard, spilling from someone else's car window at exactly the moment we need to remember who we used to be. Sometimes the universe has perfect timing when it comes to delivering exactly the memory we didn't know we were missing. This next story takes us to a winter morning where someone caught perfection in their palm. I was walking to work last Monday morning when the first snow of the season started falling. Just a light dusting that the weather forecast had mentioned, but that I hadn't really prepared for mentally. I'd been so focused on getting through the usual Monday morning routine that I almost didn't notice the tiny white flakes beginning to drift down from the grey sky. The snowfall was gentle and sparse, the kind that might not even accumulate on the ground. Just enough to remind you that winter was officially beginning its slow takeover of the year. Most people were hurrying past with their heads down, focused on getting to their destinations before the weather got worse. But something about the way the snowflakes were moving, so unhurried and deliberate, made me slow my pace and actually pay attention to what was happening around me. Each flake seemed to be taking its own unique path through the air, some spinning slowly, others drifting straight down. A few caught in little updrafts that made them dance before continuing their descent. I stopped walking entirely when I realised I was wearing my dark wool gloves, which would be perfect for actually seeing individual snowflakes if I could catch one. It had been years since I'd tried to examine snowflakes up close, probably not since I was a kid, fascinated by the idea that each one was supposed to be completely unique and different from every other one that had ever fallen. I held out my hand, palm up, and waited for one of the larger flakes to land on the dark fabric of my glove. It took a few attempts, with several snowflakes melting instantly upon contact or landing in spots where I couldn't see them clearly. But then one perfect flake drifted down and settled right in the centre of my palm, where I could see it completely. It was absolutely incredible. The snowflake was larger and more intricate than I'd expected, with 6 delicate arms extending from a central point. Each one decorated with tiny branches and crystalline details that looked like they'd been designed by the most patient artist in the world. The entire structure was so delicate and precise that it seemed impossible something so complex could have formed naturally in the chaos of a winter sky. I held my breath, trying to keep my hand perfectly still so I could memorize every detail before it melted. The snowflake was almost transparent, but the dark background of my glove made every line and curve visible. It looked like a tiny piece of lace, or maybe a miniature work of architecture, with perfect symmetry and patterns that repeated and varied in ways that seemed both mathematical and organic. For maybe 10 seconds, I had this perfect little masterpiece resting in my palm, and I felt like I was holding something precious and irreplaceable, not just because of its beauty, but because of its absolute uniqueness. This exact combination of water and temperature and air currents would never happen again in exactly this way. When this snowflake melted, its specific pattern would be gone from the universe forever. A gust of wind shifted the flake slightly on my glove, and I could see it beginning to lose its sharp edges as the warmth from my hand started the melting process. Within seconds, it had transformed from a perfect crystal structure into a small drop of water, then disappeared entirely into the fabric of my glove. I stood there for a moment longer, holding my empty palm up to the sky, amazed by what I'd just witnessed. All around me, thousands of equally intricate and unique snowflakes were falling, each one a tiny miracle of natural engineering that most people would never see or appreciate. We walk through blizzards of individual works of art without ever realising what we're experiencing. The rest of my walk to work felt different after that encounter. I found myself looking up at the falling snow with new appreciation, thinking about all the complex beauty that was drifting down around me. Even though I couldn't see the details of each flake, I knew they were there, each one carrying its own impossible perfection for the brief moment of its existence. I've been more aware of winter weather since then, more likely to stop and pay attention when snow starts falling, instead of just seeing it as an inconvenience or obstacle. There's something humbling about holding that kind of fleeting perfection in your hand, about being reminded that nature creates art on the smallest scales, without any audience or appreciation required. That story is over. The fact that nature creates such intricate masterpieces that exist for mere seconds, with no guarantee anyone will ever see them, makes you wonder how much beauty surrounds us constantly that we're just too busy to notice. Sometimes, the most extraordinary art gallery is literally falling from the sky. Our final story takes us to a park bench where someone discovered the art of simply being present. I had about an hour to kill between appointments yesterday afternoon, and instead of sitting in my car scrolling through my phone like I usually do, I decided to walk over to the small park near downtown and find somewhere to sit outside. It was one of those perfect autumn days where the temperature was exactly right and the light had that golden quality that makes everything look like a painting. The park isn't anything special, just a few acres of grass with some mature trees, a small pond, and several wooden benches scattered along the walking paths. I chose a bench that faced the water, thinking I'd use the time to catch up on emails, or maybe read the book I'd been carrying around for weeks without opening. But when I sat down, something about the scene in front of me made me put my phone away and just look instead. The pond was perfectly still, creating mirror-like reflections of the trees around its edges, and floating on the surface, moving so slowly they seemed to be barely disturbing the water, were maybe a dozen ducks. At first, I thought they were just paddling randomly around the pond, but as I watched more carefully, I started to notice patterns in their movements. They weren't rushing or urgent about anything, just moving with this calm purposefulness that seemed to create gentle ripples that spread outward in perfect concentric circles. There was something deeply soothing about watching those ripples expand across the water. Each duck created its own set of circles that would intersect with ripples from other ducks, creating these complex, ever-changing patterns on the surface of the pond. It was like watching a very slow, very peaceful form of water choreography. I found myself completely absorbed in the simple physics of it all. The way each ripple maintained its perfect circular shape as it travelled across the water. The way multiple sets of ripples would meet and combine without cancelling each other out. The way the entire surface of the pond became this constantly shifting canvas of intersecting circles and lines. The ducks themselves seemed completely content with their slow exploration of the water. Occasionally, one would dip its head under the surface, creating a slightly different kind of disturbance, or paddle a little faster to catch up with the group. But mostly, they just glided along with this enviable sense of being exactly where they belonged. I don't know how long I sat there watching them, long enough that the light started to change slightly, casting different shadows across the water, long enough that my shoulders relaxed in a way they hadn't in weeks, long enough that the constant mental chatter about work and obligations and everything I needed to accomplish that day gradually quieted down to almost nothing. There was something meditative about the repetitive nature of the scene. Ducks swimming, ripples spreading, circles intersecting and fading and being replaced by new ones. It was simple and predictable, but also endlessly varied in its details. No two moments looked exactly the same, but the overall rhythm remained constant and soothing. A few other people walked past during the time I was sitting there, most of them moving briskly along the path, with their eyes focused ahead. One jogger stopped briefly to stretch near my bench, but she was clearly focused on her workout rather than the scenery. I started to wonder how often any of us actually stop to watch something this simple and beautiful. When I finally checked my phone to see what time it was, I was surprised to discover I'd been sitting there for almost 45 minutes. It felt like maybe 15 minutes, which made me realise how completely I'd been absorbed in the present moment. I couldn't remember the last time I'd spent that long just observing something without thinking about anything else. As I got up to leave for my next appointment, I felt more calm and centred than I had in months. Not because anything dramatic had happened, but because I'd given myself permission to just sit and watch ducks swimming in a pond for almost an hour. The simple act of being present with something beautiful had been more restorative than any meditation app or self-care routine I'd ever tried. That story is over. There's something powerful about discovering that the best therapy sometimes costs nothing and requires no appointment. just the willingness to sit still and let the world's quiet rhythms wash over you. Sometimes the most profound peace comes from watching ducks do exactly what ducks are supposed to do. This brings us to the end of tonight's collection of gentle stories from the corners of the internet, where people share their quiet victories and small discoveries. These moments remind us that beauty isn't always dramatic or Instagram-worthy. Sometimes it's as simple as the smell of cookies from a stranger's kitchen, a heart-shaped stone appearing at exactly the right moment, or the way fog can turn fireworks into something even more magical than intended. The world is full of these small gifts, waiting for us to slow down enough to notice them. A dog's patient loyalty at a bus stop, steam patterns on a window becoming temporary art, the symphony of bees in a hidden garden, music drifting from a passing car that unlocks memories we'd forgotten we were carrying. Each story tonight has been a reminder that we're surrounded by wonder if we're willing to pay attention, that a violinist on a street corner might unknowingly play the soundtrack to your childhood, that an ice cream shop can become a sanctuary where time moves differently, that even the neighbourhood cat understands something profound about finding the perfect spot to rest. These stories come from real people who took the time to notice something beautiful and then shared it with strangers on the internet. In a world that often feels harsh and divided, these moments of connection and wonder are like small lights in the darkness, proof that gentleness and beauty still exist everywhere around us. Whether you're drifting off to sleep or just needed a reminder that magic lives in ordinary moments, I hope these stories have given you permission to slow down and look for your own quiet miracles. They're there, waiting in puddle reflections and rainbow spray from garden hoses, in the first snowflake of winter, and the patient ripples spreading across still water. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with golden retrievers who wait faithfully, gardens that bloom overnight, and all the small wonders that make life extraordinary when we remember to notice them. This final story comes from someone who discovered the profound peace that's always been waiting for us, right outside our doors. I'd been feeling overwhelmed by everything lately. Work deadlines stacking up, family obligations pulling me in different directions, and this constant sense that I was always running behind on something important. Yesterday afternoon, I had a rare hour between meetings, and instead of staying inside scrolling through emails like usual, something pulled me toward the small park just down the street from my office. It's not a fancy place, just a few acres of grass with some old trees, a small pond in the centre, and wooden benches scattered along the walking paths. I picked the bench closest to the water, thinking I'd use the time to catch up on work calls, or maybe finally respond to the messages piling up on my phone. But when I sat down and looked out at the pond, something made me put the phone away entirely. The water was perfectly still, creating these flawless raffle floating on the surface, moving so slowly the actions of the trees around the edges barely disturbed the mirror-like calm were about a dozen ducks. At first glance it seemed like they were just paddling around randomly, but as I watched longer, I started noticing the patterns in their movements. They weren't rushed or frantic like everything else in my life felt lately. They moved with this incredible sense of calm purpose, each one creating gentle ripples that spread outward in perfect circles. There was something mesmerizing about watching those ripples expand across the water. Each duck created its own set of concentric circles that would meet and intersect with ripples from the other ducks, forming these complex, constantly changing patterns on the surface. It was like watching the slowest, most peaceful dance imaginable. I found myself completely absorbed in the simple physics of it all, the way each ripple maintained its perfect circular shape as it travelled across the pond, how multiple sets of waves would meet and merge without cancelling each other out. The entire surface became this living canvas of intersecting lines and curves that shifted every second but never looked chaotic. The ducks themselves seemed to understand something about contentment that I'd forgotten. Occasionally, one would dip its head underwater, creating a slightly different kind of disturbance, or paddle a bit faster to stay with the group. But mostly, they just glided along with this enviable sense of being exactly where they belonged, doing exactly what they were meant to be doing. I have no idea how long I sat there watching them, long enough for the afternoon light to shift and cast different shadows across the water, long enough for the tension in my shoulders to completely dissolve, long enough for all the mental noise about deadlines and obligations to fade into something much quieter and more manageable. There was something deeply meditative about the repetitive nature of what I was witnessing. Ducks swimming, ripples spreading, circles forming and fading, and being replaced by new ones. It was simple and predictable, but also endlessly varied in its details. No two moments looked exactly the same, yet the overall rhythm remained constant and incredibly soothing. A few people walked past during my time there, most moving quickly along the path with their eyes focused ahead on whatever destination they were trying to reach. One jogger stopped near my bench to stretch, but even she seemed focused on her workout rather than the scenery around her. I started wondering how often any of us actually stop to just watch something this beautiful happening right in front of us. When I finally checked the time, I was shocked to discover I'd been sitting there for almost 50 minutes. It felt like maybe 15 minutes had passed, which made me realise how completely I'd been absorbed in the present moment. I couldn't remember the last time I'd spent nearly an hour just observing something without thinking about anything else I should be doing. As I got up to head back for my next meeting, I felt more calm and centred than I had in months. Not because anything dramatic had happened, but because I'd allowed myself to just sit and watch ducks being ducks in a pond for most of an hour. The simple act of being fully present with something peaceful had been more restorative than any meditation app or wellness routine I'd ever tried. The problems I'd brought to that bench were still waiting when I left, but they felt more manageable somehow, like maybe they weren't quite as urgent or insurmountable as they'd seemed an hour earlier. Sometimes the best solution to feeling overwhelmed is to remember that the world is full of things that move at their own perfect pace, creating beauty just by existing. That story is over. Sometimes the most profound therapy doesn't require an appointment or a prescription, just the wisdom to sit still and let something as simple as ducks on a pond remind you that peace has been there all along, waiting patiently for you to notice it. And that brings us to the end of tonight's gentle journey through the small moments that make life extraordinary. Each story has been a reminder that wonder doesn't announce itself with fanfare. It whispers through the scent of unknown cookies, appears in heart-shaped stones when we need them most, and transforms ordinary fireworks into something magical with just a touch of fog. These moments are everywhere around us, waiting in the patient loyalty of a dog at a bus stop, the temporary art we can create with steam on glass, the symphony of bees working in hidden gardens. They live in the music that drifts from passing cars and unlocks memories we'd tucked away, in ice cream shops that understand the sacred nature of summer evenings, and in neighbourhood cats who've mastered the art of finding perfect resting places. The beauty of these stories is that they come from real people who took the time to notice something wonderful and felt compelled to share it with strangers on the internet. In a world that often feels too fast and too harsh, these moments of connection and quiet magic serve as gentle reminders that beauty and kindness still flourish in the most ordinary circumstances. Whether you're settling into sleep or simply needed a reminder that miracles happen on the smallest scales, I hope these stories have given you permission to slow down and look for your own everyday wonders. They're there in puddle reflections and rainbow spray, in the first snowflake of winter, in the patient ripples spreading across still water, in the warmth of unexpected kindness, and the profound peace of simply being present. Rest well, and may your dreams be filled with golden retrievers who wait faithfully, gardens that bloom overnight, and all the small magic that surrounds us when we remember to pay attention. The world is more beautiful than we usually have time to notice, but it's always there, patient as ducks on a pond, waiting for us to sit down and really see. This next story comes from someone who discovered that some mysteries are more beautiful when they remain unsolved. I take the same route home from work every evening, and about 6 months ago I started noticing something that has completely changed how I think about my neighbourhood. There's this house on Elm Street with a bright blue front door and white shutters, nothing particularly fancy, but every single time I walk past it, the most incredible smell of fresh baking drifts out from the windows. It doesn't matter what time of evening it is, what season we're in, or what the weather's doing. That warm, buttery scent of cookies or bread or some kind of pastry is always there, floating out into the street like an invisible welcome mat. At first, I thought it was just coincidence. Maybe I happened to time my walks with their dinner preparation a few days in a row. But weeks turned into months, and still every evening without fail, that house smells like someone inside is creating the most wonderful baked goods. The scent changes too, which makes it even more intriguing. Some nights it's clearly chocolate chip cookies, rich and sweet with that unmistakable vanilla undertone. Other evenings it's something more complex, maybe cinnamon rolls or fresh bread with herbs mixed in. I've never seen anyone in the yard or caught a glimpse through the windows, which always have the curtains drawn. There's usually a warm glow from inside that suggests someone's home, but the house maintains this peaceful, private feeling that makes me reluctant to intrude. Sometimes there are 2 cars in the driveway, sometimes 1, sometimes none. But the baking smell remains constant regardless. The routine has become one of my favourite parts of the day. After dealing with work stress and city traffic, that 2-block stretch where the scent surrounds me feels like stepping into someone's kitchen where everything is warm and safe and lovingly prepared. I've started timing my walks so I don't miss it, looking forward to that moment when the familiar aroma hits me and instantly makes everything feel more manageable. I've wondered countless times about the people who live there. Are they professional bakers who work from home? A grandmother who shows love through endless batches of cookies? Maybe someone who finds peace in the ritual of daily baking, filling their home with comfort sensed the same way other people light candles or play music. The mystery adds to the magic somehow. This anonymous act of creating something beautiful that spills out into the neighbourhood, bringing joy to anyone who happens to pass by. They have no idea that a stranger looks forward to their baking every single day, that their kitchen creativity has become a highlight of someone else's routine. A few weeks ago, I was walking by during a particularly heavy rainstorm, and even through the downpour, that familiar scent was there. Whoever lives in that house with the blue door was baking on a miserable Tuesday evening, filling their home with warmth while the rest of us were just trying to stay dry. There was something so hopeful about that, so committed to creating beauty regardless of circumstances. I've started baking more myself because of that house, inspired by their consistent dedication to the craft. Nothing I make smells quite as perfect as what drifts from their windows, but there's something satisfying about adding my own small contribution to the neighbourhood's collection of home-baked comfort. That story is over. There's something magical about anonymous kindness that asks for nothing in return. That house has become a daily gift to everyone who walks past, proving that we can brighten the world just by doing what we love with consistency and care. Our next story comes from someone who found the ocean's most perfect treasure at exactly the right moment. I was having one of those afternoons where everything felt overwhelming and I needed to get away from my apartment, away from my phone, away from all the responsibilities that seemed to be piling up faster than I could handle them. So I drove to the beach with no particular plan, except to walk along the water until my head felt clearer. The shoreline was mostly empty, since it was a Wednesday in late October, just me and a few dog walkers scattered along the sand. The waves were gentle that day, creating this rhythmic sound that immediately started to calm my racing thoughts. I kicked off my shoes and let the cold water wash over my feet as I walked, focusing on the physical sensation instead of everything that had been stressing me out. After about 20 minutes of aimless wandering, I decided to try skipping stones like I used to do as a kid. There's something meditative about searching for the perfect rock, examining each potential candidate for the right weight and flatness and size. It forces you to pay attention to small details instead of whatever larger problems have been consuming your mental energy. I spent a while collecting possibilities from the wet sand where the waves had deposited them, building a small pile of stones that looked promising for skipping. Most were decent, but not exceptional. Too round or too thick, or lacking that perfect balance you need for a good skip across the water. Then I spotted one that made me stop completely. It was about the size of my palm, perfectly flat and smooth, with this lovely grey colour that had darker streaks running through it. But what made me actually gasp out loud was its shape. The stone had been naturally formed into an absolutely perfect heart. Not a cartoon heart or something artificially carved, but a genuine, organic heart shape that looked like years of wave action had slowly sculpted it into this exact form. Sometimes the most profound gifts are the ones we never see coming. I held that heart-shaped stone in my palm for the longest time, feeling its perfect smoothness and thinking about how the ocean had spent years creating this exact moment, this exact treasure, just for when I needed it most. I slipped it into my pocket instead of skipping it across the water, knowing somehow that this wasn't meant to be thrown away. It sits on my nightstand now, and whenever I'm having a difficult day, I hold it and remember that afternoon, when the sea handed me exactly what my heart needed. Some gifts from nature are too perfect to be accidents, too perfectly timed to be coincidence. And with that, we reach the end of tonight's gentle collection of moments that remind us the world is still full of wonder. Whether you found comfort in the mystery baker's endless cookies, smiled at Buddy's faithful vigil, or felt the peace of watching ducks create ripples on still water, I hope these stories have reminded you to slow down and notice the small magic happening all around us. Sweet dreams, and may you wake tomorrow with eyes ready to catch the everyday miracles waiting in your own neighbourhood.